HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Ramon, 4 hits in 15 at-bats against Kikuchi, but 3 of those 4 hits have been home runs. That ball hit pretty well to left. We mentioned Urias only hits home runs against Kikuchi. He's done it again. Ramon Urias, 5 career hits against Yusei, and 4 of them have been home runs. Number 2 is an Astro, makes it 1-0. Altuve bids for a 2-run home run. It's gone! Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 5-run lead. It's now 8-3.
Ben, give this man a ding. Give him a ding right now. Seth Payne, he called it. And that was just part of the deluge. That was only 3 of the 8 runs from yesterday.
I called it.
You called it.
Dang it.
You
called my shot.
You called it. As I was sitting here spewing stats of futility offensively for the Astros over the weekend.
Yeah.
11 of their last 18 games. That wasn't even the weekend. That's been the month. 11 of their last 18 games, 2 or fewer runs. The Angels and the Rockies, 2 of the worst pitching teams in the sport, and they're putting together 12 runs in 6 games against 2 of the worst pitching teams. And Seth Payne had the courage to stand on his podium yesterday, to get up on his soapbox and say, there will be a deluge today, Sean.
Yes, it was. Look,
and a deluge there was.
Part of it was, Sean, frankly, yeah, they were 5 for 42 on this homestand with runners in scoring position, which is a bad stat.
Yeah.
And yet, they were getting runners in scoring position. So unless you think the team is full of a bunch of yellow-bellied cowards who shrink in the moment, which maybe there's a little bit, that at some point the floodgates were going to open. It was nice to see them do it versus that treacherous Kikuchi and him fleeing the opportunity for greatness, chasing cash.
Yep.
Like these modern professional athletes. I have no animosity in my heart for Kikuchi, but
and collegiate athletes.
Yeah. No, I have no animosity for Kikuchi. I didn't realize that Correa had entered the game 12 for 24 in his career against Kikuchi, and I didn't know that Urias.
I had no idea until you just said it.
Yeah. Urias was, as Callis mentioned. What he said, he only hits home runs.
He has 4 hits. Going into that at-bat, he had 4 hits against Kikuchi. 3 of them were home runs, and then he hits another home run. So he's got 4 now.
And 7 strikeouts. He was all or nothing versus Kikuchi, but he hits a home run and a double yesterday, plus another strikeout. So he kind of kept in line with what he's done with against Kikuchi in the past.
Yeah.
And then that was Jose Altuve's home run was the 3rd or 4th hardest hit he's had in the StatCast era.
Wow. Because he hit a double pretty hard yesterday, too.
Yeah,
he
maybe
was
the double was. One of those 2 was the hardest hit.
Yeah. The double was a rope, man. Like, he smoked that thing down the line. Either way, Altuve good yesterday. Yeah, and he boinked the home run off the foul pole. So everybody got Chick-fil-A, I guess, right? Is that?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was a really good day.
And the Angels almost hit that the one just off that one in the. Oh, it was late in the game, right? It went just shy of the Chick-fil-A sign there to left, and it was a foul ball.
Oh, yeah, it hit like the little corner right there near the base of the wall. I don't know if
Chick-fil-A got a lot of free publicity.
Yeah.
They're paying for it, but, yesterday they got a lot of publicity.
I don't know. Do opponent home runs? I don't think we get fed with opponent home runs.
No. I was just thinking about notable things that happened at that foul pole.
I'm just thinking about getting fed. I just want Chick-fil-A right now.
That would be the dumbest promotion ever. Yeah. Well, I guess it'd be like a consolation Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So how you feeling today, man? How you doing?
I feel good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sorry if you can't tell by the tone of my voice. I was pretty excited about the Astros winning yesterday.
We came in with a little baseball. I'm just checking on you. See how you're doing. You doing good?
Why are you asking how I feel? What's going on? Do I look bad?
No, you look great, actually. A nice white long-sleeve tee really accentuates things. No, you're doing good. Doing good.
I feel like my bubbly demeanor should have told you everything that you need to know.
I'm checking and seeing how you're doing, and
I'm actually. It kind of caught me yesterday because it's always so weird with Labor Day being the first day of the work week before the NFL begins.
Yeah.
Because it feels it feels like there's a false start or something, like in a race, not a Laramie Tunsil type of false start, where like everybody's lined up, you're ready to go. Hey, we got football this week. Oh, no. It's Labor Day. Wait until tomorrow. Most people aren't going to be really checking in until Tuesday this week.
Yeah, that's okay.
Go die, people who set the dates of national holidays. This is the first week of the NFL season is the most glorious national holiday of them all.
I go back and forth on the break. It feels like a really long break from the end of the preseason to the start of the season. But I love the way the college football schedule laid out this weekend. Like that was fun. You had Coach Prime on Friday. You had the full day on Saturday. You had Arch Manning in the morning, and you had Clemson and LSU at night, and then you had Notre Dame and Miami on Sunday, and then we had Belichick getting his ass kicked last night. This was a fun. This was if you're a hater. This was a really fun 4 days because you got Coach Prime losing on Friday. You got Arch Manning getting destroyed on Saturday. Destroyed. I mean, they lost by 7, but he looked horrible. There are a lot of Notre Dame haters out there. That was a good night for you on Sunday. And then last night, I would imagine Belichick has a lot. This was a haters weekend.
It was.
Really, there was something for every hater this weekend, every day.
Upset. And you know what? A lot of the upsets weren't like flukish upsets. The Florida State beating Alabama was an upset, but it's more. Though. It's right. It's more of a story about wow, Alabama, how far have you fallen? And with Belichick, I told you yesterday that I'm kind of starting to pull for Belichick. I guess maybe the same way I was starting to pull for Shedeur Sanders, and once the tide of public opinion shifts so drastically, you're like, all right, enough is enough. Okay, I'm already there with Arch Manning. I'm like, all right, enough is enough. Let's sit back and wait a little bit. Okay. But with Bill Belichick, for him to get destroyed as a defensive genius and what have you, would this be the same if Belichick keeps this up? If they just remain horrendous, and credit to TCU, hell of a performance. Would this be without probably any kind of a grinding at a restaurant type of scenario? Would this be kind of the mirror image of Urban Meyer failing in the NFL?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a little bit different in that, taking over the job at UNC is obviously going to be a bigger challenge than Patricia going in and being the defensive coordinator at Ohio State. Yeah. That's but right now, Patricia is a much better college defensive coordinator than Bill Belichick is.
I would say it's an interesting analogy. You know what? I would say it'd be a perfect analogy if it turns out that the thing that undermined Belichick's ability to do well at North Carolina had something to do with something off the field. Like if it was a Jordan Hudson situation, if that relationship revealed all sorts of dirt and grime and innuendo and whatnot. Because I think what ultimately undid Urban Meyer at the NFL level, yes, was a failure to adapt to the NFL, but he also had all the off-the-field stuff. It was just, it was a bleep show. He was done after 13 games.
The off-the-field stuff was kind of related to the on-field stuff, though, in that it sounded like Urban Meyer genuinely didn't understand the commitment that it takes to be an NFL coach in terms of actual time spent thinking about football.
And we don't know anything about Belichick behind the scenes and how much he's investing into North Carolina yet.
What if you found out that Belichick really was like all of a sudden for the first time in his life really enjoying life and hey guys, let's kick off early today. You can leave the office at 2 p.m.
Right.
Jordan and I want to go take a tour of the coast.
All these mic'd up videos they're doing are really just a front because he only puts in like 3 hours a day. He's total absentee coach. So we don't know anything about that. They looked like a team last night that had an absentee head coach. They got killed last night.
He could get through this season. If he goes through this season and just is competitive, I don't think it's a huge flaming disaster because he is at UNC after all.
Yeah.
But if he has more games like this, that's an abject failure.
Yes.
Man.
So that was last night. That was fun. Hey, we skipped right over it with the Astros, and we should mention it. Luis Garcia was a huge story. We got so caught up in the deluge of runs, rightfully so.
Well, then you being concerned about my welfare.
That's how you were doing. Why are you so fixated on this?
Yeah. But no, Luis Garcia, my favorite, I think maybe one of my favorite moments of this sports year was how happy Luis Garcia looked to be having his hands and glove checked at the end of innings
Yeah.
for foreign objects and what have you. Remember when they introduced that a couple years ago? It seemed like half the pitchers in the league were acting like they were unfairly accused of a crime or something. Which made you a little bit suspicious. And Luis Garcia couldn't have been happier to be talking to the ump.
Yes!
And just exchanging pleasantries and all of that. And
little things, man.
Yeah. And after the longest rehab assignment of all of these returning guys, well, I don't count Lance because I don't even know I can't keep track.
Yeah, I don't group him with these guys.
Yeah.
I don't group him.
Of the three main guys, with Arrighetti and Javier. You come in braced for the worst because Javier and Arrighetti struggled so badly. And other than the fourth inning, where he allowed his only 3 hits in a span of 4 batters, and they were really hard hits, and it was kind of scary in the fourth inning, that's it. He lets up 3 hits, 3 runs in 6 innings, gives you a quality start in his return, and even without his velocity being what it was just a great. I don't want to say a great performance, but given the circumstances, very, very promising. Raising or lowering the bar because of his injury, that was a great performance.
It's a good enough performance to where you can look at the offense and say, okay, do your job. Like, he kept them in the game. Like, you give up, you come back after 2 years of not pitching, and you give up 3 runs in 6 innings, and you're going against the Angels. That's a good enough performance to look at the offense and say, do your job. And the offense did their job yesterday. Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia combined in this series. They all pitched in this series. Combined 18 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 8 walks, 20 strikeouts. And that was the encouraging thing with Luis Garcia, Seth, compared to the other 2 guys, and certainly compared to Lance, was no walks. Like, no walks, 6 strikeouts. So the control was there for Luis Garcia yesterday.
And then when it came time to put down Trout at the very end of his outing, and he throws a changeup, which he does not throw all that often at all. I mean, he hasn't thrown any pitches all that often in all the last 2 years. But Trout had tagged him for a home run the last time he tried that, with throwing a changeup to him. So that's exciting. That's now I'm allowing myself to get really excited about this potential pitching staff going into the playoffs.
I am too.
Especially given Jason Alexander and whatever he ends up being in the playoffs.
That's 6 guys now if you add it to the 2 aces at the top. And and Dana Brown can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief for now, because this was the strategy. We're not going to overpay for pitching because we got all these guys coming back, and at least in this series, that strategy looked really, really good. The Angels got 4 runs on all 3 of these guys combined, and they were all on home runs. They weren't stringing innings together against them with hit after hit and then a walk and a hit. It was, we made a bad pitch, it's a home run, and you flush it, and you live to fight another day. So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got a lot to get to. Quick update that we'll get to right out of the chute, injury-wise, for the Texans. That's really good. We can add another name to the people who are with us in the national media. You're with us or you're against us. We have a with that we're adding to the list. We have hot depth chart takes. The depth chart is out, and we're going to have hot takes on it. We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Friday's my Men's Tea Clinic day. I go there every Friday for my testosterone boost, and it's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Hey, programming note, Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, will join us tomorrow to help preview the upcoming season. He'll join us at 7:30 tomorrow on the show. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday, and first question out of the chute, hey, what's the latest on CJ Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah, CJ's doing really well, progressing fine. We expect him to be ready for week 1.
All right, there you go. We got an injury update with a definitive time frame, an update on how the player is doing, and we expect to see him on Sunday.
Yeah, that was.
How hard was that?
Was it? Well, it's easy when you're going to say the.
I'm just joking.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I know you're joking. I do. The more I think about all the people getting up in arms about Joe Mixon, or honestly Kyle Tucker or Yordan Alvarez or anything, it really is, Sean. I think when people get upset about the team not giving information, it's because people are going to be upset no matter what when somebody is injured and they're not playing. They're like, we as fans are like petulant children. There's no answer that's going to be satisfactory. If the Texans gave you an in-depth update on exactly what's going on with Joe Mixon, immediately it becomes, I can't believe they're handling it this way medically. These idiots, how did they not know that it was going to be a problem? Same way it was with the Astros. There's no information at all. People are agitated. Then they get information, and you're going to blame the medical staff. So the team's going to get criticism no matter what. I feel like just playing it close to the vest, aside from, they'll say that they're protecting the players and everything. Great. Go hug a sleeping pillow or something. It's just, they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Yeah. So playing it close to the vest is probably the right strategy. It's just that people are always going to be upset about it.
So CJ Gardner-Johnson plays on Sunday. That's big. They need him on Sunday.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's really, really big.
Yeah.
The CJ Gardner-Johnson's injury kind of was a reminder that, okay, as good as the secondary is and looks on paper, man, there's just not a lot of depth that you feel great about right now. And that's, I think, the thing to monitor all season long, obviously, is, A, there's still a chance that they make a move for depth in the secondary at some point. And B, they just simply have to stay healthy. They're not allowed to get injured. CJ Gardner-Johnson's injury was the last allowed injury.
He's probably chomping at the bit, too, because he didn't get to participate in either of the joint practices. Yeah. Which he loves those. We know from that interview that he did. He loves the joint practices, and he didn't get a chance to, I would imagine he'd have played a couple of series in at least one of the games. Like, he's probably ready to go hit somebody, I would imagine.
The only thing I'd worry about is that he's just champing at the bit so much that he ends up with a penalty or something.
He's ready to go get a 15-yard penalty, yeah.
I know he's matured a lot. He's talked about how he has to learn when to dial it back and when not to go all in and not be full CJ Gardner-Johnson. But it's hard. That first time out. Last time he played football, he was winning a Super Bowl. Yeah. And then he has to just sit back. He gets shuttled off to Houston, and now he's going to be wanting to prove himself. It
is pretty. I mean, you and I were both there when this injury happened. There weren't that many people that put eyes on this injury because it happened at the last day at the Greenbrier. If someone had told you just the scene that you and I were witnessing that day, that guy would be back for week 1, I would have been like, no.
I know. It was very, very quiet. Part of it because it was. There were no fans there or anything, and it was just such.
It was super quiet.
You're out there in that rural setting out there. It feels like a high school practice in a lot of ways.
Yep.
And that everything was just so quiet.
Yep.
And then you had the erroneous report that he tore his ACL, which made sense. Given the circumstances, it seemed like, oh, okay. I'm not surprised that he reportedly tore his ACL.
No. The way he was getting helped off the cart and helped into the building, it looked like a really severe injury. So this is great news.
There is a little bit of I honestly, I know this is callous and I'm a jerk for this and all that, but it used to be the only time people really just stopped practice even was if it was a spinal injury or something, and other than that, it was kind of it's an orthopedic issue. We'll find out later how he did. Let's go.
It sounds to me you would have been more satisfied if they had just kept playing and stepping over him while he was out on the field.
When Nick Saban got all that guff for stepping over the injured player, I was kind of like, and I don't know, maybe I was just raised up in a different football environment. I was kind of like, well, what'd you expect him to do?
I think that's it.
He had to get over to a drill.
You were raised in a different football. You're not a jerk. This is what you were brought up in. Can't blame you.
Yeah.
This is nature versus nurture.
There's work to be done.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's about the work.
Does the injured guy on the field need to make it all about him? There's 52 other guys out there that are trying to win a football game.
Scrape him up and get him out of here. We got
if
work to do.
If it's not a spinal, then just let's get going.
Oh my God, I love that. All right, are you with us or are you against us? That's the question I have to all these national people. So far, best I can tell, Orlovsky definitely with the Texans and C.J. Stroud. Albert Breer, 100% on the Texans bandwagon.
Is he?
Yes, it would appear. From what he says publicly, at least. I trust Albert Breer.
I don't pay attention to him much unless he just comes across my...
I only pay attention to him when he's on our side, and he's on our side right now.
Okay.
Phil Simms. What was this from, Seth? What was
this
Phil
was
Simms?
From the Believe in Giants podcast.
Okay.
And somebody sent it to me yesterday. This is Phil Simms when asked by Carl Banks, another Giants great.
Giants great linebacker.
About whether C.J. Stroud needs to have a bounce back here.
O-line was average. Pass protection scheme was awful. Everybody knew by the formations and everything what they were, what to do against their offensive line and the system, and that's why it just fell apart. Man, Houston, their defense is so fast, it's scary. Secondary is really good, and we'll see how the offensive line. They got to, quarterbacks that don't get time to throw are not going to play great.
Yeah. The very obvious statement there at the end, but it's I think sometimes we hesitate to just make it that simple, and yet everything he said at the beginning was true last year, that teams were starting to really, especially in the first half of the season, had a really good beat on how the Texans were going to pass protect, what Bobby Slowick was going to do. The play calling became, I think by virtue of, I know people always claim that the play calling is more predictable than it is. I try to be careful about that, except that it was clear to me that there were defenses that were dialed into exactly what was coming frequently or had a really good feel for the tendencies. And all of those things are true. It's sometimes too easy to just point to the offensive coordinator and make him the boogeyman that was responsible for everything. But Bobby Slowick was responsible for a lot of it. It was the thing that I kind of chuckled at when Simms started off was he said the O-line was average, and I'm like, oh no, boy, that's an understatement. But then he basically was saying that no, the O-line was average, the scheme was really bad.
Oh yeah,
and you got the absolute worst out of that offensive line because of it.
Yep. So Simms on our side. We like for purposes of 2025. We like Phil Simms.
He likes the defense, and he likes, or at least he's making some excuses for CJ last year.
Are you
justifiable excuses?
Are you more excited to watch this defense on Sunday, or excited to see what the newfangled offense looks like?
I'm excited to watch the defense. I've got nervous anticipation about watching the offense.
That's a better way to put it. I'm intrigued by the offense. I'm excited about the defense.
Yeah. That's Joe Mixon would make me feel a hell of a lot better. I feel better about Nick Chubb right now than I did at the beginning of training camp. Yeah. But again, just don't watch any Joe Mixon highlights this week, everybody. Don't do it to yourself, because I did it and I wish I hadn't, because that's a different caliber of athlete than you're seeing out of any of the running backs right now, including Woody Marks, just because of the size difference. Woody Marks is the guy that I'm most excited about, and I think maybe the rookie on the team that's the least talked about nationally, but that might have the biggest impact in the first few games, at least at the skill level positions or on the defensive side of the ball. Ariante Ursary is the other. Ariante Ursary will have a huge impact on the game just by virtue of him at least having a plan to start every snap in week one.
Yeah, being out there.
But Woody Marks might be the most eye-popping one.
Yeah, I love Woody Marks. I've loved how he's looked throughout training camp. You know what's Seth, this may not cure your Mixon anxiety, but maybe it'll serve as like an Advil or something like that. I walked into my local watering hole yesterday afternoon, and ESPN was on the TV, and they were talking fantasy, and they showed all 5 of Nick Chubb's carries in the Carolina game. And I was like, oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Those 5 carries. Now, it's the only 5 carries he got against another NFL team all preseason, but that's what Advil is. It'll cure me for a couple of hours.
The worst rushing defense in the league last year.
I wasn't saying that. I'm going, look at Nick Chubb. Look at Nick Chubb. Yeah.
It was the nice thing about Nick Chubb's performance in the preseason game was that it was a really steady 5 yards per carry.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
I think his shortest run was 2 yards. He had another short run that was for a first down.
Yeah.
So that doesn't even. I don't worry about that. If you're getting if it's 2.5 or 3 yards, but you get a first down, that's what really matters.
Play. Yeah, it's a successful play.
But he had 5 carries for 25 yards. And without a huge breakout run, but also with no negative runs.
Yeah, the
Texans last year were the third worst in terms of run stuffs.
Yeah.
When they got stuffed at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue this year.
Okay, so you love you some Woody Marks. I love me some Woody Marks. Why the hell is he 4th on the depth chart then right now? The depth chart is out.
The unofficial depth chart.
It's out, yeah. It says unofficial at the top. It's the unofficial depth chart. But he's 4th on the – and this is not a rookie punishment trend because Jaden Higgins and Ariante Ursary are both first string with the squad right now.
Will Kunkel had tweeted this out, and his question was something along the lines of thoughts.
Yeah.
Asking for thoughts. I would say the 3 most common replies from the people who replied to his post were disgruntled that Woody Marks was 4th. Instead of 2nd. They didn't feel like Dameon Pierce had earned being 2nd, whatever. I don't think, when it comes to the running backs, this is going to be genuinely running back by committee. And I think there's a really good chance that Woody Marks ends up having the most touches per game over these first 3 games, when you include receptions.
He will be the 2nd running back to touch the football for the Texans in this game on Sunday. I feel strongly about that. Nick Chubb will be 1st. And Woody Marks will be 2nd. I feel strongly about that.
The second most common observation or thought about this unofficial depth chart was surprise or just eyebrows raised that Higgins was starting over Hutchinson.
Yep.
I think because Hutchinson had a very productive preseason, and Higgins had some nice plays, but it just seemed like you were hearing and seeing Hutchinson more and more. I'm curious about this. I wonder how exactly it'll all play out because this is the unofficial depth chart.
Yeah.
I feel like Hutchinson, he just might be in line to be that latest example of a guy that looks really good during training camp, but ultimately he's kind of capped by his actual physical skill set.
Yeah.
With Jaden Higgins has a really exciting upside.
Yeah, he's freaky. Jaden Higgins is freaky.
Yeah. Like where can we get yardage and chunks and who can break tackles and do all those things? I think they still look at Jaden Higgins as the guy that
I think they both factor in probably almost equally at this point, But
the third most common reply was some comment about the depth in the secondary being some word that I can't say because of the damned FAA, the jackbooted thugs at the FAA, or not the FAA, the FCC.
FCC,
Yep.
yeah.
The FAA, I've got my own set of issues with.
I knew the FAA would end up taking
unjustly flagged at security.
So people just don't like the guys that are backups in the secondary right now?
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have already mentioned that we don't like the guys.
That's
the backup. We don't feel awesome about the depth in the secondary.
Right. Yeah, Tremont Smith, Jalen Smith. I like Jalen Smith. I know Jalen Smith. He's a rookie. I thought Jalen Smith was fine. And MJ Stewart is a journeyman. I'm surprised there's still only 8 defensive backs on the team. I thought they might have made a move back there. They did bring D'Angelo Ross back on the practice squad, and they can elevate 2 guys on game day. So if I had to guess, Seth, that just based on depth at position, they've only got 2 tight ends. They've only got 8 defensive backs. If I had to guess on game day, if they're bringing 2 guys up off the practice squad, it'll be a defensive back and maybe Luke Lachey or somebody like that.
Journeyman's kind of a generic term for a guy that's okay. I'm like a replacement level player or what have you.
Yeah.
But it does the name journeyman sounds like a guy who travels around a lot. It's worth noting that MJ Stewart's entering his 4th season with the Texans. He's been here. You look up and all of a sudden he's been here a while.
Yep.
And I think there's just a trust factor with him. I don't mind MJ Stewart being part of the depth in the secondary. Yes, he's not as good as a starter, but it makes him an affordable guy that can plug into the system. I'd like to see him improve on some of the things from last year because he, as well as some of the starters, were responsible for some of those big chunk plays.
Yeah.
It's just hoping one more year in D'Amico's system is going to allay some of that.
I understand people maybe wanting better players than those guys. This is what depth looks like in the NFL. I don't know what people are upset about. It's Tremont Smith, a rookie, a 3rd-round rookie, and MJ Stewart, who you just said the team trusts back there. You're not going to have all pros as your 5th, 6th, and 7th guys in the secondary.
I'll tell you what, if you want to look at a team that has way more things to worry about than us, it's the Buffalo Bills in their secondary.
What's going on there?
They tried to bolster it somewhat in the offseason because, their defense has been an issue in the playoffs.
Yes.
The Hairston, the rookie, he's injured. He's on the IR designated to return.
He had some off-field trouble, too.
Tre'Davious White has some kind of a lower body injury. He's had an ACL. He's had an ACL and an Achilles in recent years. Yeah. And the safety, the safeties are banged up and in question. They don't even know exactly who their starting secondary is. They just signed Jordan Poyer back.
They brought old man Poyer back. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
So it's a good point you make about, nobody. Very, very few teams, other than maybe the Chiefs at any given time, feel really good about the depth in their secondary. The Chiefs just do an incredible job training those guys and getting the absolute best out of them. So I think maybe going into the third year of this staff, they've done a really good job developing young cornerbacks. You got to hope that that's what they can do with Jalen Smith.
Yes.
And that's part of it. Just like last year, remember everybody was all upset about how we don't have any good safeties. We don't have any good safeties. Why didn't you go out and get Simmons or this guy or that guy? Oh, it turns out they really like Kalen Bullock. And Kalen Bullock developed, and now people are really excited about him. So likewise with Jalen Smith, hopefully that defensive coaching staff continues to do a good job developing the young guys.
The last one real quick, Henry To'oTo'o still first string over Christian Harris. Caught some people's eyes, but To'oTo'o's just been more reliable than Christian Harris, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had watched the third preseason game, there was nothing that Christian Harris did where I thought, oh, wow, yeah, boy, that's an upgrade over To'oTo'o.
I'm totally with you, yeah.
It looked like Harris was just still getting his feet wet and trying to get back into his true form. He didn't look like the best version of Christian Harris.
100%. I agree with you on that. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Headlines up next. Astros win. We'll get you updated on the divisional race going on right now in the AL West. We've got Texans injury updates. We've got updates on things going on around the NFL and a college football game last night that if you're a hater, it was a nice night for you. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Hey, when it comes to watches, jewelry, and gifts, there's only one.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They win yesterday 8-3. The Bats finally coming alive after not just this series, but really the Rockies series was not great either. They had scored 12 runs in the previous 6 games. They scored 8 runs yesterday, including a home run from Jose Altuve, a home run from Ramon Urias. And the big story, Seth, was 6 strong innings from Luis Garcia. 6 innings, 3 earned runs. The 3 earned runs all came in. They all came in the 4th inning, off of a couple of bombs. Other than that, like if we were just counting innings as like rounds in a boxing match, he had 5 really good innings and one bad inning. And thankfully, the bats did enough to pick him up, and the bullpen came in and did a nice job to close things out yesterday. And they pick up a game in the process. The Mariners lose to the Rays, so the Astros head into this series tonight with the Yankees coming to town. How fun is that? With a 3-game lead in the AL West.
This is this is probably the most promising start of any of the pitchers that have had promising performances this year. A lot of them have been the variety of a Colton Gordon or somebody along the way, where they outperformed expectations for a little bit, but you just didn't know exactly what you're going to get. This one feels like everything I had hoped that I was going to see in the first performance of Arrighetti or Christian Javier or even Lance McCullers, which is, oh, wow. The guy, even though his velocity isn't back up to what it used to be, he seems to be just fine with it, and he looked very comfortable. And it wasn't just one inning. There's a stretch of 4 batters, that he gave up those 3 runs and 3 hits over the stretch of 4 batters, but then reeled it all back in. And I think the fact that you can try to turn a weakness into a strength here, the fact that he had such a long rehab meant that he also had the longest rehab assignment, as he's coming back this year. Then he had a much longer rehab assignment than Javier Arrighetti, and he might just be more ready to be playing in the major leagues right now.
His performance, if I remember correctly, Javier's first game back, he went like 5 innings and change and gave up a couple of runs. But I remember being like, oh, okay. I mean, I'd have to go back and look. I'm just going off of, like, Spencer Arrighetti's return, and I know he's not a Tommy John guy, but we're putting him in the same bucket as guys they're counting on this year coming back from injury. Arrighetti's return, if I remember, that was where he gave up a bunch of runs, but they were a bunch of squib hits, and his velocity was good. He was striking guys out.
He had a little bit of bad luck in the first one.
Bad luck, yeah. But he gave up like 6 runs in 3 2/3. Javier was not very impressive, but he only gave up 2 runs. And I watched all 3 of those. This was the one where I was most encouraged by in terms of the comeback start. Javier looked Arrighetti and Javier both looked good over the weekend, so they're maybe rounding into form. Garcia of those 3, looked the most ready to start grinding major league innings again, I thought, yesterday.
Well, and then again, too, if we talk about, okay, you've got, however, 24 games left, whatever it is, it seems like way too small. The bats were kind of an issue in the month of August. They were one of the worst teams in baseball in the month of August, and they hit with runners in scoring position last night, finally, after being 5 for 45 during this homestand, or 5 for 43, whatever it was. That's my biggest question mark still, is just how consistent can they be. Altuve has a great day yesterday, but he was one of the guys that was an issue in the month of August. Christian Walker has looked a lot more like himself. Carlos Correa, I think I don't think it's the change of scenery or being back in Houston. I think for him it's as simple as, he physically feels a lot better when he's playing third base instead of shortstop. And he's just not, he's physically fresher, and he's probably the best version of himself, because you're getting a better guy at the plate in Carlos than he was earlier this season.
Oh, no doubt. I don't know. I mean, their offense was bad in August. I don't know what it would have looked like without Carlos Correa. He was actually the one guy who was good in August. I have faith it's going to be okay because of some of the names you just rattled off. Whereas earlier in the year you had these hitting issues, but it's like, well, we really need Cooper Hummel and Taylor Trammell and Brendan Rodgers. Like they were putting lineups out there in June, Seth, and granted they were winning somehow. But the names you just rattled off, these are names that you should be able to count on in September and October to come up with big hits. I mean, you're talking about Jeremy Pena, an all-star who's been through. He's been an MVP in the postseason before. You're talking about Yordan Alvarez, who, when he's right, is one of the best hitters in baseball. Carlos Correa, one of the most clutch hitters in October in recent history. Christian Walker has started to come back here. A little. He's started to and Jose Altuve, who's a Hall of Famer. Like, these are all guys who should be able to come up. It should look like it did yesterday, where you're 6 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
It's weird, too. You were commenting earlier about a couple weeks ago, about how, you forget that Correa and Yordan didn't actually – was it Correa? Who was it? It was Correa and who who it was the player you're talking about.
It was Correa and Jordan.
Jordan hadn't actually played together that much. Yeah,
they played one full season.
As I was saying it, I was like trying to cross-check in my mind, and I'm like, wait, no, that can't possibly be. But no, they didn't actually spend a lot of time together. I had that thought yesterday, a more extreme and obvious version of just Kikuchi. I'm looking at Christian Walker and Urias and Correa and all of these guys who hadn't even faced Kikuchi when he was with the Astros or hadn't been played on the same team with the Astros. The turnover's been pretty damn stark over the last couple of years.
It is, and they stay competitive. It's pretty impressive.
I thought of you and smiled because when they were talking about how Garcia had shortened his throwing motion a little bit as he was coming back from injury, it kind of made me nostalgic for Urquidy and how much you liked Urquidy's tiny little arms.
His tiny little alligator arms. I miss him. Yeah. And how sweaty they would get. He had the sweatiest forearms in baseball. All right, quick Texans news. C.J. Gardner-Johnson will play on Sunday, it would appear, according to D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Matthew Stafford confirmed on the Rams side, Seth. He will start on Sunday. How are we feeling about Matthew Stafford starting on Sunday?
I feel Matthew Stafford is going to be something to be feared right up until his back seizes up on him. So it's almost like in a bizarre way, I feel a little bit the same way I do about Anthony Richardson, which is that I don't trust that he's going to make it through an entire season. Also, but if I have to play him on that given day, I'm worried about him. And I don't now Stafford obviously is a much better quarterback than Anthony Richardson, but it's all or nothing. I think until the first time that his herniated disc flares up, he's probably going to be just fine. And, Devontae Adams, I don't have fond memories of Devontae Adams from last year when he was with the Jets. Puka Nacua is Puka Nacua. Matt Stafford has a nice arsenal at his disposal. And until his back flares up, I think you got to treat him just like classic Matt Stafford. Now, the nice thing is that you can do something about it. Mm-hmm. You've got a really, really good pass rush here with the Texans that might jostle a vertebrae or two.
Yeah.
Vertebrum? What's a single vertebrae?
Vertebra without the E at the end of it? I'm not sure.
Vertebro.
Yeah, vertebro.
Let's turn him into the vertebro. All right, Stafford? Yeah.
The vertebro.
He's the vertebro.
That's right. For sure they're going to try to get the ball out fast because of what you just said. If he's standing back there, he's going to get his ass kicked on Sunday, I feel like, by Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. They signed D'Angelo Ross to the practice squad. Jimmy Ward's grand jury hearing is set for today. His attorney very anxious to present Ward's case to the grand jury, so we'll see about that. Kenyon Green re-signed by the Eagles. Jeff Stoutland will not give up on the project that is Kenyon Green.
Yeah, that was a nice little. And actually came down on Sunday, I think, when that was announced, or early Monday morning. There's upside there with Kenyon Green.
Think.
If there's one person to get it out, if you look at nothing but Kenyon Green's good plays, you'd say, wow, that guy must be all pro. He's got it in him, but that's kind of like when you say, hey, look at Tim Tebow's nice passes. All right, you gotta factor in the negatives there too.
Yep. Last night.
Singular is vertebra.
Vertebra, that's what I thought, yeah.
So vertebra.
Vertebra. We'll put an H on the end of it. TCU 48, North Carolina 14. That's how the Bill Belichick era started. And the final game day with Lee Corso, Seth, the most watched ever at 3.5 million people on a Saturday morning show drawing 3.5 million people. The last 15 minutes peaked at 5.1 million. That's just watching ESPN. You and I talked about they simulcasted it on Fox as well, but just the ESPN feed, 5.1 million yesterday.
They can't tell Lee Corso. They shouldn't give those numbers to Lee Corso. He might just start thinking about a comeback or something. You know these athletes when they retire.
Yeah.
It's always, all of a sudden, got to get back into the fray.
Oh, you're saying I'm big box office, eh? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe Fox should
Maybe I'll
steal
come back at the right price.
That's right. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the two head coaches, D'Amico Ryans, Sean McVay. The game is this Sunday. You can hear it on Sports Radio 610, 325 kick. Texans Countdown gets started at 12:25 with me and Seth. D'Amico Ryans on Sean McVay. Sean McVay on D'Amico Ryans. Is this a love fest we've got going on here? We will hear from both head coaches coming up next.
Hey, it's football season. That means it's also time for Daisy.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Holy crap. Muscle memory, dude.
What'd you do?
Ross Tucker is joining us this coming football season on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock, which is now. So we're getting.
Is he here?
He just texted me.
Yeah.
Starting today. Dude. I had completely
forgotten. At what time?
Right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's calling in.
He texted me. We usually call him. So he was all ready to go, and I had just our boss had texted me like 2 weeks ago, like, "Hey, Ross is back on for the upcoming football season," and I was probably somewhere where I didn't make a note in the rundown. I was very excited about it, naturally.
Are we still doing the mayonnaise? Are we doing the Mayo Game Day Be Delicious?
I don't know. I
hope he didn't switch over to Duke or something.
Different
That'd be
mayonnaise,
awkward if we've already done the Mayo Game Day Be Delicious.
We'll have to ask. Yeah, we're scrambling a little bit, but I think, I know Ross is available because he just texted, "Are we starting today, right? 7 o'clock Central Time." And I see his phone number down there, and Ben is chatting with him, and we have him right now. Joined right now by the great Ross Tucker, who is our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, apologies. Our boss texted us 2 weeks ago like, "Hey, Ross is back on this season." I was jubilant about this, but I forgot to put it in the rundown that this is week 1 and we need to talk to you. How are you, my friend?
I am doing wonderful, but I was wondering what was going on. I hadn't seen any social posts. I mean, we have an entire top 5 city in the country that has their morning routine revolve around this.
It's
and
true.
I hadn't seen any social media posts. I hadn't seen anything from either one of you guys.
Yeah.
And it's 8:02 Eastern, 7:02 Central. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, imagine driving to work. I know everybody's got these rich oil companies or whatever they're going to right now, and they got to sit there and buy and sell oil all day. They could at least know that they're going to get their Ross Tucker at 7 o'clock on Tuesday on the way.
Right.
So true. Yes.
Energy traders in general. You were a big hit with the Enron folks back in the day. You're the only thing.
By the way, is that one of the most annoying things about living in Houston, that everybody thinks everybody's like a rich oil person? Like, that's got to be up there with like the Houston we got a problem thing.
No, that's bad. The Houston we have a problem is you hit the nail on the head with that one.
I think if anything, people underestimate how just how many wealthy people there are in Houston compared to Dallas, because in Dallas they let you know about it. Yeah. Like if you make $37,000 in a year in Dallas, you're scrounging up money for your first down payment on a BMW you can't afford. Or in Houston, it tends to people just go about their business and they don't necessarily flaunt it as much. Women are less slutty down here
about
too.
That, Seth? What's funny about that? So in 2002 and 2003, I played for the Cowboys. Okay, and I'm not kidding. I told people like, Dallas gave me a lot of like LA vibes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Make it till you make it.
Very, very like showy and all of that. And then the craziest thing is where I used to get a massage when I was playing for the Cowboys. I would go in there. Now, keep in mind, okay, I'm from Pennsylvania and whatever that means. And I went to college at Princeton. So I'm still a young guy. I would go to this place to get the massage, and they might have had 40, like at least 40 treadmills, ellipticals, all those things. Guys, to this day, I've never seen it before or after. There would be like a line of women, like 8 to 10 deep, waiting to get on one of the 40 ellipticals and treadmills. I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like, I mean, I've never seen a line, multiple people deep, of people waiting to get on like an elliptical or a treadmill.
That was because those now those women can be distracted by their OnlyFans accounts, whereas back then they just had to kill time. I think, is the problem. Yeah.
Hey,
that's no. And as far as massages in Houston, I mean, there's just nothing going on there to speak of. So yeah, we have. If anything, we've gotten more massage jokes in the last few years than jokes about big oil money.
Yeah,
or anything.
thanks, Deshaun. We appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, a daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. So that's our. Can we still say "May your game day be delicious," Ross? Because I really enjoyed doing that last year. Are we allowed to do that?
I don't know. I guess they're not sponsoring it. I mean, I'm glad they're talking about my podcast. I can assure you, I'm not sponsoring this right now yet. But I'm glad I'm on with you guys. Yes. Check out the show. Or I got the betting show, Even Money Podcast today. YouTube is blowing up. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And I would say, let's not say. Number one, they're not paying for it. Number two, mayo is not delicious. Okay, spicy mustard's where it's at. Mayo sandwich, get some spicy mustard on it.
Okay, we're just talking about random condiments now. That's what we're doing.
Ross. We got to. You're an offensive lineman in the NFL forever. Obviously, you do color commentary. You did a couple Texans games last year. Earlier, we had Phil Simms, a clip from Phil Simms talking about just the scheme last year. You know, the offensive line as players were one thing, but that the predictability of the scheme and the simplicity of the pass protection was also a huge issue. And I agree with that by and large. This is what I've been saying all offseason, and I think I've started to see the fruition of it or some hints of it during training camp. It's that, man, you can be a solid offensive line without having a bunch of all-pros or Pro Bowl or offensive linemen on there if you're just simply well-coached and if you communicate well enough. But now that the rubber meets the road in week one, my faith is getting tested a little bit just because the Texans still don't look great individually on paper as offensive linemen, but it's a much cleaner operation. So, how much better can they be than last year just based on having a cleaner operation?
Well, so I mean, I could talk about this for the whole segment, and I just might. A couple things. You guys know I had 9 different offensive line coaches in the NFL. I can't begin to tell you how wide a disparity there was in terms of competency and how much I think it had an impact on the teams that I was on and why offensive line coaches deservingly that are really good get paid what they do. I think it really goes a long way towards having an impact on the outcome of games. I really do. You know, you could take the same 5 guys with a bad offensive line coach, and they're going to be below average. And if you have an excellent offensive line coach, I think those guys can be average to maybe even slightly above. And the other thing I say about it is that, you know, it's nice to have like an all-pro lineman. You want that, right? I would much rather have 5 average guys that I know what I'm going to get out of than 3 all-pros and 2 below average, if that makes sense, right? You know, on some level with offensive line play, and I think D-line's the opposite. D-line, you'd rather have like a couple below average than have like some absolute rock stars. For offensive line, you're kind of only as good as your weakest link, right? So if you have guys that are struggling, it's really, really hard to overcome that, especially if there's multiple ones. By the way, I want to read you guys something really quick.
Okay.
This is like amazing timing. I was talking on my show about Laramie Tunsil, because this was a Washington thing on the Ross Tucker podcast, because obviously the Commanders traded for him. Okay, Tunsil's. We talked about this. 19 penalties last year for Tunsil, 3rd most in a season since 1999. He was penalized 95 yards, but he also nullified 120 yards in games. Yeah. That's the 8th most since 99. 95 plus 120, that's 215. second most in the season since 1999. He was tied with Cowboys left tackle Tyler Guyton, who got benched twice with 11 stalled drives, meaning drives where after his penalty, the team not only didn't score points, but didn't gain another first down. I've been dying to get more context into just how bad Tunsil's penalties were on the team. And it's like wild to think that somebody traded what the Commanders traded to pay Laramie what he gets paid to nullify and stall that many drives.
Ross, you're taking the words right out of my mouth. My follow-up to Seth's question was going to be, so it sounds like the Laramie Tunsil trade actually makes sense to you, unlike a lot of people outside of Houston that look at it and go, why are you trading away your best pass protector when your quarterback got sacked 52 times? I can tell you 77 of those 120 yards was the first play that Nico Collins was back from his hamstring injury, a screen pass that Nico took 77 yards to the house against the Cowboys on one of the first plays of the game. Dude, it was frustrating here. And I would add to that, too, and I know Seth would as well. It wasn't just the penalties and all the things you just said. Laramie was elevated in that offensive line room as some sort of example or leader, and really was not that. He didn't practice a lot. Wasn't a dog in the run game. It feels like D'Amico Ryans has gone out and Nick Caserio have gone out and made an effort to find guys that really love football, that are really tough, maybe not as physically talented as Laramie, but know where to be and really love to grind.
I love everything you just said. I was not good, okay? I was below average athletic ability. But when I would watch the Texans last year and I'd see guys coming free, it was infuriating, like infuriating. And whether you want to blame the O-line coach or the OC or the players, as always, it's a combination of all of them. But it was not pro football, and it was not good enough. And I have two missions for this season. One is I'm single-handedly going to get people to stop saying the guy that has 19 penalties is a really good player or elite. You're necessarily not if you have 19 penalties. You are necessarily not that. I don't care if you're great in one-on-ones in practice. I don't care if you have great feet. You're not an elite player if you have 19 penalties. The other thing is I'm going to say 6'7" so many times that it's not going to be funny or popular with kids anymore. I'm so sick of my daughters saying 6'7". I don't know what that is. Still don't know what it means, but I say it any chance I get because I am going to just hammer that thing until it's no longer cool.
Until it's not cool. I've never even heard it before. What is it? When do they use it?
What?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Sean,
yeah.
If you have any kids, anybody listening right now, if you have any kids between like 8 and 15.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
They say it's like from a song, I guess, where they're talking about a basketball player who's 6'7", but the guy goes 6'7", and like the way he says it's just weird. So kids think it's funny, and they say it all the time. And I'm so sick of it that I'm gonna pound this idiom or whatever it's called into submission.
Good job.
According to AI, it's used to tell someone to go away or stop bothering you.
Oh,
is that how have you gotten it from your kids that way? Like, Dad, 6'7".
No.
Are you sure?
No, they
Ross,
say it anytime. Like, what time is dinner? I don't know, like 6'7".
Okay.
And they all die. Like every time one of them says it, they all die laughing like it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. And I'm like, God, how are we not over this yet?
Yeah.
I'm 46. I'm over it.
I think you can single-handedly make it uncool, Ross, if you put your mind to it. But so that and Laramie Tunsil, those are your two co-celebras right now, huh?
Well, okay, I'm not going to just say Laramie Tunsil, but I'll say any player with that many penalties.
Yes, yeah.
I think Ross, we need to get to the point where we stop talking about them like they're an elite player.
Yeah.
Ross, this is what would drive me insane last year, was that people would try to stick up for Laramie Tunsil, and they would say, well, he's just trying to time the snap count. And that's why he's having these false starts. And I'm like, I know why he's doing it. It's plain as day why he's doing it. He's trying to get an advantage or an edge. The problem is that the really genuinely great offensive linemen, offensive tackles like Trent Williams or those guys, on average, will have 2 to 4 pre-snap penalties per year. They do it without cheating, or if they do it, they time the snap count appropriately. Ross, it was years of Laramie Tunsil blaming the center for his problems with his false starts, while none of the other inferior offensive linemen seemed to have an issue with the center. There was always, this center snap count or this quarterback's cadence is different or something. It was infuriating. You're exactly right. And the problem is,
wait, who cares what the reasoning or logic is?
Right.
That's like,
hey, I only robbed that bank because I needed the money. Yeah. You robbed the bank.
I held the D tackle because I didn't want him to kill the quarterback. Like what? like there's always a reason, but that doesn't make it okay. And listen, I'm okay. Those guys are all trying to time up the count now. Okay, you want to get 1 or 2 a year. I can live with that if you're trying to time it up. If you can get a jump on every single snap and for 1 or 2 a year. But let me just say also, like Laramie Tunsil, Lane Johnson, Trent Williams, these guys are so good. They don't need to do that. Yeah. They can still have the snap count advantage without having to get a false start. And it's maddening. Everything about the Texans O-line last year was maddening. Is this right, by the way? Is it going to be Ursary, Tomlinson, Andrews, Ingram, Howard? Is that the starter?
That's the starting 5. Yeah, what do you think?
That is wild, by the way, to look at the resources. I actually give D'Amico and Caserio a ton of credit. You look at the resources of their backup O-line, like second-round pick Blake Fisher, second-round pick Drew Scruggs, Cam Robinson this offseason, they gave him a bunch of money. There are other organizations where those guys would be playing. They would be playing because the GM wants to save face or whatever. Thank goodness Caserio realizes none of that matters. Mm-hmm. There is no saving face. Get the 5 guys out there that give you the best chance to win games, because the reality is the team is absolutely loaded on defense. If the offensive line can just be average, they have a chance to go as far as they want to go.
Okay, Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, do you have time for one more question? I don't know what your schedule is here.
Yes, quickly. I always have I have to record the betting show.
Okay, gotcha. Real quick.
Even Money. Why am I not saying the name of it?
Even Money, yeah.
Even Money.
Even Money. Where do you have the Texans in your power ranking? What's your prognostication for the Texans this coming season?
Ooh, okay, so I just did it. I just did power rankings on a Tuesday, Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I think I had them, I got to look at it. I think I had them 11.
Okay.
And right now I have them as like a 9 or 10 win team. Mm-hmm. The reality is when you're doing power rankings, you're really just talking about, I would say, question marks.
Yeah.
Okay. And so for the Texans, O-line and running back are like major question marks.
For sure.
So it's hard to put them in the top 10. If they answer those questions in the affirmative, well, then they could be almost as good as anybody. But those are question marks. And also, I thought CJ took a little bit of a step back last year. And so sort of how he bounces back is another question mark as well. Because then, you get into the top 10 guys, you're in rarefied air. I mean, almost all those teams have top 10 quarterbacks and really good teams and probably less question marks than the Texans. I think where the Texans really are in a good spot, the Texans, their defense should be ridiculous. I mean, their D-line, their secondary, it's very, very impressive. So, yeah, I think I had them 11 to start the year. Yeah. I do not have the Texans any of my first 3 games, unfortunately.
I'll give you a quick little nugget. Keep your eye on Woody Marks, the running back. I think that you as an offensive lineman would appreciate this. by rookie standards, amazingly good in pass protection. So I think the team's going to trust him to be out there, and I think he ends up getting used a lot more than people outside Houston might expect.
Ooh, I like that. I'm still wanting to know. I still want the artist formerly known as Damian Pierce to get some carries, like he did his rookie year when he was killing people.
Yeah.
Too.
He seems to be a better fit for this offense than Bobby Slowick's offense, but he hasn't touched the ball much. He was injured and he didn't practice until about the last week and a half of camp. So he's on the depth chart, but we'll see how he gets used. I'm with Seth on Woody Marks. Keep an eye on that one for sure. That's Ross Tucker. He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, a daily NFL podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Ross, it's great to connect again. We can't wait for our Tuesday mornings with you throughout the season, man. Go get them.
Well, you could wait. You didn't even remember or think about it until I texted you guys. So you could wait. Don't lie. See you guys.
You just dropped the mic on us right there.
Well, look, Ross knows what's going on here. You're the one that's supposed to keep track of things administratively because I'm pretty much useless.
Yeah.
This is
on me.
We're pretty much doomed here. If you're going downhill, this show's on it.
This is on me.
Good luck. Good luck.
I got a random text from our boss 2 weeks ago. We got Ross Tucker coming on again, and it's on me that this wasn't in the rundown. Okay, we're good.
It's like asking who are the two characters in Mice and Men? George. It's like asking George to run the show because Lenny's losing it.
Never read it. Yeah. Sorry.
You didn't have to read it in high school? Well, they did the cartoon was Lenny and George. They did a cartoon version of it too.
Yeah.
So
yep.
Yeah.
All right. So that was a great Ross Tucker, who seems to be perturbed with us. Let's get back to what we were going to hit here. It was great talking to Ross. I loved his Laramie Tunsil take because there were so many people in similar positions to Ross Tucker, Seth, basically outside the geofence of Houston here that said, what are you guys doing, man? You couldn't protect C.J. Stroud, and you traded your best pass protector.
No, and the people that love to minimize the penalties, like, it's no big deal. It's 5 yards. Like, no, you haven't watched it. You haven't seen the first downs and touchdowns, the drives that are killed, the manageable situations that become third and long. All of the times that he's actively damaged the team out of nothing but pure selfishness. Those pre-snap penalties are 100% pure selfishness, and it was just unbelievable that there were people still sticking up for him through it all. It was unbelievable to me.
All right, here was DeMeco Ryans on the Rams yesterday at his press conference. He has the utmost respect for Sean McVay.
Yeah, I have the utmost respect for Sean and what he's been able to accomplish at his time there in L.A. The team is always prepared, always ready to go, no matter what year it is, who's available for him. Like, he's had turnover, but he's continued to have success. He's a Super Bowl winning head coach, played in multiple NFC championship games, so we know they're going to be ready to go. One thing about Sean, his group, they're going to be very detailed. They're going to play hard, so it's going to be a four-quarter battle, and we're excited to go against these guys. Went against him a lot, and it's always been a tough challenge. He does a really good job with the motions, timing things up properly, putting defenses in conflict by all the motions and the snap points. So he does a really great job, really smart coach, really prepared. So looking forward to the challenge.
This is the first season that DeMeco's now going against all these NFC West teams that he was so familiar with.
These teams that he's seen before, and a lot of them have changed. Like the Seahawks have changed a lot, obviously, but McVay
not the
remains
Rams.
McVay. Yeah. I think the thing is that McVay has also changed his offense since DeMeco left, or at least started making that transition into kind of changing their style of run plays, etc. So I think DeMeco knows that he can't just go in thinking, oh, yeah, I know what McVay does. And if you start thinking that way, you're going to hurt yourself way more than you help yourself. I do think that one of the things that DeMeco excels at in teaching defensive football is explaining to guys, all right, most offenses, like, there's only so many plays you can run. The variation in schemes or between coordinators sometimes is just how do they get to it? How do they get to what they want to do? How do they get to these plays? And it's a lot of the bells and the whistles. It's the pre-snap motion. It's the formations, all of those things that you got to teach your defensive players to kind of see through the fluff and nonsense and the misdirection and then just go out and play football. And DeMeco does a really good job of simplifying that for people. So that's the battle, I think, that no matter how no matter how McVay may have tweaked or changed his scheme, it's all of that misdirection stuff that you just got to teach your players how to see through it. And that's when it's not a divisional opponent or something, that's a lot harder to do in the course of 1 week. But they have had 2 weeks to prepare for it. The other big part of it is that they haven't seen, the Rams don't play any of their starters in the preseason. So they really, in any given year at the beginning of the season, you really don't know what you're going to see or like how they're going to use Puka Nacua or anything like that. So there is a lot of uncertainty, but there is an advantage in D'Amico having faced them before, as long as D'Amico, as he'll tell you himself, doesn't think that he knows exactly what's going to happen.
But at least you've got film of how McVay uses Puka last year or whatever. Like Devontae Adams is a wild card in this because we have no idea what he looks like in a Rams uniform yet.
Well, but that's the thing. They can use Puka differently with a different supporting cast.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams is different than Cooper Kupp in some regards. So how do they use those two together compared to what they've done traditionally?
Yep. Here's McVay. D'Amico loving up on McVay. Here's Sean McVay and what he had to say yesterday about the Houston Texans.
Yeah, they're a great team. I think they take on the personality of their head coach, and D'Amico's a guy, physical, tough. They play smart. They toe the line. I think they're really, that's reflected in all three phases. They have continuity in the defense and on the special teams where they've been excellent. And then I think they've been really dang good the last couple years on offense. Obviously took a little bit of a step back, but, we know what a great coach Nick Caley is. They kept a lot of their great coaches that were already in place. He and Jerry Shaplinski are really the only new guys as far as I know. But it's excellent personnel. There's a style of play. There's a reason why they've been a top 8 team each of the last couple years, winning their division and then being able to advance into the divisional round. And, they're excellent. We got a chance to practice against them a year ago, but everything that they're about is what I respect, and that's why we know it'll be such a great challenge, and that's what you love about the league.
I just love Sean McVay. Sean McVay's voice makes me smile. Like, I don't know that anybody, their voice, especially on like a Zoom call like that, is different than what the guy looks like than Sean McVay.
Yeah. Well, I know. I can't believe he knew how much Jerry Shaplinski we've been talking this offseason. For those of you who don't know, Jerry Shaplinski is I think he's a senior offensive assistant.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I don't know where whatever Bobby Slowick is in Miami. I think Jerry Shaplinski is some of that. Kind of an assistant coach on I'm guessing on the passing game coordinator side of things.
He seems to spend a lot of time.
He seems
to spend a lot of time next to CJ out at practice.
Yeah. Kind of like, I think Bill, probably in a little bit of the same role as Bill Lazor, almost like like genuinely when they say a senior assistant, almost like a guy who's been in the league, is really smart and can kind of lend his expertise where it's needed.
That's a nice job to have. It's just you're just in there giving a little bit of advice here and there. Nobody in the fan base is pointing a finger at you when things are going bad. You're just, I'm just telling CJ, work on your footwork there a little bit. And then you go and you hang out and get a cup of Gatorade. That's what it feels like. So McVay, great respect between these two head coaches. If there is a game wrecker in this game for the Rams against the Texans, it's probably Jared Verse. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on this game being decided in the trenches, and he brings up Verse by name.
This game, I think ultimately, it is right now as I continue to go through it in my mind, I think it really hinges upon both offensive lines blocking two really talented defensive lines. The Rams have one of the best young defensive lines in the NFL, Verse, Fisk, Turner, young. It was a young group, and those guys they get after it. They play relentless. They're tough. They're going to be a really, really good group to challenge our offensive line, and the same for their offensive line versus our defensive line. We have a really good group up front, one of the strengths of our team, and we have to, it's going to be a challenge to see how that shapes up, but both offensive lines are going to have to play well, and whoever wins that battle, I think, will ultimately decide the game.
The one guy I think that probably won't get discussed much at all, but I think is very, very relevant along the defensive line for the Rams is Poona Ford, the defensive tackle, because they did not have a good run defense last year. So they bring Poona Ford in, and I think that could be a difference, especially going against an interior offensive line that we have a lot of question marks about. Jake Andrews has played very little actual NFL football.
Yeah.
And what are you going to get versus this Rams defense, who was not a great run defense, but they bolstered their linebacking core. They bolstered their defensive line. Jared Verse is he's just vicious, man. He's so powerful. And Ariante Ursary versus Jared Verse is going to be really interesting to watch. But if there's one weakness that Verse had last year, he was kind of unaware in the run game at times. And there were things that teams could do to exploit that. He's talked a lot this offseason about how he's added to his speed rushing element. It hasn't worked his power rush hardly at all. Kind of like he's a lot like Will Anderson, Jared Verse is. But I haven't seen a lot of people talk about him improving his run defense. That's going to be the thing I'm watching is, all right, is he dialed in? I mean, he makes some big plays versus the run, don't get me wrong, but he also gets caught unaware at times.
Yeah.
And if Nick Caley can exploit that, if that is still a problem, that's a big win for Nick Caley.
Yep, for sure. Poona Ford on the Chargers last year. That's got to be kind of nice. You sign with a different team, but you don't have to change any of your routine. You can live where you lived. You just go into a different locker room in the facility there.
Poona made some really nice plays versus the Texans last year in that playoff game. I mean, he was probably one of the only guys that was putting in a good defensive performance in that game. So he's not doing it against the same guys this year, but I very recently watched Poona Ford physically handle some Texans offensive linemen. So that's and this is a team that probably for the first time in history has a Poona and a Puka on the same squad.
Okay, well, it's better
having a Puka and a Poona.
It's better than having 7 Jalens on the team.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I wasn't saying it's a bad thing. I think it was it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
They got a Puka and a.
Well, that's why I said
like
it's better. I said it's better than having 7 Jalens on the team. It's less confusing. All right, Teron Armstead, offensive lineman who retired. If you want to know how good Jared Verse is, take a listen to this. What was this on, Seth? Teron Armstead.
This is I don't know. I picked it up off of social media, but they hadn't told me which podcast it was. But this is Teron Armstead asking when asked why he won't come back to the NFL.
That young boy Jared Verse?
Yep.
I'm cool. I'm good. I never got to see that man again. I'm all right with I'm okay with that. Never seeing that young man again in my life. Bull Rush different. Dog, it's different. You know that it's coming. You brace yourself. He's different. Jared Verse is different. He will be a defensive player of the year one of these days. Mark my words.
Wow.
That's a big that is a huge compliment when you consider the age of edge rusher that we're living in right now. That's Teron Armstead. He's played for the Saints and he's played for the Dolphins. He's only seen he's seen Jared Verse once. He's seen all these other guys multiple times. That's the guy that pops into his head right there.
That was on SiriusXM. They don't say, even SiriusXM themselves didn't say who the hosts were.
Yeah.
Way to take care of your hosts, SiriusXM.
SiriusXM's a little weird.
Yeah, they're a little weird on social media. They try to still act like it doesn't exist in some ways. So they don't want their hosts to be able to make money off of it.
Yeah.
So, no, I think, Toronto, and honestly, you don't hear veteran offensive linemen talk too much about, this guy's got a vicious bull rush, because most good offensive linemen can handle it pretty well. I think it's a pretty good testament, without me being able to show the highlight reel on radio, of just how powerful he is. If you go, I'll post a highlight reel a little bit later that starts off with just 3 ridiculous bull rushes by Jared Verse. He's powerful, man. And for a rookie offensive tackle, especially like Ariante Ursary, Ariante's a big dude, but he does let guys get into his body a little too much for my liking. And in college, you can get away with it because you can kind of just lean on people. You can't get away with it versus guys like Jared Verse. So he's seen power rushes by Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. He's certainly seen more speed and a greater plethora of moves going against Danielle Hunter than if he were going against any other defensive end in the league. Jared Verse is just a different type of beast, though. He's when it comes to the actual power element of his game, there's very few guys like him. So I'm really bullish on Ariante Ursary, but this is a really big test for him in week 1, as well as a test, obviously, for Titus Howard.
How does Nick Caley help him out? How do you help out Ariante Ursary?
Just all the old classic ways you slide. But this is where it gets dicey. If you slide protection his way, that's exactly what happened to the Texans last year. They got predictable in their pass protection, and then you bring a blitz from the other side. The other big thing is helping out with chips, and that's where I think Woody Marks looking really impressive for a rookie in pass protection. That goes a long way in this week one, if you had a rookie running back that was a really good receiver out of the backfield, but man, he just did not know what he was doing in pass protection, the last thing you want to do is have him help out Ariante Ursary with Jared Verse. But I think they might be willing to see how Woody Marks does in that regard. So the running backs and Nick Chubb as well, like all those guys, that's going to be a big part of it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. That sounded like someone doing an impression of Sean McVay. Yeah, I just listened to his voice, and I'm like, boy, if he had to, because he's got a really attractive wife, I think, but if he had to woo her without the benefit of visual, like if it was Love is Blind, that show where you're trying to woo the woman and there's a curtain in between you, Sean McVay would never get engaged. Because his voice, he sounds like a nerd. He sounds like a dork.
Well, his wife, this was something that I just kind of saw people mention in passing, and they didn't want to talk about it or discuss it. Because, I'm guessing Sean McVay wanted to keep it quiet. But his wife is Ukrainian, and her family's in Ukraine. Yeah. So a couple of years ago when it looked like the Rams were skidding off the rails, that was as everything was really heating up in Ukraine. And, that's a whole part of – it sounds like he's intensely private about it. Because I've only heard it from kind of Rams – beat writers who kind of brought it up and then quickly stopped talking about it. But it's everybody's got their own private struggles that, you never know.
Yeah. And do you still have Sean McVay pulled up there? Can you play like the first 5 seconds of?
Yeah, they're a great team. I think they take on the.
He'd be screwed on Love Is Blind. Love Is Blind. He'd be screwed. He'd be like behind the curtain. Hey, how you doing? Hey, what are you wearing? What do you smell like? He'd be totally screwed, man. That voice. He'd be the only guy on Love Is Blind to never get engaged. It's crazy. All right.
By the way, Garrett Heinrich was driving his daughter to school, and she said she was laughing really hard when we were talking about the whole 6'7" slang that the kids are using.
She probably knows what it is.
So I told Garrett, tell her to define it. Tell her.
Yeah.
And she shrugged and then said, 6'7".
Yeah, right. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. No, I don't think it does. It means, from what I've seen in my various searches, it means whatever the hell they want it to mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't attach a specific meaning to 6'7", apparently.
Okay. I need this to go away now. I didn't know it existed until Ross told me about it. So, all right. High praise for a Texans position group by somebody who was here, a national person who was here at the joint practices. This got me excited because this guy would know about good wide receiver play. We've got that for you. We got the Pettycast. We have a good Pettycast today. I promise you that. That's at the top of the hour. But first, I want to tell you guys about Shoppa's John Deere. If you're
Mailbag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Deadspin tweeted yesterday, 23 hours ago, "Babe, wake up. Bill Belichick coaches college football today," with a picture of Belichick with a big smile on his face. You know, I didn't even know he had teeth, but he was smiling in this picture. And then TCU, right after the game ended last night, retweets it and says, "Babe, go back to sleep." Yeah, Deadspin was all excited about Belichick coaching football, and then they scored a touchdown.
Deadspin's a thing still?
Scored a touchdown, I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
They had turned into like extreme, like ridiculous clickbait for a while. So I think I blocked them on everything. I don't think I can see it. Like it was like extreme, just like race baiting, like for absurd things and everything. Like it was weird. Yeah.
The only reason I'm seeing it is because TCU retweeted it. I'm seeing the retweet here. So, anyways, yeah, Belichick, not a great debut. Not a great. Please.
I think that's how you use it.
Yeah. Yep. Not a great debut for Belichick last night. The one thing that irked me about that game, we'll get to Steve Smith here in a second. He had some nice things to say about the Texans wide receivers on his podcast with James Palmer, friend of the show. After the first touchdown, they could not stop showing, Michael Jordan and Lawrence Taylor and Randy Moss and Mia Hamm and all the stars that are in attendance at the game. And then, by the early in the third quarter, it's 27-7. I'm like, show them now. They were showing Jordan Hudson, Seth. They were showing. I'm like, show them now. What are they doing now that it's 27-7? That's what I'm curious about. Anybody can be shown when your team is scoring a touchdown. I want to know what they're doing. I want to know what they're doing when one of the first plays of the second half is a 75-yard touchdown to the house. That's what I want to know. Because if I had to guess, I would guess that most of these fair-weather a-holes probably bailed and are in the parking lot tailgating or on their way home at that point.
They're almost Bill Belichick is almost like he's trying to turn UNC into a more extreme version of what they already are, which is known way more for their basketball than their football, obviously. But now, get it to a point where it's like Georgetown or something, where the football team is an extreme afterthought, not even in the same division. He's going to get UNC relegated to Division D3. 2 or Division 3 if he doesn't get his act together.
That's it,
It'll be one of these schools, they get Division 1 other sports, but football is Division 3.
What'll be real interesting, I think his next two games are against, FCS schools in that part of the country, like Richmond or Furman or schools like that. That'll be interesting if all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter, he's in a dogfight with the University of Richmond. That would be...
Lose to Richmond, man. People at UNC are going to be so, I don't know, mildly peeved or something.
The people cutting the check won't be.
Yeah, a lot of the NIL collective types. Yes. Yeah, that old tobacco money, Those old tobacco owners, they don't cotton to Yankees coming down and ruining their football team like that.
You got that right, man. You got that right. So Steve Smith, who knows a little something about the state of North Carolina, he played most of his football career there, wide receiver, does a podcast with James Palmer. And Steve Smith was at Texans joint practice covering the Panthers, and he was very impressed by what the Texans have put together in their receiving core.
And if this offense takes a step, as a whole, I think it'll be a big part of that will be Nico. But you're right, that competition's kind of cool, Steve, because somebody might be saying to you, keep an eye on Jaden.
They didn't say – that's all they said. They said, man.
I know. I'm trying to decipher it, though.
I said competition. And it was pretty – and then I was at practice, and I was like, oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
The little jitterbug, no. Oh. Higgins. Yeah. Oh. Hutchinson. Yeah. Oh.
Hutchinson's surprising some people, I was told.
Yes. And you know who else is Christian Kirk is surprising people as well. But again, he made himself expendable a little bit in Jacksonville because of injuries.
Yeah. Because that offense did run through him, but he couldn't stay on the field.
Yeah.
So Steve Smith, Seth.
That was almost verging on Bryce Young type creepiness.
I was a little bit. Oh.
Ben, do you have Steve Smith gushing over Bryce Young? Just to remind the listeners.
He might be able to go find it. Yeah.
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
It surprised me that he was almost it sounded like he was caught by surprise by Jalen Noel, because I remember he was very, very bullish about Jalen Noel. He liked Jalen Noel a lot when he was doing his pre-draft evaluations. And it is true. I think, again, if you're outside looking in, you talk about the competition at wide receiver with the Texans, and because they didn't have a first-round pick at wide receiver, they don't have name-brand guys or anything, because Christian Kirk is largely kind of an afterthought. You look at the depth of the wide receiving right now, and regardless of how good any one of those non-Nico Collins guys does individually, I don't feel like, the last 2 years by the postseason, they're out there running on fumes with the wide receiving core. And C.J. Stroud last year especially, he's got pass protection issues, and he's trying to figure out if Robert Woods can somehow get open versus that Kansas City secondary. It was a mess. The fact that they were in that game at all, in a lot of respects, was kind of surprising, given what he was working with at that point. So the depth, when you talk about the competition, it's not like they're competing to be all pro or anything, but you've got multiple guys that would be justifiably starters. That if you go into a game, I think by the time those rookies get their feet wet and come around, then you've got more than 3 guys that you would feel good about starting in a game, and that really would have been nice to have the last couple of years in the postseason.
They signed Deontay Johnson. That's how desperate they were at wide receiver at the end of the season.
And I talked myself into Deontay Johnson. That's how desperate I was.
Yeah.
Ben was ready. I was ready for the explosion.
Ben was able to find the Steve Smith audio that you wanted, Seth. Creepy.
Is this Steve Smith talking about Bryce Young or Jaden Higgins?
Everything that I've seen out of there, for me, I've seen bigger, more athletic quarterbacks not be able to anticipate the throw. That's not a knock on anybody, so before people start tweeting, you know who I'm talking about. I'm just talking overall in this evaluation process of a guy who's smaller in the measurables but has the heart and the desire to play. Man, I just sat there and watched you, and I'm 44, I'll be 44 years old. I could have got out there and ran those routes just the way you were guiding the ball. It was remarkable. Jeez. I'm just like, I can lace them up. I can't do nothing, but it just sure looked good watching it, man. What a wonderful, wonderful display of why you deserve to be the first overall quarterback to be picked in this year's draft.
The most uncomfortable part was when he put his hand on Bryce Young's knee when he was saying that. He may or may not have done that. I don't know. He's sitting right next to him.
That was okay. No, he was more over the top with Bryce Young. But he was impressed. He was impressed, and he acknowledges being surprised that there was a lot of competition in the wide receiver room.
It was the stretch where he goes, Jalen Noel. Oh, Jaden Higgins. Ooh.
You know what it is? I think it's for the undersized guys. Jalen Noel is what really got him going. And for Bryce Young, too, because Steve Smith was an undersized guy.
Yes.
So I think when he sees undersized guys, he starts to think of his own, the way he had to operate and everything. He gets excited.
Yeah.
Gets the juices flowing.
Big time.
So to speak.
Big time. Yeah, quite literally. So that was good to hear. Steve Smith, people are texting in, oh, great, we're trusting the home wrecker's opinion on the wide receivers. Look, Steve Smith has things going on in his personal life. That's his business. It doesn't affect his ability to evaluate wide receivers, okay?
Yeah. I don't think we're going to start acting like there aren't some really super successful people with really effed up home lives.
If we're digging into the personal lives of everybody who disseminates opinions, there's going to be very few opinions to listen to out there anymore.
Yeah. How am I supposed to trust the opinion of this person in football who had extramarital relations?
Right.
I'm not asking him for marriage advice, man.
No.
I'm asking him to talk about wide receivers. You act like it was about. How did Steve Smith end up being are you claiming that he wasn't even a good receiver in the NFL?
Yeah.
Because maybe he didn't have a pristine home life or something? My God. Mm-hmm. Get your mind out of the gutter, you sicko. Okay. Yeah, you just got to always go there, don't you? You perv.
I didn't mean for that to happen. All right, Pettycast time. It would appear we're ready to be petty right now.
Oh,
I think we're primed and ready to go.
Oh, I'm so ready.
So ready. I'm Steve Smith level of ready, baby. All right, we got a good Pettycast for you. College football is conducive to pettiness. We've got a great Pettycast for you lined up next. Stay there.
We've primed the pump because we were just playing a clip from the Underdog podcast.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, petty cast time. Text in your petty, 713-572-4610. I'm being petty as we sit here in the studio. I'm being petty, just cackling at the complete and utter failure of North Carolina last night against TCU. Very first play of the second half, 75 yards to the house for TCU, and they went 48-14.
Was that first play special teams or first play from scrimmage?
First play from scrimmage, yeah. They kicked it out of the end zone, so it was a touchback. They started at the 25-yard line, and the dude took it 75 yards on the first play, first offensive play of the half.
What if Jordan Hudson dumps him midway through the season?
Would that shock you?
On a tear?
Would that shock you if she?
It would shock me because they seem to be financially entangled at this point.
Yeah, well, at least
she also
administratively for sure.
She seems like she might be the kind of person that has her ducks in a row when it comes to that entanglement.
Oh, yeah.
Like she's got a real estate portfolio supposedly worth a few $1 million.
Yes.
Who knows? Who knows what the hell's going on with all of that?
Yeah, they showed her at least once in the first half. They didn't show anybody in the second half except the carnage that was going on the field. All right, let's get on with the petty cast. Before we get to the audio, one other college football thing from this weekend, and maybe I'm being petty, Seth, because my team was on the wrong end of this particular game. But Michael Irvin at this Miami game, your guy, Ben, Michael Irvin, Ben Gary, our producer, is a Miami Hurricane. I'm cool with the celebrities being on the sideline at these games. Like, I have no issue with that at all. Like, a lot of them stand kind of away from the team, down in the end zone, whatever. I think it's cool, actually. It gives the game a bigger feel. Michael Irvin hanging out in the bench area with all the players, hugging and high-fiving them as they're coming off the field, literally like 10 feet away from Mario Cristobal. You're the creepy college kid back on spring break hanging out at the high school, Michael Irvin. That's what you are. When you're here hugging players after a touchdown.
I don't know.
Dapping them up and handshaking them and everything.
I think that I'm guessing that Michael Irvin, I bet Cristobal has Michael Irvin there somewhat regularly to talk, maybe. So it's kind of almost like if JJ or Andre Johnson is doing it, Andre especially, because Andre's around the team a lot more than JJ is.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it as long as that it's not a one-off thing. That it wasn't like Michael Irvin gave the speech on Friday night, so now all of a sudden he's a fixture on the sideline.
I don't know. A lot of these Miami guys have been backing away from the program until they get back to being a regular championship caliber team. So I don't know if he's there. I have no idea if he's there all the time. Michael Irvin. I just think it's a petty cast, so I'm being petty about this.
Yeah, you're petty about that. Yeah. Well, and especially it was it was your big rivalry.
That's right. Yeah, I was on the wrong end of it. I didn't like it.
You're the most petty of that.
And
you had to sit there and watch Michael Irvin enjoy life at your expense.
Correct.
How dare he?
Correct. Yeah. It's creepy. there's ways to enjoy life where you don't have to look like a creeper hanging out with the college kids.
So you guys, where's 2 Live Crew playing tonight? What's up?
Right.
You guys are doing all the same stuff I used to do when I was in college, right? Right?
All right, let's get to some of the audio because I don't know that we're going to get to all of it, and there's stuff that we absolutely have to get to. Here's Dan. This is a quick one. Dan Orlovsky yesterday, we talked about this. People giving Arch Manning a pass on his poor performance against Ohio State.
I would say this. Arch Manning and Sark got Bill Belichick. And I know Coach Belichick plays tonight. Arch will not see another defense that is as sophisticated, as complicated, as much they changed pre-snap to post-snap. I'm not telling America that Arch didn't have some misses. Of course he had some misses. Mechanically, he got worse as the game went on. That game, in specific to Arch, went the way it did because of Matt Patricia for Ohio State and that Ohio State secondary.
Okay, so this is the thing to know. It's okay because it was hard. That's why he was missing the really easy throws, because it was hard. Listen, this is the problem. You called him a generational talent. You guys have dug your own graves on this. You can't be bolstering and lifting some guy up, talking like he's the next Peyton Manning and a generational talent, and then tell everybody to just calm down and, just let's look at the sum total of things before we rush to judgment. You've been rushing to judgment all preseason long, and now you're telling people not to rush to judgment?
Yeah.
How dare you, Orlovsky?
Yep.
How dare you?
Yep.
Yes.
Giving Arch a pass. And that.
Listen, guys. What you need to understand about why he couldn't throw the ball accurately 5 yards is that it was hard.
Yeah.
And when things get hard, you know what they say: the generationally talented quarterbacks fold up like a tent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Sure.
That's the old saying. The whole thing at the beginning about him getting Belichicked did not age very well over the last 24 hours. Yeah. Getting Belichicked now means you give up 48 points. You're able to go get 48 points against that defense.
Hey, now Belichick, those Patriots teams every now and then, seemed like every other year they were getting destroyed by Kansas City early in the season. Winning a Super Bowl later on.
Belichick's trying to figure out who his team is, yeah. This is Johnny Manziel on with Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco. And, this is the definition of petty right here.
I sit here today and I go back and forth with, am I going to let Cleveland off the hook and just, let it go? Or am I going to sit here with hate and animosity in my heart for the rest of my life? And I finally sit here today and I'm like, it, I think I'm going to be pissed at them and hate them forever. So it is what it is, man. No love for the Browns. I'm rooting for 0-16 seasons every season.
Yeah. Johnny. So Johnny's obviously petty towards Cleveland. That's part of it. This little podcast tour that he's kind of been on over the last couple of years, where it just seems to be like this is the new story of how big a loser I was for a few years, is getting very tired to me.
He also, it started off as him taking accountability for it, and now it seems to whiplash back into him pointing the finger about it was his circumstances. And everybody loves hearing a rich kid talk about how bad his circumstances were.
Yeah.
What with getting drafted in the first round and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Boy, you sure had it rough. And, go ahead and hate the Browns, because I'm sure it wouldn't have ended up, I'm certain in Dallas it would have gone swimmingly.
Or any other city. I mean, this just in, a lot of the cities in the NFL are boring. He told us a story on that podcast yesterday, or maybe this might have been when he was on with Braylon Edwards somewhere, his former teammate there, and they were talking about how they would leave after film on Monday, fly to South Beach, spend their off day in South Beach, and fly back late Tuesday night to be back in time for practice on Wednesday, because Cleveland is so boring. And Johnny has turned into a combination of telling everybody why Cleveland, the city, and how boring it was part of the reason why he was so bad in the NFL. And then also just sharing these stories where he seems like he's bragging about what a loser he was for about 3 or 4 years. And I, look, if he straightened his life out, great. His documentary he did on Netflix, it seemed like he figured some things out, but he was still sitting around smoking weed with his buddies all day,
Remember that he was all upset about the way Brian Hoyer was mean to him in meetings? Because, Brian Hoyer would notice that Johnny hadn't opened up the playbook a single damn time or looked at his iPad once and all of that stuff. He's a perpetual victim. Yeah,
he is. All right, so Johnny petty about Cleveland, us petty about Johnny. All right, this might be the first ever Pettycast sort of montage, Seth, where these are all about the same thing. That Alabama-Florida State game, which was one of it was a big upset this weekend, at least according to the spread. This is first Brian Kelly, whose LSU team finally won their season opener. So Kelly goes on Feinbaum yesterday. Feinbaum, a noted Alabama honk, at least in the eyes of many. This was Brian Kelly taking a jab at Paul Feinbaum at the beginning of their conversation.
Coach, congratulations. I know there's always a next game, but this one had to be pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but you know me, Paul. I've been on this show whether I've won games or lost games. And, you had a tough loss this weekend, and you came on the show, so I appreciate that. So I think you and I both understand in this business, you get good days, you got bad days.
Okay, so jab at Alabama homer Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, I'm petty towards Brian Kelly for not having enough of a jab in his. That wasn't a big enough jab. That wasn't like a Lane Kiffin type of jab at Paul Feinbaum.
No, that was a Montgomery Burns jab. Like he's
that wasn't an acid wit or anything like that.
No, but definitely a lot of petty woven into it.
Was he smiling when he said it, or did he look like he kind of just really meant it?
Little smirk. Yeah. I mean, there's very few people more petty than Brian Kelly out there, so that was definitely petty. This is where it gets good, okay? So on Feinbaum's show, got done speaking with Brian Kelly, and then he starts taking phone calls. I don't listen to Feinbaum's show nor watch it. I just know the ethos of it from having seen clips on the internet and whatnot. It's very, it's SEC country. It's what put Feinbaum on the map was all these callers. They have a caller named Legend. It's his nickname. He's a big Alabama fan. He was not happy with how things went on Sunday against Florida State, or Saturday against Florida State.
It was bad enough that I had to go on Maury Povich last year before the nation and say that Vandy was my daddy. That was bad enough. But now there's a part 2 to Legends football nightmare. I just got my ass run over by the Gus bus. The friggin' Gus bus just ran my ass over. I guess it's true what they say, Paul. The Gus bus wheels do go round and round. I've never seen a team more softer, more pathetic in all my life. 12 missed tackles last year in the worst game. 14 missed tackles in this game. They said 20 plays where players didn't even care, didn't even chase after the play. Where's the pride? Where's the passion? Where's the friggin' tradition? The pride of wearing the damn A jersey. Where is it? That was friggin' pathetic, dude.
The Gus he's referring to is Gus Malzahn, who is the OC now for Mike Norvell at Florida State. The Gus bus was working on Saturday.
How would that
sure.
it sounded like he was reading. I feel like on the Rome on the smack off that actually wouldn't do all that well.
Oh, he might have gotten run if Rome thought he was reading, he would have gotten the buzzer dropped on him for sure.
Yeah.
Although the energy was pretty good on that call, I got to say.
Yeah, the energy was good.
Yeah.
The way he was a little too dad jokey for me.
Yep.
The wheels on the Gus bus go round and round.
Yeah.
I could have done without that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry, Sean. I've been spoiled by doing a show with a 5-time Smack Off Award winner.
I get it. I understand.
So sometimes when somebody goes on a rant, I'm kind of like, all right, well, how does this compare to some of Sean's national championship winning efforts?
Halloween, by the way. Smack Off is on Halloween this year. Yep.
If you ever need to take time off to do that, because they have, go for it.
Oh, no. Rome show's in the afternoon now. No, it's all good, man. Yeah, no, I'm not missing the show. So that was Bama caller Legend on the Feinbaum show. The final piece of the trifecta of Alabama-Florida State Pettycast material. This is pretty good. T-Bob Hebert, former LSU offensive lineman, son of the Cajun legend Bobby Hebert, quarterback of the Saints back in the day. He started to carve out a real nice piece in the media world. I think he's with the Barstool guys now. He was on some podcast with 4 other people, and they turned the floor over to him at the beginning of this thing. And as you can imagine, a former LSU offensive lineman who had to live under the specter of Nick Saban for all those years, and Alabama patting all the other SEC kids on the head and saying, "Nice game, fella." Bobby Hebert went off, or T-Bob Hebert went off yesterday.
Alabama is officially dead. Dead. It's over. It's over, Alabama. You sucking pieces of you cocky penthouse living mother used to sit up there and used to piss on all of us. When you beat us, you would say, "Oh, well, you should be happy. You put up a good fight." But you your time. Now you're down here in the suck. How does it feel? And the best part is, I know it feels worse for you than it feels for us because you're not used to being here. For 20 years, you have lived a charmed existence where everything revolved around you. Everything you had, you got. Everything you wanted was at the tips of your fingers. You never had to worry about entering a single weekend. And now, every weekend, you're going to feel the existential threat of losing games that you didn't have to think twice about in the past. And so you have this standard that is so out of touch with reality. You're like a trust fund kid that is bankrupt, and that makes me happy. And again, I hope that I can bathe in your tears. I will cover myself in them. I will be consumed by them. I will drink them them out and drink my own urine just to enjoy your pain again. So get ready, because guess what? You spend a lot of time at the top, but it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. Is it, motherfucker? You, Alabama.
that is a smack. If you were allowed to curse, if you were allowed to curse in the smack off, that would win. That was incredible.
Good.
Yeah.
He got to LSU a few years after Saban was gone. I think 2007 was his first year.
Yeah, he was a Les Miles guy.
Yeah. So there's that extra little animosity, I suppose, probably.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah. It is. Okay. I honestly, watching the Patriots' downfall was not as much fun as I thought it would be. And part of it is that at the end of the day, Boston is still more of a baseball town than a football town. And I feel like those people up there live and die with the Red Sox more so than they do the Patriots. It was almost like the entire time they just kind of felt like, oh, cool. Yeah, we're awesome at football. Yeah, great. Well, and it was annoying. But they don't seem as crestfallen that the Patriots are miserable right now. Where an Alabama fan, I mean, that's what you live for. That's your entire existence. That's how you've named your children. For 27% of Alabamans. This is probably going to be a lot of fun to really watch them come to terms with reality.
Oh yeah, there's nothing else there. It's Alabama football. There's nothing to move on to if you're down there, for sure. So there's your Pettycast for today, man. That was strong. T-Bob Hebert. If we were keeping clips around for the Pettycast, if we did a Petty tournament at the end of the year like we plan to do for Take-A-Mania, that T-Bob Hebert one, man, that was
We can do that. We should. That sounds like a good. We always do a bad job of planning for January 1st and doing like a New Year's type of. And it's just so easy and fun to do it because it's still smack dab in the middle of the NFL. I guess is the problem. But maybe on January 1st, if you and I both work on that holiday, then we'll do something. We'll do some of this stuff.
Sounds good. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. D'Amico Ryans, message to the rookies, and how is Nick Caley? What's the feeling on Nick Caley? Nick Caley's first game, calling the plays, pushing the buttons, is coming up on Sunday. How's D'Amico feeling about all that? We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Hey, if you have been in an accident that was not your fault, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. I know you got a lot of questions. You got a lot.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think I got under the skin of a Miami fan with my Michael Irvin creeper high school guy take. Yeah, texter. Shut up, Pendergast. Okay, let me stop there. At least he spelled my name right. Oftentimes when people are mad at me, they're like, shut up, Pendergast, or Pendy. Mm-hmm. They do Pendy. So he says, shut up, Pendergast. Your team lost, crybaby. Look at the numerous videos of Irvin coaching the wide receivers.
There you go. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to look at those videos. How do you like that, Texter?
You're a hater.
Yeah,
you're a hater.
Yeah.
You're jealous.
That's right.
Dang it.
I was on
I'm still
Sunday.
trying to mull over the person that thinks we shouldn't listen to the football opinion of various people who've had issues in their personal life. Yeah. I'm trying to okay, man, how far am I going to try to wrench this Venn diagram apart? Bill Belichick broke up a marriage when he was an assistant coach with the Giants.
Right.
Do all of a sudden I have to disregard anything Bill Belichick ever says about marriage or about football? Certainly about marriage, yes, but about football?
We had a texter say, it's not like you're sending somebody to the Rashee Rice driving school, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Yes. If you tell me, I will not take advice from Rashee Rice about how to behave after an accident.
After an accident, right.
Running away on foot, for one, I can't take that advice.
No.
However effectively Rashee Rice ran away from that accident, I would have been caught right quick. I would have been trying to climb over the embankment or something. I'd be like, it's not worth it.
Same.
Not worth it at all. Rashee Rice was like 3 miles away.
Oh, dude.
Within 15 minutes of that accident.
Running a fourth.
Old Sethers would have been stopping in the convenience store for a giant Gatorade.
Oh, yeah. I'd have run 100 yards and be like, take me away, boys. Let's go. All right, D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday, was asked, what is your message to this rookie class as they get ready to embark on their first season?
Yeah, Kim, the message is really simple. Like, you played football before. Don't overthink it. Like, you play football since, I always say, guy, you played football since you were like 6 years old. So just because it's now your first time in the NFL, I tell our guys, somebody has to be Rookie of the Year. Somebody has to go out and play well as a rookie. Someone will. Why is it not you? So get rid of all the rookie jitters, all the emotions, like go play ball, go do what you've been trained to do your entire life, and that's have fun playing football. You do that, block out all distractions, do what you've been taught to do, you'll go out and play well.
My favorite part of that was someone's got to be Rookie of the Year. I love that.
It's coming from a former defensive Rookie of the Year.
Bingo, yep.
How about that? That's, like when he can talk from – now, D'Amico probably never brings it up that he was a defensive Rookie of the Year, but he, he speaks from experience. He can come in and just don't overthink it, go out and play football. He brought this up specifically when talking about Jalen Noel a couple weeks ago, that he's told Jalen Noel, hey, man, just go out and play football. And it's interesting because at slot receiver especially – there's a lot of thinking that goes on. It's a lot of reading coverages. It's a lot more nuanced than what you were doing in college. And Jalen Noel's probably, he's a conscientious young dude. He's probably trying like hell. And at times you start getting into that mode where, when you start thinking too much, you don't go fast enough. And, and then CJ last week in his press conference, it was 2 weeks ago after the Panthers game, he had talked about how he wishes he hadn't taken the advice of all the people who told him how hard it was going to be and how hard you're going to have to work in the NFL, because they almost like put it up on a pedestal and make it seem like it's this, like to crack the code in the NFL, it's just like there's some magical formula and it's only through 19 hours of work per day, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, at the end of the day, it's still football. It's harder in a lot of ways in college, but if you belong there, then you'll be fine with it. Just keep working hard and just doing what you do and just go play football.
Did you have jitters before your first week as a rookie? Do you remember? Do you remember how you?
I remember. Well, my first week that I played in a regular season.
That's what I mean. And like the time we're in right now, like the week leading up to the game. Do you remember?
Yeah, I didn't have jitters until my D-line coach talked to me the night before the game and kind of, what did he say to me? I remember he was old school, John Pease. He was an awesome guy, but basically made it seem like, well, I know, hey, listen, I just hope that you don't really, really hurt the team. And I was like, oh, I was actually feeling kind of confident until you said that. And I was and I think he was doing it for a purpose. He really liked me, and I think he was like whatever head game he was trying to play with me. I think it probably worked because it made me feel that much more desperate. But I think I went in a little tense because of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's wild.
No, I was nervous every single game I ever played until somewhere around midway through my career. I realized, man, I'm burning too much energy being nervous. And then I turned into the most relaxed person who ever lived before games, and I started playing a lot better. It was actually in my 5th season in the NFL. I said, you know what? No, I'm gonna actually enjoy playing football, and I'm actually gonna have fun during warm-ups, and I'm gonna have fun and look forward to it. And I became a completely different football player because I went out looser and more relaxed and had more energy in the fourth quarter.
That's good advice, man. That's cool. That's really cool.
Well, it's tough. It's because a lot of football players, especially more so than in any other sport, because we've watched so many stupid movies, we think that you got to be, if you got to be, the movie version of pumped up and everything for 3 straight hours before the game.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the opposite of how most people should operate.
And I think football too, there's such a scarcity of games. And it's probably so different for like baseball and basketball. In baseball, you got 162 games. If you're going through that like psych up thing for 162 games, you're going to burn out by July.
Right.
And so like
that's what they used to say about Roger Clemens though too. Is that he would when he was a young pitcher, they're like, oh, he won't be able to keep that up, and he did. He was extreme in that regard.
But a little different for starting pitchers because they only play 30 games the whole year.
Which is you're right. But even by pitcher standards, they were saying that. About for a position player, 100%.
Yeah.
I always wondered about that, like what it's like stepping out on a baseball field 162 times per year. Well, nobody does that anymore, but 150 times a year.
Yeah.
Like that, it's something more than practice, and yet at the same time, you're doing it every single day. You have more baseball games than NFL players have football practices.
Yes.
That you got to come to some kind of an even keel there where you're appropriately motivated, but just do it. That's why they talk about it so much in baseball is just keeping an even
long
keel.
Season, for sure. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Is Nick Caley, new offensive coordinator, is he ready to go?
Caley is ready to go. Caley's been through a ton of situations all through training camp, all through OTAs. We've been through a lot of different situations. He's called a ton of plays throughout the offseason, throughout training camp, in the preseason games. He has reps on task, so he's ready to go.
And then flash forward to Saturday night, and D'Amico's going to walk up to Nick Caley after the team dinner and say, I just hope you don't hurt the team. Don't embarrass me out there, Kales.
I know.
Okay?
Look, you're my second hire, man. Like I got to get this one right.
There's a lot riding on this, Caley. Can you just not suck? Okay,
I
don't have great expectations for you, but could you just not suck? Could you do that for me?
There's a lot riding on this. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the variations to the O-line. Talking a little O-line with D'Amico.
We'll have some different variations to our offense, whether that's the mechanics at the line of scrimmage, checking plays, changing protections, whatever that looks like, whatever it entails, we'll be ready to go. CJ's done a great job with the protection scheme of getting guys in the right place, adjusting when he needs to adjust. Just a matter of him being able to see it the right way, see it the same as the offensive line is seeing it. As long as we have 11 guys on the same page, ball snap, let's go play.
Yeah, dude, this whole operation I am super intrigued by on Sunday.
Well, honestly, even if CJ didn't have control at the line, as much control at the line of scrimmage as they're giving him right now, the methodology of them getting up to the line of scrimmage, where they've been consistently up at the line with more than 15 seconds left on the play clock, you think about the challenge a quarterback faces when you're coming up to the line, you've got 5 or 6 seconds to get the snap off, and everything that's going on with the O-line making their pass protection calls, how it ends up with where even if on paper CJ should know where the unblocked defender is, everything's happening so fast. You're not going to have that issue as much this year, I don't think. And it's because CJ's integrally involved in the pass protection and changing it, getting it right. You can have it. You can know where the problem areas are, even if it's not an unblocked defender. Just who's got the toughest task And which, all right, I might not feel about, okay, boy, we got Ariante Ursu with no help versus Jared Verse, that you're aware of that before the snap. I think that's it's going to be a cleaner operation. I think CJ is going to be able to manage his risk a little bit better this year. And then you add on to it that, he's involved in the pass protection. He can get guys to the areas that need it. I'm very optimistic that it's going to be better pass protection this year. When it comes down to the individual players on the offensive line, I think that not all those guys are going to play like Pro Bowlers. There's still going to be some issues, but it's going to be cleaner than it was last year.
Last one from D'Amico. What does he like about the offense? What has he seen that he likes throughout training camp with this offense?
What I've liked about our offense is I really like just how detailed our guys are. Our guys they're on it. When it comes from a schematic standpoint, there are not a ton of missed assignments. Guys are playing fast. Guys are playing together. And that's the main thing that I want to see, guys playing together. No hesitation, playing fast. Our brand of football is play fast, play relentless, it's swarm. And that's what I want to see from the offensive side of the ball. We've seen that from the defensive side, special teams. Now the offense just play that way, and think K-Lee gives us the best. He's given us the best chance to play that way.
I think it's pretty clear that D'Amico Ryans listens to Payne and Pendergast because that's what we've been saying all offseason long is look, you've got swarm on the defensive side of the ball. You've got swarm on special teams. Can we get a little bit of swarm on offense?
Yeah.
The thing I'm excited about is I think the mentality has already changed and shifted in a lot of ways on offense. And we knew before they had guys who were swarm worthy, just not enough of them, and then they weren't put in the right positions. I think this year it's kind of it's a deal breaker if you're not playing like a swarm type of guy.
Yeah.
You just no. Hey, Laramie Tunsil, great. You're great in pass protection. Cool. You know what? You are the opposite of swarm. You are finesse.
Mm-hmm.
You are an artful pass defender. You're a emotionally uninvolved run blocker. You're a grudging run blocker. No, that doesn't fit what we want to do. The first and foremost, you got to have guys who have a swarm mentality. So I like that. Doesn't mean that they're going to be awesome automatically, but it's going to be a hell of a lot. It's going to be a hell of a lot easier to want them to do well when they play that type of football.
We've seen a lot of athletes leave this city, via free agency or trade or whatever. And I'm not just talking Texans. I'm talking Rockets, I'm talking Astros, and I may sit down and try to chicken scratch this list together today. I don't know that there's one higher up the list of ones I am most watching and rooting for a certain outcome for of all the ones that have been let go than Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. And I'm not rooting for a good outcome. I want the Texans to be vindicated in this trade for Laramie Tunsil. I want the city of Washington to get the same 19 penalties, preventing the same 120 yards, I think was the number Ross Tucker gave us earlier, of offense.
Taking points off the board.
Turning 3rd and 4 into 3rd and 19. I need Washington to get the same Laramie Tunsil experience that we got for the last several years.
You know what we are? We're like our grandparents who lived through the Great Depression, and you never quite got or understood how they were so damn stingy and how they watched every little penny. What, Grandma, what the hell? It's because we didn't know. We didn't live through it. We can read about it.
Yeah.
We can do it, but we didn't live through the Great Depression. When it comes to pre-snap penalties, we lived through the Great Depression, and nobody understands what it was like. They just don't. They don't know what it's like to see that yellow flag on the ground after a big play on offense and know that it's going to be Laramie Tunsil, and then know that Laramie Tunsil is not going to be accountable for it. That after the game, he's going to make some vague accusation about it being the center's fault, or that the refs are out to get him, or whatever it might be. They just don't know.
Or he'll tweet out a picture of his autographed cleats by Beyonce.
After having 3 pre-snap penalties in a game.
Game they lost 31-2 on Christmas Day. Yeah.
Have a good time with that, but I'm sure this is the year Cliff Kingsbury actually ends up being a consistently good offensive coordinator. Yeah.
All right, Payne.
If there's anybody that'll put the fear of life into Laramie Tunsil, it's Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff Kingsbury, you know that. All right, we'll circle back to the Astros in the next segment. If the Astros had to start a playoff series this week, we know who the top 2 pitchers would be. We've seen the audition of all the other ones now. Who would be number 3 for you right now, behind Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez? We'll talk about that We'll recap yesterday. Football talk, by the way, on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Here's the other thing. If you're watching all that football on Paramount Plus, you better have a Prize Picks lineup. Boy, how much fun.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ramon, 4 hits in 15 at-bats against Kikuchi, but 3 of those 4 hits have been home runs. That ball hit pretty well to left. We mentioned Arias only hits home runs against Kikuchi. He's done it again. Ramon Arias, 5 career hits against Yusei, and 4 of them have been home runs. Number 2 is an Astro, makes it 1-0. Altuve bids for a 2-run home run. It's gone! Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 5-run lead. It's now 8-3.
And that's how it would finish, 8-3 the final score. Todd Callis, Space City Home Network on the call. The Astros win 8-3 yesterday. The Mariners lose. So it is a 3-game lead in the AL West for the Houston Astros.
Look, Luis Garcia coming back and looking completely in command and control and having a really good outing. He gave up 3 runs and 3 hits in the game, and it all came in the span of 4 batters in the 4th inning, and it was kind of scary because they were hard hits. Those are not.
2 of them were bombs.
Yeah, they weren't bad luck or anything.
No.
Those were hit hard, and you're thinking, okay, well, you know what? He did pretty well for 3 innings, and this is something to build on. And then he comes back and he goes 2 more innings after that. Doesn't allow any more hits. So, and that's without him being back up to his normal velocity either. So this is after a season in which we've watched returning pitcher after returning pitcher after returning pitcher really struggle in their early outings. This caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting a disaster necessarily, but I definitely wasn't I wasn't salivating over the awesome performance that Luis Garcia was going to have.
No.
That was really clutch by him.
Who's your third guy right now? Let's pretend, Seth, if the season ended today, the Astros would not get a bye in the first round of the playoffs. They would be hosting. Wow. I believe they'd be hosting the Seattle Mariners. At least on the bracket that I saw yesterday, because there's an article I think on The Athletic or maybe MLB. No, it's on ESPN. Where they're ranking all the different races going on right now around baseball. There's some fun races for top seed, or in the case of the the Astros, divisional race. The Astros would be the 3 seed, likely hosting the Seattle Mariners. We know that it'll be Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez in some order, the first 2 guys. Let's pretend in this wild card round they split the first 2 games, and now you got Game 3 at home, and you got to punch out the Seattle Mariners. Who, if you had to right now, who are you trotting out there? I've got my name in my head right now. I'm curious if it's the same, because the choices would be, obviously, Jason Alexander, Christian Javier, in no particular order, Spencer Arrighetti, and then I'll throw Luis Garcia in the mix now. He's right back. His hat is back in the ring, as they say.
This is going to change over time, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm feeling, I know it's one performance, but just by virtue of so far so good, and it's such a better debut.
Hang on, I'm writing the name down now of who my pick is. I'm going to see if it's the same as yours.
Mine's Luis Garcia.
Oh, okay. Mine is Christian Javier. Mm-hmm. Christian Javier. Why Garcia for you?
Honestly, just because I felt like it just seemed like, oh yeah. He's just back out there after 28 months, and he's got command, and he's he looks like a major league pitcher, and he hasn't given me any drama yet. And that's where I'm saying I got to see 2 or 3 more games of it. But if he pitches just like this, if he's somewhere in the low 3s and with the ERA. And he doesn't if he doesn't have any hiccups along the way, I'm just going to feel more like it's for real with him right now.
Yeah.
And then you add into the experience that he has behind it compared to somebody like Jason Alexander. I like that. Now, Javier and the return of the Invisiball is very, very intriguing.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet 100% with Javier and Arrighetti just because, look, they've had more opportunities to have hiccups than Garcia has, but I haven't seen any hiccups out of Garcia yet.
No. That's fair. I think Garcia's not a bad choice at all. The reason I pick Javier is basically just playoff experience. The 2022 postseason that he had. Now, granted, the 2023 postseason was not great for Javier. He was last seen in the postseason getting shellacked in, I think, Game 7 of that series with the Rangers. I don't think he made it out of the second inning. So that's the last time we've seen him in the postseason. But I just can't shake, Seth, the vision of him going out and throwing those 5 or 6 no-hit innings against the Phillies in that 2022 season. I am banking on the upside, and Javier's got the biggest known upside out of all these guys, I think. Javier at his peak was a guy coming into 2023 who was a top 5 or 6 odds board Cy Young guy in a lot of people's eyes. So that's what I'm banking on, that Javier coming out there for Game 3. I'm just glad that there's a conversation about this. I'm just glad you could sit down and make a case for all 4 guys if you wanted to.
Garcia's only gone more than 3 2/3 innings twice in the playoffs. Both times one time he went 5 2/3, the other time he went 5 innings. Gave up 0 earned runs in either of those performances, but he doesn't have a rock solid, like, oh yeah, this guy's been a starter and owned it in the playoffs over and over again. Yeah. So like I said, it's going to change. Come see me in 3 weeks and we'll see how we feel about it. The
answer might end up being a combination of those guys.
Yeah.
One of them is an
especially if you have 6 healthy guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. McCullers at this point, I don't want to see him again.
He's not on the playoff roster right now. I mean, that's not even a hot take. Like he's
right. You can't. You just can't.
He's not one of your 14 best pitchers right now. Mm-hmm. Like starter, or I don't care what the label is for him, starter or reliever. You're going to bring whatever it is, 13, 14 pitchers into the postseason. He is not one of your 14 best options in any role right now, unfortunately. And I hate that for Lance, because he's got great playoff experience too. He's had some real good performances.
We'll see. Look, that was his first go at it as a reliever since 2018. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be different the next couple times they do it.
By the way,
wait.
ESPN.
Can't wait till we just keep playing this.
Should
experiment.
Be fun. Yeah. Somebody says this on the text page, and I agree. Garcia's body looked better than it ever has. Turned that baby fat into lean muscle. He did look trimmed down, I thought, yesterday.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
I didn't know you're more attuned to this stuff than I am typically. But I didn't. I would. Now, part of it might just simply be that he just lost some baby fat. He's 2 years and 4 months older than he used to be.
That's true. Yeah. He hasn't pitched in a long time. People weighing in on this. It's Arrighetti, hands down. He's the best of all the others right now. We don't know what Javier is going to be. We know what he's been, but we don't know what he's going to be now. Look, if you're making an argument that Arrighetti has been monumentally more consistent than Javier since the two of them have come back, I can't agree with you on that. Like, Arrighetti's been a little up and down. I don't know if it's Arrighetti hands down. And Arrighetti's got 0 playoff experience.
No, and also, wait a second. We know what we have in Arrighetti. We didn't even know if he had stayed healthy this season what we had in Arrighetti. Yeah. He made that. He improved a lot over the course of his rookie season, but he still hadn't had. That's like saying you knew what he had in Javier after Javier's first really good year.
I'll read it again. It's Arrighetti hands down. He's the best of all the others right now. We don't know what Javier is going to be. We know what he's been, but we don't know what he's going to be now. So he didn't.
Right, but I'm saying, but we don't know what Arrighetti is either.
Right. Yeah.
What am I misunderstanding?
Well, no. You said that guy said that Arrighetti. We know you were implying that guy said we know what we have in Arrighetti. He didn't say that. Is all I'm.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, because if you're saying what we know what we have. Okay. Gotcha,
I got you. Yeah. I got you. Sorry about that. Someone says Javier, no question, not to be Bagwell, but playoff numbers are on the back of the baseball card. So yeah, that's. But no Garcia weighing in on the text page. I think Garcia, Alexander. I don't know how. Here's an Alexander. I don't know how it is an Alexander. He hasn't given me any reason to take him out. Again, no playoff experience for Jason Alexander.
Honestly, listen, if you're saying you can't figure out why they would go with anybody except any of these guys, I think you're a little bit delusional about what this pitching staff is right now.
Yeah.
This could go either way. Any single one of these guys could fall apart into a million pieces at any given time. I just can't predict which one it's going to be.
Yep.
To be supremely confident that, oh yeah, this guy's the third best guy. I know it. Based on what? Based on what? We have nothing. We have Jason Alexander, great, but he's the best thing I could say is that you're going to get a Garrett Cole type, you're going to get a rejuvenation of a guy at a later age. Charlie Morton is what I meant to say. But it's still a really small sample size. Yeah, it's really encouraging what we've seen, but we know very little about Jason Alexander.
All right, we touched on this article yesterday. I know a lot of you weren't listening because it was a holiday. The Athletic did a poll of 31 coaches and executives on various questions heading into the season. Do their answers imply that we've got a big mismatch in the Rams game at a key area on Sunday? And is the Texans' schedule harder than we're making it out to be this coming season? That is coming up next.
Hey, it's football season. That means it's dip season. Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Red.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And I'm going to let the people weigh in on this, the question we'd asked in the previous segment as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Nick Caserio joins us tomorrow at 7:30 on the show. Penderpool, hypothetically, the Astros are 1-1 in a wild card round series. They've used Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez in games 1 and 2. Who starts game 3? Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Jason Alexander. Those are the 4 choices. I am hitting send. Is there a bias depending on the order you list people in on a
Probably.
poll? I feel like this is something you would know, or that you.
Yeah, it seems like the kind of thing I used to know.
Okay.
I know there's definitely. All I know is that anytime you ask any kind of a poll question, all that stuff matters.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
If there's a way you could randomize it, it might help. I don't know.
Oh,
Whatever.
yeah. There's not. So I'm going to hit send. There we go. Okay. The poll that will change the world right there. All right. The Athletic has an article that's up where they've got 31 coaches and executives who voted on various categories and questions. MVP of the league, starting a franchise from scratch. You can choose 3 quarterbacks. The various best offensive player, best defensive player, and so forth. I'll circle back to those. We hit those pretty heavy yesterday. I thought a couple of the interesting questions, Seth. One plays into the game on Sunday between the Rams and the Texans. The other plays into the Texans' schedule, which I thought was interesting. Before we get into the Rams-Texans angle with this, here was DeMeco Ryans on what it's like game planning against Sean McVay.
Nothing. It's all fresh. It's all let guys go play fast, especially first game. There are a ton of wrinkles. Their guys haven't played in the preseason at all, so it'll be the first time we see their outfit out, and we'll see, how they're utilizing guys, where they're going to use Devontae Adams, how does Puka, what is his role, so it's a lot of unknown, especially with these guys. So, I don't go in trying to figure it all out. I let our guys, do the talking. I let our guys just play ball, play fast, play relentless, and let's see, who comes out on top.
Do we have clarity on whether DeMeco's calling plays or calling the defenses?
Defense?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either,
I think that Matt Burke is I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not sure either.
There never has really been clarity about it. The problem is that they all give the same answer because it's always a committee affair.
Sure.
There's different coaches are responsible for different areas of the field in different situations.
Yeah.
So the question I think is more about how involved is DeMeco going to be on the defensive side of the ball in general?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
as far as what he was talking about there, the question was asked how much does your previous experience with Sean McVay factor into how you game plan against him, and that's why he said nothing or it doesn't at all, whatever he started off that with. I think this is where the analytics does help some, and coaches that know how to use them, is that DeMeco knows that he might have some things in his brain that he thinks he knows about Sean McVay, but he also knows, because he understands the value of analytics, that okay, those are probably my blind spots. And if I have some kind of assumption about the way McVay's going to call a game, that it's better for me to lean on what the analytics folks say his tendencies have been in the last couple of years than anything from back when I faced him.
Mm-hmm.
But then also understanding that in week 1, you throw a lot of that out the window because Sean McVay has been self-scouting his own tendencies in the offseason and thinking, so if you start overthinking or predicting how a coach is going to act in game 1 of the season, especially, you're setting yourself up for an ambush.
I just thought it was interesting on this this exercise that we touched on here that the Athletic did, where they pulled 31 coaches and executives on various categories. 2 of the categories that they asked about were offensive play call. Who's the best offensive play caller? You can name 3. And who's the best defensive play caller? You can also name 3. In this exercise, Sean McVay was the winner of all the offensive play callers. He was named on 25 of the 31 ballots. DeMeco Ryans got 1 vote. Period. 1 vote. So am I to believe that we've got a mismatch here, Seth, in terms of the play callers?
No, I think because if you look at that list, the top 5 defensive play callers all run a 3-4 defense. And I think there's a little bit of a bias there because there's more complexity with a 3-4 defense than there is with a 4-3 or a 4-2. And I think it's more of a – I think if you're going to start getting offended, you got to go down to – was it Green Bay's defensive coordinator? I think was the top vote getter of a 4-3 defense.
Good Hughley, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where you start the competition between 4-3s versus 3-4s.
Yep.
Because the top ones were, if I remember correctly, it was Vic Fangio, Mike McDonald was one of them.
Brian was. I got it right here. It's Fangio was the winner. He was named on 20 of the 31. Then Brian Flores, 16.
3-4 defense.
Steve Spagnuolo, 15. Mike McDonald was 4th. He got 6 votes. And then Vance Joseph was 5th. He got 5 votes, and then Jeff Hafley of Green Bay is 6th on here.
No, I think D'Amico would tell you he doesn't do things. He never wants to be as complex as a guy like Fangio. He just wants his guys to be able to play really, really fast.
Yep.
So there's and then also, I wonder. I was going to say, does him being a head coach or anything affect any of it? I don't think it does. I think it's just a matter of just his chosen methodology. It's not as much about the whiteboard stuff as it is the actual execution on the field.
Yeah, the head coach is Mike McDonald's a head coach. He finished 4th. Todd Bowles was 7th on here, head coach. Vrabel found a couple votes on here. So, yeah. The other thing I thought was interesting is that the Athletic asked these 31 coaches and executives, name 3 teams that will exceed expectations this season. Name 3 teams. The Texans only wound up getting 1 vote in that exercise. That's neither here nor there. They also asked 3 teams that will fall short of expectations. There were only 23 responses on that one. There were only 25 on the first one. Why people?
Because they did this weird. It was like because they were supposed to pick 3, but then the votes don't. I don't get how they did this poll.
Well, so they let some of the coaches and executives. They didn't have to answer every question, and I'm going, why would you not answer that if you're a coach or an executive? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's anonymous, But whatever.
So what did the Texans? How many votes did they get for not meeting expectations?
For falling short, they got 3.
Oh,
what I thought was interesting. They got 3 along with the Cowboys and the Falcons. Those are other teams. Now, what's interesting? A couple things interesting. I'll get to the Texans one in a second. The Lions were named on 16 of the 23 ballots for falling short of expectations.
Yeah,
and I'm guessing that has to do predominantly with them losing both of their coordinators this offseason.
Yeah, you lose both coordinators and both highly regarded guys. Aaron Glenn goes off to the Jets. Ben Johnson goes off to the Bears to be a head coach. And Campbell's not a coordinator on either side of the ball or special teams. So this is a real test for if you're somebody that always thinks you should hire an offensive coordinator as your head coach or what have you. This is twofold. This would be, at the very least, hire a guy that's got expertise on one side of the ball or the other. I mean, I guess you would call him an offensive-minded coach because he was a tight end and a tight ends coach, but he's not. He's known as more just of a complete and total head coach than a coordinator.
Yeah, he's going to fully delegate to both of these guys. It's almost like he's hiring 2 semi-head coaches to work for him.
And then in the offense. It's just the preseason, but for whatever it's worth, the offense did not look good in the preseason. They didn't. If you're a Lions fan and you're like, okay, this is changing, we're losing Ben Johnson, but let's just see some signs of life in the preseason, and they really didn't see that.
If you're botching an offense that has that offensive line, those 2 running backs, that tight end, they got good receivers. They
got Jared Goff. But I don't know. Is Jared Goff a Ben Johnson creation? Or
that's a fair question.
What is Jared Goff at this point?
Fair question. Here's the Texans' angle to this exceeding expectations, falling short of expectations thing. And I'm curious what you think about this, Seth. I think the Texans' schedule, in terms of the opponents, is more difficult than last year. Slightly, maybe. The NFC North was really tough to cross over with, granted, last year. But I think they cross over with both Western divisions, the AFC West and the NFC West, and I don't think there's any patsies in either of those divisions. But I like the way the schedule lays out, that they're not playing 3 games in 11 days, multiple times, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. The exceeding expectations, where they ask guys to pick 3 teams who will exceed expectations, 4 of the top 5 in this poll are on the Texans' schedule. The Cardinals, the Raiders, the Buccaneers, and the Seahawks are all on the Texans schedule, and they were 4 of the top 5 vote getters in teams expected to exceed expectations by this group of NFL people.
I think the Bucs are really interesting to me, and I'm not taking them lightly at all in the Texans' second game of the season. And yet, they've got a offensive coordinator that nobody's ever heard of, and he's replacing Liam Cohen, who took that offense from one of the worst in the league in a lot of respects to one of the best, and got the absolute most out of Baker Mayfield. And you draft Ibuka, you've still got Mike Evans, you got Chris Godwin, however he is coming back from injury. But maybe it's just because of the Bucs that I have a hard time seeing it. And it's weird saying I say just the Bucs because obviously they've won a couple Super Bowls more than the Texans.
Well, and they've made the playoffs with this group a couple of times.
Right. But I think that Liam Cohen was a big part of that. Mm-hmm. And I just it's just hard for me to envision. Their offensive line played really well, but again, I don't know how much of that was Liam Cohen versus just that it's a genuinely good offensive line.
Seahawks are a Monday night game that starts really late, 9 o'clock local time. And then the Cardinals and the Raiders are part of the Texans' schedule down the stretch. They play both those teams at home in December. Do any of those teams?
Kyler Murray kind of just started to look like the best version of himself as the season went on last year.
Yeah, they were 8-9 last year. They weren't a bad football team.
Right. No, they weren't a bad football team at all. I think the Marvin Harrison Jr. supposedly put on like 10 pounds of muscle.
I have him in 2 of my fantasy leagues. I hope he put on.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I have him and Kyler in a couple of leagues, a double dip.
The ones that concern me the most are the good, solid teams that you face on the road when it comes to the Seahawks and the Broncos especially, just because those are hard places to play.
Here.
The Broncos are in Houston. That's right.
Broncos are here, yeah
I'm less worried about the Broncos on the road than now, Sean.
Yeah.
The Seahawks, most notably, obviously the Ravens and the Chiefs, that's a given.
Yeah.
I would not sleep on the Seahawks and the difficulty of playing them, especially a defense, a good defense Seahawks in Seattle. There's a reason that they got to steal that slogan from Texas A&M.
Yes.
That 12th man is the real deal out there. It's a rough place to play for a quarterback.
Yeah, and that'll be a late game on Monday night. That'll be a tough one for sure. Now, the flip side to this, so while the Texans have 4 of their opponents who these group of NFL people have said they expect to exceed expectations, when you're picking teams falling short of expectations, only 2 of the top 10 on there are on the Texans' schedule. The Broncos were named on 5 ballots of teams expected to fall short. The Niners were named on 4. They actually play them in back-to-back weeks. In Week 8 and Week 9, they play the Niners and the Broncos. So of all these teams set that coaches and execs around the league expect maybe to not be as good as we all think they're going to be, the Texans play hardly any of those teams. They're playing way more teams that this group of voters see as having upside as opposed to having downside. So maybe the schedule's a little harder than I'm thinking right now.
And I've still got this pipe dream of this being the year that it all falls apart for the Chiefs somehow. That
alone,
I think their defense is still going to be really good, but I don't think they've really fixed these pass protection issues. And look, Travis Kelce hasn't been the same guy for a couple years now, but he had been able to pour it on in the playoffs a couple years ago. Last year, he poured it on versus the Texans, but that was really the only time. That I hope they can be a nice, respectable team that goes 7-10 based on having a really, really good defense. But that's pretty much the sum total of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll never have to hear about them again.
I'm sure. Yeah. That would be great. I would love it if that Chiefs team you're describing showed up in Week 13 or whatever it is when the Texans play them. I think they play Sunday night in Kansas City. I think it's a Sunday night game. They play the Chiefs this year in December. That would be good if the Chiefs were a little less formidable than they've been in past years. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll hit some more Texans as we go. Good weekend if you're a hater in the college football world. What is our expectation? What's the shelf life of Bill Belichick that we're feeling after 1 week last night against TCU? We'll touch on some of what we saw last night. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, look, if when you're 75 years old, you're coaching a horrible college football team,
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And in my opinion, the way that first half went, it's a big drive for the North Carolina defense.
That was the Capital One rewarding performance, and this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
That was literally Kirk Herbstreit as TCU is coming to the line of scrimmage for the first play from scrimmage of the second half, and he's like, and it's 20-7 at the time. You know, it's still a game. It's still a 2-score game. And Herbstreit's like, it's a big drive for the North Carolina defense here. You know, you got to get off the field. And literally the first play, they hand it to the guy. He goes off tackle to the house. Doesn't even have to juke anybody. Just like it was a 75-yard sprint
It
to
was
the
a
house.
big drive for the. It was a big drive for the UNC defense there.
Yeah,
that was
the game.
that was something big happened. Yeah,
He was right.
That was it. Yep.
He was right. So that's not a just.
Were there any positives to take from UNC's performance?
Well, their first drive was really nice. They like methodically went down the field, 83 yards.
Yeah.
You know, that first drive. Look, we rooted for a team here in Houston, Seth, that for 2 years couldn't score anything on the opening drive with Bill O'Brien as the head coach, and Belichick did you see his play caller is Freddie Kitchens, the old Cleveland Browns coach.
Yeah.
They were able to draw up a nice drive to get 7. They were just not able to draw up anything else good. So I don't think so. If anything, they've probably got a quarterback controversy now. Brad Johnson's kid is the backup quarterback. He used to play at A&M, and he's the backup at UNC, and he actually came in and did some decent things in the second half. But I watched the whole game. There was not a lot good for North Carolina in this game. There was a pick 6. There were deep shots against them. Just not good, man.
Who had a worse? Who would you be more discouraged by if you're equally a fan, as so many people are, of Arch Manning and Bill Belichick? Which of those two do you still feel relatively optimistic about for this season?
Honestly, kind of both of them. But if I had to pick one, I would say Arch Manning, because I think the level of competition that might be the hardest team. I know they're in the SEC.
Yeah,
that might be the hardest game environment he's in all year long.
Well, and especially facing that defense with no film on it beforehand, especially that it wasn't. I can't go where Orlovsky is going and acting like missing simple throws is excusable because it's hard, because that defense was tough.
Yeah.
Like, no, at some point you just got to stand up and not be a horrible quarterback, but it is understandable, and it is his first start. And everything, the infrastructure he has around him, regardless of however you feel about Sarkisian, it's much better than whatever Belichick's working with at UNC.
Well,
in terms of is that the actual talent that he has to work with.
There's a possibility with Belichick that does not exist with Arch Manning, and the possibility with Belichick is that he might either be checked out or will check out at some point and just collect his money and then just leave after a year. Or that he's lost his touch or whatever. Like Arch Manning, I'm guessing is going to do everything he possibly can to live up to the expectations that everybody has for him out there.
Yeah, I guess I'd be really surprised if Belichick checked out emotionally or anything in the middle of
I
the
would
season.
too. No, but I'm saying there's a 0% chance I feel that happens with Arch Manning. With Belichick's 73 years old. He might look around and go, okay, this ain't for me. This is a young man's game.
Yeah, but I guess that would be at the end of the season. Do you think he might do it during the season?
I don't know if he do it during the season. I'm just saying, you're asking me who I feel better about moving forward between those two. For this year.
Yeah, I meant for this season.
For this season, I think he could do it without announcing it. Like, I think they could be 2-7 in week 9 or 10, and he's not going to be the best version of himself the rest of the year. He's like, I got a 24-year-old rocket over here, man. I got $10 million bucks.
I guess I don't know. I have a hard time. I think people continually kind of try to treat Belichick like he's a normal person or something, and where he clearly isn't. I don't think he has that in him. Even if he might physiologically get more tired or something because he can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But I would have a hard time just seeing him just pack it in emotionally.
I would too. I'm not saying it's a favorite. I'm saying there's 0 chance that happens with Arch Manning, and I'm saying there's a 2% chance that happens with Belichick.
Arch Manning could get benched.
Could get benched. Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
He could get benched. I doubt he will, but he could get benched. Yeah. So I would say, how about you? Who do you feel better about?
I feel better about Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know. Look, it's not like I've been following UNC football closely for the last 4 years and can extol exactly why this is going to be the year that they break through or bust through. But it's just he's Belichick started off in the hole just by coaching at UNC.
Yeah.
And it's not the same as, Harbaugh went to Stanford. Stanford gets a different level of recruits than UNC does already. So it was impressive what Harbaugh was able to do at Stanford, but he was doing it with guys like Andrew Luck and what have you.
Yeah.
And Belichick just doesn't have that. I mean, and he's responsible for recruiting and everything. It's hard to envision a huge turnaround.
That conference, too, like if Florida State has actually turned it around like they did against Alabama, you got to go through them. Clemson looks, I know they lost to LSU, but they look more like the old Clemson than they have the last couple of years. So the conference gets a little harder maybe. We'll see. This was a big topic in the game last night, Seth. Now, this was when the score was 41-14. So very few of us were still up watching this game, I'll admit that. But this was making the rounds on social media. Kirk Herbstreit got caught on a hot mic coming back from the break saying something that got people intrigued here. Again, the score is 41-14 at this point. Here is the broadcast coming back from break.
They're bad. Fourth quarter starting here in Chapel Hill.
Okay. So it was construed as him saying, they're bad. Like
I thought he was. It sounded to me like he was saying you're bad, like somebody just made a joke about something.
And that's what they're saying happened. That's what Herbstreit is saying happened. That's what the producer, I guess their producer or their spotter or somebody who's up in the booth with them made some sort of joke. It's not been made clear what joke was made. But Herbstreit, play it one more time, Ben.
They're bad.
That sounds to me.
See, now people wanted to hear they're bad.
And they heard they're bad?
Some people did. Yeah, some people did. It's like that blue dress or gray dress thing going on.
No, that sounds to me like somebody just said something about what they would do to one of the women in the crowd. That's where you're like, shut up. Yeah, come on. I'm wearing a suit here, man. I'm on a mic. We're back. Yeah.
But, I'm looking at the tweet that I pulled this from, posted 11 hours ago. So about the time that this was happening, Barstool Sports, quote, they're bad. Kirk Herbstreit caught on hot mic.
Really?
Yes.
And, he clearly says you're, right? Can you play that again?
They're bad.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, but I can see why if you heard they're bad first, I can totally see that. Okay, one more time, Ben.
One more time, Ben.
They're bad.
Oh. Yeah.
What is it? What is that thing? The visual thing? It's a blue dress and the gold dress thing going on, right?
Or it's like the old lady and the young. When there's a silhouette, you see one side, and that's what you see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I can hear both. Now that I've heard they're bad. Okay. One more time, Ben.
They're bad.
Well, Sean was laughing. One more time.
They're bad.
All right. That does sound more like they're bad.
Really?
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay, Ben,
it's not clear enough, though, for me to say definitively one way or the other.
Right. Ben?
They're bad.
Oh, the dress is gold, man. It's a gold dress.
You're bad. They're bad. Oh.
That got a lot of
I feel like the tone of voice is still like you're bad, like you made a dirty joke.
I believe Kirk Herbstreit when he says that. You know.
That's either you made a really dirty joke or you said something like really clever but petty about something else. Yeah. That's what I'm usually saying during the petty cast when I'm kind of shocked by how petty you're being. I'm like, you're bad. Yeah.
You're bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it sounded so familiar. After further review, the play is confirmed. He said "you're." That's a text.
Okay. I wonder if people are split on this.
Yeah. Well, so far 2 votes on the text page with "you're." You're bad. I haven't gotten any there yet.
I think I'm falling down towards your bad, but I can totally see why people could have heard that as their bad.
Yeah. The lesson in all this is be careful. The mics are hot. You never know.
Yeah. Was there anybody? So during the game, other than that first drive, was there any point where you thought, "Oh, okay, well, you know what? With a few different bounces of the ball or something." Just they're bad.
Nope.
You agree with Herbstreit.
I agree with Herbstreit. I agree with the blue dress Herbstreit. Yes, they're bad. No, I had TCU. The spread was 3.5. I bought it down to 3 just in case it was a close game at the end. Even after the first drive, once TCU that was the first drive of the game. Once TCU got the ball and I watched them kind of operate, I don't even know if they scored on their first drive, TCU. I was not nervous at all. You could see what was happening in the trenches in that game, Seth, and you could see defensively, like, okay, they're not ready. This is not a Belichick. Yeah. This is not a Belichick defense. I was never concerned. Maybe after the first drive, because we had yet to see TCU get on the field. UNC just marches down and scores. I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of weekend I've been having. But then once I saw TCU get the ball, I'm like, nah, they'll be fine. They'll cover the 3. I'm not worried.
Speaking of Herb Street, Lee Corso's final appearance on College Game Day drew 3.5 million viewers, which was the most watched game day ever.
Yeah.
The final 15 minutes of the show pulled in 5.1 million viewers.
Yeah.
Did you watch the last 15 minutes?
I was at Boomer Jacks in Katy. I did. I was at a bar, so I was kind of watching it bar style. But yeah.
Did he get emotional?
A lot of people did. Yeah.
Did Herb Street cry?
I don't remember. Probably,
okay.
If I had to guess, he's a crier. He likes, it's no.
I haven't watched
with that.
any of Corso's final appearance, mostly because I try to remain as dead inside as possible. So if I know something's emotional or something, I'm just not going to touch that.
Again, I was in a bar and it was loud, and I'm just looking up at it. I'm not like I wasn't in my chair like dialed into it, so I'm probably not a great person to ask. To me, again, the most remarkable thing is that it was on. They carried it on both of the pregame shows, the Fox pregame show and the ESPN pregame show.
Yeah, which I feel like ESPN giving them permission to do that. I don't think they needed to do that. They should have said, no, this is our property. That 5.1 million viewers could have been like 6.1 million.
I was about to say, I'm like, they drew 5.1 million.
Yeah. What are we going to stop being petty as television executives or something? No. You keep your dirty grubs off of our intellectual property. You're not allowed to simulcast the Lee Corso, the final showing of Lee Corso.
They should have done a trade. They should have said, we'll let you simulcast all the Dave Portnoy bits where he's yelling at Ohio State fans.
Yeah.
And you let us simulcast Lee Corso's last segment.
Yeah.
That's what they should have done. Should have been a transaction.
Suits. They're such idiots.
Sorry, but I'm glad Corso is not on anymore. He's done with game day, right? He's been needing to retire for a long time. It's been painful. Again, sorry. Well, you don't need to apologize to us. He hasn't had his fastball in a long, long time, but I think they've done a decent job of carrying him. I think we know what Lee Corso is and has been. He's there to entertain. He says it himself. It's about entertainment, baby, and he's there to do his mascot head thing and do the not so fast, my friend, and point a pencil at Pat McAfee.
Look, knowing full well that I one day will succumb to this very logic that I'm about to present, or this argument I'm about to present, is that once you start losing your fastball as a broadcaster, boot him the hell off my television. That's how I feel about it. That's how sentimental I am. Put him out on the ice flow. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think it's people writing angry letters to the editor of like, you better not fire this old guy or something. Like, no, someday all the guys who are my age will be old men that'll be upset that I got fired or something. Yeah. And I'll tell them. We'll all go meet at McDonald's and I'll do 15 minutes of sport talk in the morning. They're like, no, that was the right decision.
That was the right decision.
I was old and ineffective, and the youngs didn't like me. So that was the right thing to do.
Throw your fastball, and it's going to be 38 miles an hour. And like, see?
I'm gonna tear my UCL while I do it.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a what is today? Tuesday. On a Tuesday. DeMeco Ryans' challenge to his team in 2025. He talked about that yesterday. We'll hear from the Texans head coach. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, question of the day, all that good stuff as well. But first, let's get you guys cooking again out in your backyard with that grill that you get from
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. David Mulugheta on First Take right now. I'm going to have to go back and listen to that interview with Stephen A. Smith. David Mulugheta, the arch nemesis of Jerry Jones in the Micah Parsons deal. It's just dawned on me, Seth, because they were showing as an inset on the screen with Stephen A. and Mulugheta, they were showing a lot of Packers practice stuff going on because that's who Micah is on right now. But so is Jordan Love, who's a Mulugheta guy. Mulugheta has made good money from doing contracts with the Green Bay Packers the last couple years.
Yeah.
Jordan Love
he might end up
$55 million and Micah $47 million a year.
He's made good money doing contracts with the Texans, too, in the last few years.
Yep.
Because he first got the initial contract for Deshaun Watson and then worked alongside the Texans in getting him a mega contract with the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, we credit the Texans for that Cleveland Browns contract.
Yes. But they don't have to pay any of the penalties for it. Yeah. But then also Derek Stingley. So they worked with Derek Stingley, got that deal done relatively early in the process, compared to the people that are just now announcing deals and what have you. So I don't worry at all about Mulugheta being an issue with C.J. Stroud. The biggest thing, honestly, when you look at quarterbacks who end up having really team-friendly deals for multiple years, the biggest factor is that the quarterback trusts the organization. Yeah. And look, Tom Brady and Pat Mahomes are two of those guys. Like, those are the most notable guys. Tom Brady played at a discount forever. Pat Mahomes' deal has become a discount, and he hasn't agitated for a new contract or anything, even as he becomes, I don't know if he's even in the top 10 for quarterbacks anymore.
I was looking at this yesterday. Right, he's like for average annual value, he's in the teens now. He's like 14th or something like that.
And those are two quarterbacks that really trusted their organization. Which, the other big factor in the key, Sean, win a Super Bowl.
You got to win,
point.
Then
they feel way better about the organization. Then the quarterback feels more like, I need to keep this going. I need to sacrifice a little financially because we got a good thing going here. It's hard. I understand why quarterbacks would be hesitant to just go all in on that if you're playing for a team like the Browns or something. I feel like right now, C.J. Stroud and the Texans are in a really good place about how they feel good about each other.
Well,
if winning a Super Bowl would be nice to help. Winning a Super Bowl would actually, even though it would make C.J. Stroud more valuable as a quarterback, it would also make him more likely to take a really team-friendly deal. On into the future.
It's a chicken and egg thing because both the guys you named, I mean, those are the two guys that you bring up in this argument. They're valid to bring up, but Tom Brady had won 3 Super Bowls before there was probably any discussion of a new contract for him. Mm-hmm. Like, he was, and Patrick Mahomes signed his new deal in 2020 after they'd won a Super Bowl in 2019 and then lost to the Buccaneers. No, it was before they lost to the Buccaneers. Yeah, so they had won the Super Bowl the year before. Yeah. So what comes first, the trust or the Super Bowl? For Brady and Mahomes, easy to trust because they'd won Super Bowls before the contract was even an issue.
Right,
yeah.
And they see the value of, like, okay, even on the financial side, all right, my earnings off the field and everything are going to be a lot greater if I'm in a situation that's super competitive all the time. And, now in Mahomes, I think some people listening might be like, wait a second, didn't Mahomes sign a mega contract? He signed a contract that looked really good on the headlines, but it was a very team-friendly deal. Yeah. It was a 10-year deal, and the Chiefs held all the cards. Yeah. And then the most important thing is he hasn't agitated to restructure it. So over time, as contracts tend to do, and with cap inflation, he's not one of the highest-paid quarterbacks anymore. And like a lot of other quarterbacks, or maybe Pat Mahomes himself, if he was in a different situation and he didn't feel really good about his coach and the organization, he wouldn't be doing it. But that's all. It's simple, Sean. All you got to do is win a Super Bowl.
That's it. You
go.
You win a Super Bowl, and then I'm sure CJ is just taking a pay cut to make sure we can keep the party going.
It's not going to be a pay cut. It's a matter of like him signing the deal and then being cool with it for a few years.
Yeah.
Before people start letting their feelings get involved.
Hey, by the way, Deshaun Watson, no longer a Houston resident, it appears. His $1.3 million Houston mansion sold. This is August 29th is the article that I'm looking at here.
Yeah, I've got an issue with the Chronicle calling that a mansion. It's a big house.
It's a big house, yeah.
I mean, We live in Houston. We've seen mansions. Usually 25% of them are occupied by mega church pastors. The other 75% oil and gas. But they're not, this is a McMansion. If you could call it a McMansion. It's a big house.
And it's in a neighborhood. It's got an overhead shot. It's in a nice neighborhood. I'm sure a gated community. It's 5,264 square feet. He bought it in March of 2018. So as he was coming back from his torn ACL, he said, you know what? I need to be a homeowner, and I'm going to go live in this neighborhood here. And I forget the name of the street he lives on, but I believe the word legendary is in it.
It was Legends Lane or something.
Legends,
I remember it from one of the court processing things.
The home is reported to be worth $1.3 million. So this is clearly out in the burbs somewhere. If it's worth
to have a big house like that,
dude.
With,
I mean,
$1.3 million.
Yeah, this thing was near River Oaks Boulevard. This thing's triple that at least.
How big is a mansion these days? I feel like 5,000. I mean, 5,000 square feet it's a big house. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a mansion.
No, I don't.
It's a nice house. I got kind of sad looking at it, thinking about they had family dinners there and everything. And just used to be before things, I don't know.
Yeah, they a lot of pictures.
Made some bad decisions.
A lot of pictures. Yeah, they probably moved that table right there to bring the massage table in, like right there.
The pool is pretty badass.
Pool's nice, man, and he's got an outdoor kitchen next to it. It's a pretty house, but it's off the market. If you're thinking of buying it, sorry, it's just not available anymore.
Okay, according to AI. A mansion is at least 5,000 square feet or more, with many professionals defining it as 8,000 plus square feet.
Okay, not a mansion.
You know why I'm screwed up on this a little bit? Because I remember I used to, when I lived in Jacksonville, I had friends who were in Orlando, and we would go out on, I had my friend had a little ski boat, and we'd go out on the lakes there, like Shaq and a few other, in that development where Tiger Woods and everybody lives.
Lou Holtz lives there.
Those are mansions.
Yeah.
Like, Shaq had a full basketball court, inside and outside, I think.
Yeah.
And I want to say it was like 50,000 square feet or something absurd. It was that's what I think of as mansion. And maybe it's because of my time in Florida, where there's a lot of big, gaudy mansions. People build them as big as possible because you're protected. They can't take it from you in a bankruptcy there, and the no state income taxes and all that.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the development where Tiger, the gated
Isleworth,
community,
right?
Isleworth. That's what it is. Yeah. Where the one? What's Elin took the 9-iron to the back window of Tiger's car.
Shaq, and possibly his grill. Shaq's massive former Florida mansion was reportedly 76,000 square feet.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a mansion.
Oh my God.
That's a mansion. It feels like a lot to maintain, man. I don't even care if you're paying people to maintain it. That feels like a job managing your house.
Yeah, I would never want a household staff.
No.
That would be awful.
No.
Oh. I want to walk around in my natural state.
Hell yeah.
And, we don't need to get HR involved in me just trying to grab some milk out of the fridge.
Yes,
yeah.
Right. Exactly. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday. Last question of his press conference. What's the challenge to your team in 2025?
The challenge for us is to be as best as you can possibly be. It's each individual. Like, how are you showing up on game day? Are you locked in on your assignments? Are you dominating your one-on-one? Are you dominating that daily process outside of the building when we're not doing ball? Are you taking care of all the little things the right way? And we'll see how that collectively comes together on game day. But I just challenge everybody to continue to grow, continue to get better, and continue to push yourself, strain mentally and physically to be your best. I feel like this is such a privilege, it's such a blessing to get the opportunity to play in the NFL. It's a dream for so many guys. So when you are here, you're in the building, you're on a team, how are you taking advantage of that dream? I think about all the guys who I played with in middle school, high school, who didn't get the opportunity to be where we are. So how would those guys, how would they respond if they were in your shoes? They would die for this opportunity to play in the NFL, right? So we're here. How do we take advantage of it? How do we maximize it? And how do we just represent for the city of Houston, right, to make our fans proud of what we're doing?
Maximize your minutes, man. That's the message right there.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job of drafting guys the last few years that are kind of just made from the same cloth as DeMeco and just really they're genuinely hard workers. They're they genuinely care about football more than the lifestyle. Yeah, a lot of times you get rookies where you're like, oh, this guy is all about just wanting to the lifestyle versus being all about football. I think he really has a good eye for figuring out which guys genuinely care about football.
Yeah, agreed. Game this Sunday, 3:25 kick, 12:25 Texans countdown. That's me and you, Seth. That'll be fun. And then Clint Stoerner and I will take you into the evening hours on the post-game show. Man, I can't wait.
The line moved, huh? It had been stuck at 2.5 forever. The Texans were 2.5-point underdogs, and I'm guessing that with every day there being a positive report about Matt Stafford feeling good, that now the Texans are 3.5-point underdogs.
3.5, and as you pointed
out,
disrespect. Well, as you mentioned too, when you and I were talking about that off the air, to go through the number 3 is in such a short period of time is a big deal. Like 3 is a football number that is a number that's hard to move off of. It's hard, 2.5 to 3 is okay. Well, that's a field goal. When you get it over a field goal, that's a big deal in the gambling world. So Stafford getting at least getting the verbal clean bill of health from Sean McVay. None of us know other than Matthew Stafford how that back is truly feeling. I know how it's going to feel if their tackles miss any blocks on Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson. It's not going to feel good at all. But 3.5. I like the Texans plus 3.5. Man, I like them okay at 2.5. I really like that half a point over the field goal right there.
Yeah, I mean, how easy is it to re-herniate a disc as a quarterback in the NFL?
It's a good question.
It feels like it would be ezy.
Yeah.
It feels like it'd be something you could do without even trying all that hard.
It definitely feels like something Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter could do for Matthew Stafford, for sure.
And I think with Stafford, I told you earlier, I kind of look at him in a weird way, the same way I do Anthony Richardson, even though Stafford's a much better quarterback. But on any given Sunday, as long as his back feels good, then I'm scared of Matthew Stafford. But the problem is that at any given time, anybody with a back issue knows, like, oh, nope, took a step to go to the bathroom, and that's it. That's when my back gave out.
Yeah,
it's a lot harder to play football than just to do all the other things that happen when people's backs go out.
Yes,
like when they're just lying on the couch and their back goes out because they've got back issues.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. We need this to happen. Last thing before we get to the fellas on In the Loop. JT here in Baytown. Greg Olson just aired an awesome interview with C.J. Stroud on YouTube. You guys should check it out. Love yourself, guys. I think is he said he finishes the text with
I love myself.
I do love myself a lot. Yeah. I wonder if he said love the show, guys, and it was just voice to text. Might have said love yourself.
I think
guys.
It might have been a love you, and then
maybe it added self.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Maybe
love yourself. It feels like almost kind of like the be someone message or something.
A little bit.
Like, oh yeah, we should put that on a bridge somewhere.
Yeah,
borderline self-helpy. I like.
Someone tells me love yourself, guys. I'm like, no problem there. What's up, boys?
Reherniating a disc is not necessarily difficult, according to AI, but depends on risk factors such as obesity, smoking, and poor posture.
Oh, that's Stafford.
He does at least 2 of those.
Yeah, for sure. Stafford.
He's slouched over, smoking a lung dart at any given time.
Fat face. Yeah. Just saying. Yeah.
Did you say smoking? Was that one of them?
Yes. Obesity, smoking, and poor posture. And female gender is more likely.
To reherniate a disc.
Females are more likely to reherniate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's something we've got over them. All right. We're less likely to reherniate a disc.
Which is not what I
How do you like them apples, huh?
Is that the genetic side of it? Because I feel like if all things considered, because dudes do stupid things, we are actually more likely to reherniate.
Oh, guys
a disc
clearly have
that portion.
We're 100 times more
likely to
herniate
a disc, but they're more likely to reherniate a disc.
I bet women on average are going to be like they're doing things like carrying a baby. So if they have a back issue, you're doing something that's kind of like torqued off to one side, or I don't know. Yeah, what do women do that we don't? That's gonna be more likely to I don't know. Something with their eyebrows or something.
Maybe.
It's all in the hips.
So
attracting bears to camping sites. I don't know.
Yeah. Crosstalk.
I don't know how they operate.
That is right the time to drop the
Crosstalk brought to you by T&M Auto Leasing. So what's the question of the day?
The question of the you happened to catch the old Bill Belichick escapade yesterday.
I watched it from beginning to end.
I did too.
I sat around waiting for him to score 50.
Like a mofo.
I was so mad when they started taking knees with a minute to go in the game and the goal to go. I'm like, no, this guy's made life miserable for so many people for so many years.
On to Charlotte.
Punch it in.
On to Charlotte.
On to Charlotte.
And you were probably like me after the first drive. I was like, damn it, they're going to be good.
I was. Well, Seth asked me the question because I had money on the game.
Yeah.
And I had it -3. And Seth asked me, was there any point in that game where you were nervous that, oh, crap, North Carolina's going to be good? And after the first drive, I'm like, okay, that was a really good-looking drive. Yeah. I got to see what TCU looks like when they get the ball. And TCU got the ball.
3 and out. Oh, no, they got 1 first down.
They got one. Yeah, they got but I could tell, like, I'm just watching, and I'm going, I think they're going to be fine. Once they scored TCU, then I was like, okay, well, we're good.
Yeah. Wait, the first TCU offensive drive, you were like they were going to be fine. I thought Steve Belichick had them linebackers triggering really well and flying.
Maybe it was the second drive. Then it was still early.
My
in the
thing
game.
was I was just like, damn it.
Yeah.
Why do they have to be good?
Yeah.
But then they're not.
Yeah. Sometimes.
So.
Yeah.
Question of the day.
Question of the day.
What is an event in your life that did not live up to the hype?
Okay. Well, that kind of lived up to the hype for me last night because I had TCU -3. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I've got one. Seth, do you have one? Or
not yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have one. Remember when they had the second Woodstock back in the early 90s?
Woodstock 99 was a bleep show.
Yeah.
Was
it?
Yeah.
No, this. Well, I went. Okay.
There was
Woodstock 99.
It
was okay. There was the one I'm thinking of was in like '93.
Okay.
In upstate New York. That was the first time that I'd ever seen mosh pits. Mm-hmm. They had a Woodstock up in upstate New York. This is how I knew it was the early '90s. I was living in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So I drove up there to go to it. And I got up there, and I stayed up there for a few songs, and I'm like, this is a bleep show, and I turned around and drove home.
Yeah,
it
was a bleep show.
It was a bleep show. I was so excited for it because, Woodstock is, my parents were at that Woodstock age when they didn't go, but you heard all these legends about it and things like that. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go to the next Woodstock. And I
think there was like a makeshift one that you're talking about, kind of a quickie.
Seth looks like he's looking it up.
Yeah.
There was one, the original in 1969, and then the one that from 94 was like the 25th anniversary. That was bad, and they had all kinds of issues with water, if I recall.
Yes.
But 99 was the one that was just a complete and total disaster.
Okay, that's
like
not
it
the
was.
one.
There were all kinds of. There was like everything that Woodstock wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like there, I think there was some violence. There was like it was more of a. It was a bad scene, man.
Yeah. 94 is the one that I went to.
And
I would say David Copperfield supposedly making the Statue of Liberty disappear. That was so stupid, broke ass. Like you're watching on television, you're like
Geraldo Rivera, Al Capone's vault.
Yes. Oh, Al Capone's vault too. Yeah, that was really bad.
Yeah.
But David Copperfield making the Statue of Liberty disappear, it was like so clear, and I was just a dumb kid that was all about like, I think he's really going to do it.
Right.
And you could watch on television and be like, okay, it looks like maybe for this small sliver of people who are standing behind this. Like and where this it was just so obviously a television trick or something that I'm still disgusted by it, and why I will never go see David Copperfield perform.
Good
ever.
protest, Seth. I'm with you. I'm going to stand with you on that one.
Mine, I know, kind of I won't say shocked, but set you back a little bit when I mentioned to you off the air.
Yeah.
And I don't mean this as if it was a bad thing. I had fun.
Okay.
But my own wedding. I mean, because of the stress. And everybody's coming at you, and you have to go, do all these things and all. I enjoyed my 3 kids' weddings 100 times more than my own wedding.
Oh yeah, well, all you're doing is scratching the check for those bad boys.
But I mean, it was just I think sometimes the wedding can be like.
No, there's a lot.
Yeah,
There's a lot. Have you shared this with Jan that your wedding was this stressful?
I just did.
No, we had a wedding coordinator who called in sick the day of the wedding.
What? Oh, dude.
So that was
stress.
fun. Yeah.
Do you know we don't have? Do you know we don't have any photography pictures from our wedding?
Are you serious?
Our guy took the money and ran.
Oh, no way.
We don't have a single one.
You hired
all
some
our pictures
scavenger
are on those old, throwaway Kodak.
No way.
Yeah, all the pictures of our wedding.
Well, and look how long your marriage has lasted.
Yeah. So there's no real evidence, is what I'm saying.
Look at you. Other than the stress you endured back on the day. I had a blast at both of my weddings.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably why I wound up with a second wedding. I had such a good time at my first one.
The doubt started creeping in right then. She was like, oh, goodness.
I don't want to go too far, but yeah, like there was, like I was, part of it was I got married pretty young. I got married, I think I was 25 when I got married, and my ex-wife was like 22. So we were pretty young by standards of the time. And I know at one point when things weren't going well in the conversations during our marriage several years later, one of the things that got brought up, possibly in front of a therapist, was at our wedding, he wanted to go hang out with his friends.
No kidding.
More than hang out with me. And I'm like, yeah, that was kind of a jerk move. I did make sure Amy got the benefit of that because I made sure to pay close attention to Amy the entire time at my second wedding.
What a champ.
Yeah. Hey, man, I learned from my behavior.
That's called growth.
I know.
That is growth.
Everybody deserves a second chance. I'm the Damon Arnett of husbands, all right?
Another one is first world problems, I know, and I don't mean to do this.
What are you doing right now?
The Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, if you go to a Super Bowl, it's awesome. After that,
once. Or if your team goes, which I've never been able to experience before. Yeah.
After that, it's just a hassle. It's a huge, huge hassle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, security and everything. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. That's one you're going to get a lot of heat for.
I know.
That's
I know.
you admitted first world problems. Yeah, you're good. You gave the caveat. All right, boys. Well, we will clear the deck for In the Loop here. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and just you just fawning all over Amy for the rest of the week, too.
Thank you. I will.
Yes.
Done and done.
Go
all right.
hit go on the washing machine today if you can figure out how to do it.
Thanks for highlighting the issues with my second marriage.
Maybe keep her from herniating a disc.
That's right.
Take over some of the household chores.
She does complain about her back sometimes, so maybe that's true. Maybe I should learn how to push the buttons on the washer.
I have a feeling that that's not the part that's getting the back.
Full disclosure, I have no idea how to work any of our appliances.
That's right.
Good Lord.
Yeah. It's all right, man. God. I make up for it in other ways.
I hope so.
Probably not enough. All right, we're done. We're out of time. I'm getting divorced probably. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk has been brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Welcome to Game Week, baby. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Sean tell you who all the people are. That is John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Colin Neal in for the illustrious Figgy Fig, taking a couple days off. More power to the guy. Really leaning into the Labor Day ethos. He was like, why not Labor Week? You know, like, why not? And I respect him on that. I wish I could be like him. However, it's game week. We got to get into it. 713-572-4610 is the way to get involved with the program. We talking about football, baby. We not talking about training camp. We not quite talking about practices.
Yeah.
We not talking about depth charts or rosters. We are talking about football. So get involved with us, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams. Both on the YouTube page and, rather, Sports Radio 610 and on the Twitch chat 610 Houston. There we go.
We keep it 100.
Yeah, they do.
I was like, I need to take this breath. I did not hear the thing that I typically like to hear in that moment. It do not matter. We're here. We're ready. And we got some news for game week as well.
We do. And just to reiterate, it's game, not just a preseason game. This is a true game win.
Is that one?
This is it. It's happening.
And we start with the fun one too. Like obviously,
we do.
Los Angeles Rams. We've been looking forward to this for a long time. There's been lots of like kind of ups and downs portions of this. But maybe the most important one, D'Amico Ryans was actually telling us about, and Colin, I might be pulling you in a lot of different ways here. So let's see if you can keep up here. Do you have, first and foremost, give me a little bit of visual confirmation. You got D'Amico right there, D'Amico who talks to the media yesterday. I realize I'm putting you in a tough spot.
Hey,
right?
It's fine. It's okay.
So I wanted to make sure that you're at least following me and I'm not completely setting you up to fail here.
Yeah,
all right.
It's funny because as soon as you started talking, I started clicking on D'Amico, like, all the D'Amico files in the audio software, and I was like, ah.
So let's see if we are in week one mode. D'Amico Ryans was asked about CJ Gardner-Johnson, and no. Okay, very good. But that was what we're
being a little slow right now.
Okay, so
as soon as we started saying stuff, and then from it's going to be ready in 20 seconds. Nope, it's not.
Computers don't want us to be great. They don't want us to be great.
Yeah.
I can summarize it. CJ Gardner-Johnson, good to go.
He's good to go. How did that news hit you? Because for me, I was frankly a little surprised.
I know you were because you've been CJ Gardner-Johnson, ACL hater over there.
No, just the realistic thing to me is that we know what we saw. It was bad. And I would think the Texans would kind of err to the side of caution. But if he's good to go, let's go. You know? I mean, I think it's gonna change so many things for this defense that you can't even really, qualify it, however you want to put it. because I keep going back to DeMeco Ryans with this new toy named C.J. Gardner-Johnson and what it's going to do not just for the defense, not just leadership, not just toughness, not just tackling, not just the middle of the field, but with his play calling, his defensive play calling, because now he's got guys coming from all over, and you don't know where they're going to come from, you know?
No, fair. And I know that you very much, as you're detailing there, have been like very big on the idea of another guy that you feel comfortable adding to the physicality of what is a physical downhill defense,
places.
right? So, like, obviously, we love Jalen Petrie for his ability to get downhill, almost work like a linebacker. C.J. Gardner-Johnson can bring that as well. But clearly, I think also, like, he is very versatile, not just in that way, but a lot of different ways, and experienced, right?
Yeah.
In a way that, with all due respect to Eric Murray, he was not, right? So, I mean, Sean McVay, who talked, I believe, yesterday to the media, just as any coach would, as obviously DeMeco did, when McVay was talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he was talking so very glowingly about C.J. and what he brings. Do you actually have this in this McVay 8 here, Colin? This was Sean McVay asked yesterday about C.J. Gardner-Johnson being expected to play, and just listen to the respect that is given from the L.A. Rams coach.
You feel him. I mean, when he played Philly last year, he made a bunch of big-time plays in some critical situations. You know, he's really productive in both phases. I think he's got a great concept trigger. There's a toughness that fits what they've done each of the last couple years. And so, you know, what they do is they play their style of play at a really high level. DeMeco does an excellent job with Coach Burke of being able to mix it up. But there's, you know, these guys, they play connected, 11 as one. They play tough. They fly to the football. They attack at the football. And this guy will be a great extension of that. So even though you might not have a lot of representative clips, you know, we know what kind of player this guy is. I got a lot of respect for him. He made some big time plays in that divisional loss last year for Philly.
And the reason why I believe C.J. Gardner-Johnson being in there is so important is you go up against the Rams team, they got a couple of guys who can kill you over the middle. Obviously, we know Puka Nacua has become a little bit of a slot god himself, right? He's just been really good in his time with Sean McVay, and I think in those circumstances, it's like the IQ, the ability to kind of do those various things and make defenses pay. But then on top of that, you had a man who you saw last year in one of your lowest moments, I don't remember what week number it was, but it was Halloween night, Thursday night versus the Jets, Devontae Adams, who was just absolutely cooking you, and part of the reasons why is that Mike LaFleur did a great job of moving him around and getting him into the middle of the field, right, and getting him into the slot and absolutely working you. Hey, having a linebacker that can come down and kind of understand that to a high degree and play that kind of that brilliant level of football that I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson brings is going to be so much better in helping to alleviate one of the things that was an issue for you last year was dealing with dudes over the middle.
No, that's one of the things that I think is most important, and I was talking about earlier as well. You know, it's the middle of the field that has been such a for a couple of years now, not just last year, has been such an issue and a question mark. We've been talking about safety for at least the last 2 off seasons, if not more. Well, you've got that guy now, and he's healthy and he's going to play. It's going to be a huge, huge difference.
By the way, because I bring this up, Devontae Adams is somebody that we mentioned last week, and how confident are you in the Texans' ability to kind of slow him down? He's in that class still of wide receivers that you go, yeah, you're not going to stop him. Yeah. Right? You're not going to put entire clamps on him, but can you put a governor on what he's capable of doing? How confident are you in their ability, especially with C.J. Gardner?
Well, I think that's one of the things you circle in this game. You know, how confident I am. You know, I'll be a little wishy-washy here. I don't know because I think he is still that guy that can make those. We saw it, as you mentioned, Leno, just as recently as last year. So I don't know. Confident, I'll put it this way, more confident because of what they have there. But not necessarily. I still think it's going to be one of those matchups that you have to circle.
I will be interested, though, even with C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, with how much we know that they respect him. The Texans, but obviously the Rams respect him. How much they respect him and his ability to step on a field and play. How much they respect Jalen Petrie. I am interested how much we will see that wrinkle that I'm anticipating we get more of this year, which is your full base, having 3 linebackers, including, I imagine, clearly Christian Harris, but maybe E.J. Speed with the versatility they have, or if that's one of those, not this week, right, because of the versatility of those 2 guys that we're talking about wide receiver.
No, I think we'll see it, and I think the reason we can see it is C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the back end and Kalen Bullock, if we're being honest, because I think both those guys, they're aggressive in different ways, one at the ball, one at people. You know, and I think that's what's going to help them.
Fair enough. And I see you 832 again. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Welcome to Death Row, or as they call it, the kill zone. This will be the first time that we see this defense all healthy. And that's fair, right? Like, this is something that they talked about. I think Nico Collins brought it up, and then Will Anderson Jr. was asked about it again when he sat down on the Greenlight Pod. He was asked about that, what's that kill zone? And it really is that area of the game. I imagine mostly, short of in the flats, but really in that middle of the field. I think that's going to be a very interesting place to watch in this game in particular. And so I'm very, very happy to know that C.J. Gardner-Johnson will be playing in this one. How do you have any concerns that he will that there will be any limitations on him in this game, or you think that this is, if he's playing, they're allowing him to be the full version?
No, I think I'm just surprised, but I don't expect any limitations. Maybe here and there in specific sets, but none otherwise.
All right, so C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we talked a lot about that. We will talk a lot about that. He is pretty much the big change that you have to your defense starting wise. But some other news that we got. The depth chart unofficial came out, and Dameon Pierce still getting a lot of love in this when you look at the way. I don't think was this the only thing that surprised you? Surprise is probably big.
No, it did.
Okay, surprised you.
Yeah.
Okay, is this the only thing that surprised you in the unofficial depth chart? Because everything else felt pretty static, and it feels like we have talked it to death in the way that we've seen it.
In terms of surprises, yes, because they love them some Dameon Pierce, and hopefully they're right. But it did surprise me there. I think there were some other things that sort of like validated some things we already thought. I mean, Cam Robinson is good to go. Tay Ursery just beat him out, at left tackle. And so that, not necessarily a surprise because we saw it coming, but that's impressive. That's impressive. And Jake Andrews was in this battle, for a while.
It seemed like he grabbed that after
about 2 weeks.
Seems like, yeah.
Yeah, but so again, more validation of what we thought. And Ed Ingram, Ed Ingram's going to be one of those guys that we don't necessarily talk a lot about, but he is locked down right guard. Defensively,
for now.
For now.
Look, a season is a living, breathing animal, and especially with this Texas team, not that I'm speaking anything to existence, and I'll knock on wood, but the likelihood of, or the possibility of injury always exists in football. It's the car crash sport, but also the possibility of, we know that this isn't like the super most talented, roster. And so what is the possibility that execution wanes at some point?
Yeah.
That exists there. And the whole idea of competition, I imagine, is there so that if there is any level of drop-off in execution, well, all right, there's somebody else to come up here and give you a run for your money. So
and
we'll
defensively, we saw this coming as well, but it's just sort of, I don't know if heartwarming is the right word, impressive, whatever it is. Christian Harris is healthy and good to go, and Henry To'oTo'o is the guy. They might go three linebackers, a lot more with Christian Harris, but Henry To'oTo'o with the two linebacker set is the guy. He's right there next to Aziz.
And he's earned that, has he not?
Absolutely.
Like, I think he's been
not a
consistent,
surprise,
though.
but just impressive.
And that's another one where I'll be not in this one less so than offensive line. I'll be interested to see if he remains like that for the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
Because the issue with him, as opposed to like the offensive line, the issue is not the right word, but the dude behind him is
really good,
very, very talented. The issue with him has been injury and health. So if he's available, healthy, and if he starts putting up the type of game that we can see, talk less of if he starts playing like that Browns playoff game, does he come up and just snatch that from a Henry To'oTo'o that is consistent?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Some other things that are worth noting news-wise, we should get captains, right? So we hypothesize
tomorrow.
that. But what we did get is new numbers. So for your programs, go ahead and make these marks. We talked about Jalen Smith, J-Rock, as they like to call him, moving from that 30 to 22. So he grabbed that number that was vacated by Millette and I guess Jawar Jordan in a way as well. Speaking of Jawar Jordan, I think he ends up with 26 now, which was previously J.J. Taylor's. Jalen Reed taking that number that had been Eric Murray's. Then C.J. Gardner-Johnson was holding on to that. Then C.J. Gardner-Johnson let go of that number so he could pick up his 8. And I guess Jalen Reed was like, let me get that.
So Gardner-Johnson 8, Jalen Knoll is 14,
and I missed that one.
Yeah, is 14.
How do you like that one? I kind of liked him in the 82. Like, I think when I think of the 80 numbers, and I understand why players don't like these as much.
Yeah.
I think they feel bigger, like they feel wider. This is really stupid.
No,
I get
it is. It's true.
I feel like those either single digits, or obviously, but then like the teens feel leaner. And I kind of liked Jalen Knoll wearing an 82 because it made it visualized in my brain. And look, I might be sounding crazy, but it visualized in my brain the stoutness.
So
and
you
the
want him in a
stockiness
single digit?
No, I wanted him to keep wearing 82. I like the feeling of him looking like a little bit of a bowling ball, with that 82 on his back.
Yeah, so that's that. Jalen Smith, 22, Jalen Reed, 23, away from 34. So there we go.
There you go. So, yeah, we're getting going on a football game week. It's good to be here right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, It was also a huge week one weekend. As we're heading into week one in the NFL, it was a huge week one weekend in college football. And there were some big storylines that came to fruition. Which of the big storylines caught your attention? 713-572-4610, because, oh boy, Bill, you was looking crazy. We'll talk about that next in the loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now.
is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Had not considered it until I heard it that time. Sounds like we was doing Booger Sugar on the air. I had not thought about that.
Yeah, I was caught very off guard yesterday because I haven't heard because I've been so busy and I did not know that was in the intro now and I was like, and then
what are they doing?
And I was like, okay, it was definitely bath salts.
Yeah, that one feels like that one might need to rotate out. Yeah, I don't feel like we should sound like we're doing that white girl.
Or not.
No, I don't feel like we should sound like we're doing that white girl on FCC Airwaves. I feel like it was smelling salts, just to be clear, which I imagine some of these folks needed. All right, 713-572-4610. Which of the hyped college football performers that ultimately fell flat on their face, which of them got your attention the most? Because I thought there was 5 really big games, I think, on the weekend. There was 3, I think, in which you had a level of schadenfreude that you could come to if you were a college football fan, assuming that you were not a fan of one of these teams. I feel like Texas versus Ohio State, and obviously the biggest matchup, the 1 versus 3. It felt like there was a little bit of falling on your face that happened there. There was last night's affair between TCU and UNC, in which the much-hailed Bill Belichick bringing the NFL to college football, as if we had not seen that with Arizona State years ago. But bringing the NFL to college football, getting, for a long time in this game, pummel-droned, as I like to call it. Have you heard of the pummel-drone?
I've heard of the pummel-drone.
Yes. So it was 41-14, which is a pummel-drum. If you don't know, you know what a palindrome is, where the word is spelled the same ways forwards and backwards. Well, if the numbers look the same forwards and backwards, it's a pummel-drum. You're welcome for that. But yeah, Bill Belichick fell on his face. And then there was Alabama. Kalen DeBoer, who's continued, I think he has racked up 4 non-ranked losses quicker than Hugh Freeze at Auburn.
Yes.
Which, that's never good. So that
you don't want to be compared to that.
Which of those caught your attention the most here, Lopez?
Okay, so the obvious major headline dominating everything was Arch and Texas against Ohio State, and obviously, you're locked in and you're watching and your mouth is agape. I was shocked that he looked that bad, and I know we're going to dig in on that game more specifically here, but for me, it was Alabama, Florida State. It was,
really? Okay.
Because the reason is Arch isn't going anywhere. Sark isn't going anywhere. Kalen DeBoer might not make the season. He might not make. He's 5-5 in his last 10 games.
Even with a $170 million buyout?
Well, hey, talk to the Aggies. They can do that. But no, I mean, he might not make the season or something's going to happen. That was a shocker to me.
Yeah, and with all of these, obviously, there's always 2 sides of the coin. And yes, I know the final was 48-14. Before a good period, it was 41-14. And I wanted to get off the pummel drones. 979, get off my case. No, you're right. But with all these games, there's a separate side of the coin. And there was FSU looking damn good. Shout out to Mike Norvell. We can and probably should talk about that. But one of the things about the Bama side is that you can very easily, he's the man after the man, right? And when you're going to be compared, and the clear difference for me, Alabama-wise, was that they have talent. Maybe not even the same as they always have, but they have a requisite talent to go out and at least compete in this game. The problem is they did not look prepared. That is one of the things that Saban had with any team is that those dudes looked super prepared. I should have grabbed the audio. When Will Anderson Jr. was on with Chris Long on the Green Light podcast, one of the things that he talked about early on was how he got to Alabama and with how tough their practices were in the offseason, he thought about and I think it was tongue-in-cheek, but I can't do this.
Yeah.
That is a Will Anderson Jr. that we know loves to work. And some of that, I imagine, was developed with Alabama, but he got into Alabama, was like, damn, this is tough. There's a preparedness that Nick Saban beats into you so that week one, even though there's no preseason, you are capable of acting as if I know exactly what's happening. Alabama got by the same play like 4 times because their defense was not capable of knowing and being prepared for this is what happens when I see this key and I can read what's happening. And that is a dastardly thing when you're at Alabama.
Yes, you're 100% right. But to me, on top of that, as much as that was the case, they were not prepared. How about a little effort? Just like the other thing, a lot of times, and maybe this isn't the case when push comes to shove, but if my squad loses, but it's just a battle, like they give, effort, real effort, and they get beat, you don't feel nearly as bad. They didn't try on play after play after. Guys were walking, on the field. It was a shocker. And then I made the mistake of watching Kalen DeBoer's press conference yesterday morning. And he's just a beaten man.
That's the thing. He's like, oh, I said that last week, buddy. You gotta project strength because if there's one place that operates like blood in the water sharks, it is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. They will have all sorts of building materials thrown through your windows before you know it. So that is you're right. Like that is the most of shaky of these grounds because there's preconceived notions with it. Before we move on from that game, I did want to say, though, the biggest shock to me was, and maybe I need to give Florida State some credit for this while I also give Bama a little bit of a knock for it, which is, hey, in the blocking and tackling, which is what the essence of football is, Florida State was looking big in the trenches.
They looked bigger. They actually looked bigger.
Like, I know that they didn't get as many sacks as it felt, or if you looked at the sack totals on the game, you'd have been like, they were fine. They were getting pressure on Ty Simpson to make him look very, very ordinary. In fact, probably worse than ordinary in that game. So Florida State, after a 2-10 season last year, might have a little something cooked up.
No, I agree. And then, of course, there is, the major headline, Texas and Ohio State.
Where do you place the blame here on the Texas side? Because a lot of people went to blaming the media, which fair, right? Because there was a lot of talk about Arch Manning being the presumptive favorite for the Heisman, and we did the talk about will he go to the draft last year. And as we had mentioned, he had only had 2 starts, and neither of them were nearly of the magnitude of Ohio State. I think I'm inclined to actually get a little bit more on Sark in this one because, this is Arch in his first major start. This is Sark as a play caller who has done this a lot in these types of games, and it felt like he was tight.
Ohio State's defense was really, really good.
That is fair.
Caleb Downs, the way they disguised things, they got in Arch's head.
NFL level disguising. I hate to say it. I think I have to give Matt Patricia some respect.
You absolutely
I don't want to. I want you to understand that. I hate him and the way he wears his hat backwards and the pencil that he put in his ear and everything. And it's not because he wears his hat backwards. It's because he thinks
all inclusive.
Because he acts like he is above reproach and he scolds people for stuff like that while doing it.
No, I think.
But here he is, putting together an NFL caliber defense in week 1, again, no preseason for a team that he just stepped into. I think that was notable, especially because you saw Arch not being able to read the defense very well.
So credit to Ohio State and Matt Patricia. I'm with you. I'm not a big fan, but credit to them. On the other hand, yes, Sark looked a little bit not overwhelmed, but confused maybe in certain situations, or maybe trying to go back to the well too much. But here's my bigger point and a question for you. Okay. Let's all agree that there were exceedingly high expectations on Arch. But was this the floor? Because he was, I put a lot on he's not, or at least in this game, he did not show, and I really want to talk with Clint about this.
I'll take that note.
Mechanics.
Yes.
The accuracy, which was, he's hitting a drone out of the sky. Okay, cool. That's a nice story.
No defenders and no offensive line, no one coming at him.
Mechanics were awful. Accuracy was awful. And I don't care, how good the Ohio State defense was, or maybe some of the blind spots that Sark had. You've got to be better. This wasn't the floor. Yes, there were exceedingly high expectations. But did you think that this is, maybe this is what we should have expected?
Probably not. I think you're right about the mechanics, especially the ones that forced him into a place where he made easy plays hard and then missed them, including the final one that would have had them given them an opportunity to maybe drive down the field and tie the game. But yeah, I think that I didn't anticipate that. I was a little shocked with it, especially because you had the opportunity to spring camp and all those. And I feel like he probably should have been in some situations where if there was going to be that devolution in his mechanics, that it would have shown up and you probably should have gotten it right. But as the texter says, there is a lot of the biggest jump in a season is between week 1 and week 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is an opportunity. You've seen some of those things, and I think you have an opportunity to open this up. How much of that week 1, week 2 jump is going to be necessary for North Carolina? Because they looked downright like, as much as Bill Belichick is the guy who has everybody ready and drills it into them, they looked downright pathetic versus TCU.
Before we get to that, I'm glad you brought up the part about the week 1 to week 2. Because my question for you is, how would you reset expectations for Arch right now? Because here's the thing. Awful. Just awful. Sorry, he was. But they faced San Jose State, then UTEP, and then Sam Houston State. Shout out to the Bearcats, Colin. And then they have an off week, and then they face Florida in their next big game.
I think they should.
Again, no offense.
They should have. They should win all of those, and Arch should. I mean, I think Arch continues to be a dude who's willing to try downfield. I think he will have a little bit more under his belt in reading some of these defenses. And I think really the big thing is, we know Sark has been rough red zone play calling. That's something that he needs to get better at. But hey, trust your dude.
But if
you're have more trust, and I think the expectations are they'll be ready to go when they get to the SEC.
But if you're not seeing an appreciably better Arch Manning after San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston State, and an off week, then you might be starting to kind of wring your hands a little bit as a Longhorns fan.
I feel like that's low chance, and maybe I'm setting myself up for failure. That's possible. But I really do lean into the idea that I think Ohio State was really, really well prepared defensively, and we got to give them credit. Especially, I was looking at them as, okay, they're the reigning champions, sure, but they had so much turnover that they're going to have to get themselves into a groove as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, they looked like the full article right out the gate, which I thought was really cool. Especially shout out to Saiyan out there looking like he was going Super Saiyan. You knew I was not going to get out of here without doing that.
Of course.
And then I did want to just mention it because I talked about looking ill-prepared. That was the one that was the most shocking for UNC. They had the first drive, which felt like good script. The defense looked like this just isn't that talented of a roster.
That's where I am. Two things, my takeaways. They're just not that good in terms of talent. And the other thing is Josh Hoover. My goodness.
Yeah.
My goodness, that guy can sling it.
Yes.
And now I know why Tennessee offered him a $1 million raise to the NIL deal that he's got. And he said no, of course. Experience matters. They talked about it on the broadcast. There were 7 quarterbacks this weekend that were really first-time, in essence, starters. He was not one of them, Josh Hoover, and it showed.
No. And we can laugh a little bit more about Bill Belichick. As from the 832, Dan Reggie, I didn't know it was Hate Everyone Tuesday. That's right. Welcome to it, baby. Welcome to Hate Everybody Tuesday. College football is back. Let's be haters. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, let's get into our question of the day, which is inspired by Bill Belichick's UNC team kind of landing flat after all the excitement. What is an event or an event in your life that you didn't live up to the hype? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that and Bill next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster is Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, time for the question of the day here on a Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. What's an event or an event in your life that did not live up to the hype? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Hey, Bill Belichick, I know what your answer is. Don't even worry about it, brother. UNC getting absolutely pummeled.
Skull drug.
Drubbed is the word I was looking for.
Drubbed, yes.
48-14 by TCU. They got out to a nice 7-0 lead. Scored on the first drive. I was like, oh, man. Freddie Kitchens.
I was mad.
Freddie Kitchens doing some stuff.
Dang it, he is good. Dang it.
And not so fast, my friend, right?
Yes,
Like, that's the way that you needed to go with this because TCU settled into the game, and apparently UNC settled out of the game. That the offense didn't look any better after that. It kind of fell apart. Gio Lopez, the transfer from South Alabama, was running for his life. In fact, he got knocked out of this game. To which
Max Johnson.
Max
Johnson. That's former Texas A&M quarterback number 6 that's playing somewhere else.
Yeah, that stat is so funny to me. The
5
idea
or
that
6 of them.
Yeah, 5 that are playing somewhere, starting somewhere else, or starting this year. And I was like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't either.
To be honest. But questions as to why Max Johnson, who has experience at this level and probably looked better, at least in that game, wasn't your starter going in. All things, like there's a lot of reasons to go, hey, Bill Belichick, does he still have his fastball? Because he kind of lost his ability. I think the big thing from my perspective, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here, Lopez, as to why Bill Belichick started waning in the NFL was he typically, the thing that he did so well was bringing a little bit of a zig to where everybody was zagging in schematics. He brought like a schematic advantage in a way that was different to where everybody else was doing in the NFL, and he no longer was bringing that while also not being a good personnel guy. And so when you don't have a schematic advantage, you kind of tank. And it feels like I'm feeling that lack of schematic advantage at the college level where typically schematics go up in the football chain.
Yeah.
They start at college football, and then the NFL adopts them a little bit. And this is why I thought this would be a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's having to adjust to college football rather than the NFL having to adjust to him. And that's the biggest that's the biggest difference. And also the personnel thing, 70 new players. You heard about that a lot last night. And,
I think that was third most in the FBS.
Yeah, and so it was Hughley, man. It was Hughley from the get go there.
More ugly than your wedding, apparently.
Yeah. What's an event or an event in your life that did not live up to the hype? I don't want to say this too harshly because I had fun.
I know that's why I was trying to put you into a corner right there if you didn't notice.
But it's out there. Like my wedding, when you consider the hype and everyone involved, and then you end up being mostly anxious and trying to meet everybody and say hello to everybody, and then go through all the rigmarole of everything you have to do during a wedding. It was like I was on this real tight schedule. How much?
So you got to throw the garter.
Yeah, you got to throw the garter.
Got to cut the cake.
You got to do all that.
First dance time.
Exactly.
Got to take pictures.
We did introductions, which I'm not a big fan of, and we didn't do it with my kids' weddings, but we did that. It's like,
have you eaten yet?
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't as much fun as the hype was, but my kids' weddings were 100 times better. But beyond that, slam dunk contests in general.
Facts. This is we're here.
They never live up to the hype anymore.
No, and that's because the hype. I think that's more about the hype than the actual quality of the dunks now.
Yeah.
Now I'm not gonna be out here lying to your face and saying, "Well, we're getting the same quality," but I think it's because the bar is so high that trying to meet it is damn near impossible.
No.
And so guys are doing dunks that they probably would not do normally. Like if you go back and watch some of the dunks that won or were really highly, like D Brown pumping up his shoes.
Yeah.
And that dunk was extra regular, but it meant something at the time because this is so cool. And our expectations weren't where they are now. Yeah, dunk contests are absolutely not going to live up to hype every time. But I'm the idiot who will step, and I'll be there every time. You can actually expand this out to All-Star Weekend as a whole.
Yeah.
And now we might go to just any All-Star Weekend is not going to live up to the hype, but I will be seated every time.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'll watch it. Etc. Some other things that didn't necessarily live up to the hype. And somebody says, Lopez, I can't believe you didn't get the pictures. I didn't have any. Our photographer at our wedding took the money and ran. We don't have any pictures of our wedding, official pictures anyway. Some other things for me. I guess you could say for a lot of people, sex the first time. if we're being honest.
I mean, yeah, in your head, not enjoying the experience.
Yeah.
Don't know what to expect. Feel a little bit like Arch Manning, missing your spots at times. No, I get it. I understand what's happening.
What about NCAA tournament games in big stadiums?
Agree, strong agree here.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the right atmosphere. And then also just any event, and this is where it gets tough because I was trying to see if I could find an event that correlated for me so I could get to this point.
Yeah.
And the answer is no. Like, first basketball game, loved it. First football game, you were there for it, enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought that this would be the one where maybe. First baseball game, loved the experience.
Yeah.
But I think the NCAA tournament games in big stadiums hits it, which is this is better on my couch. You know what I mean?
Totally agree.
Like, the sight lines are not designed for this sport in this venue. You're just doing this so that we can get as many people in here as possible. And so I am not enjoying this. The egress and ingress are not good. It's just, this is tough. This is tough for the circumstance that we're trying to do, and I'm not enjoying this. I'm not getting the benefit of the play-by-play as I would on TV, and I can't see it. I just can't see it. The atmosphere's not good. The vision isn't good, so why am I here except it's a thing.
Yeah, I'm here. What about, you're probably too young for this, Geraldo Rivera opening Al Capone's vault?
I am too young for this, but I think the things that are akin to this is, you know how Discovery Channel would do like these various, this is about to happen and it's going to be televised live, whether it's like,
the bait and switch.
Yeah, man. Michael Phelps racing a shark. Yeah. I was like, yeah, he going to be in the water with a shark. Nope. That's not what happened. Or like the man racing a horse thing where it's like, he ain't raced no horse.
Didn't Michael Johnson do that?
It might have been. Was it Michael Johnson?
I think Michael Johnson raced a horse.
Yeah, and it's just like
it's a horse.
It never delivers because the hype sounds so good, and you probably should know better. And you're just like, no, this is not going to hit. One that I saw earlier on the text line that I actually agree with is TCU losing to Colorado week 1 was that last year or the year prior?
It was 23 after they made that national championship appearance. I watched that game.
Right, because they made the national championship. Got absolutely smoked.
Yeah.
But wasn't the hype more so for Colorado?
It was, and this is where I imagine the response here is being a little bit of a hater, and I have to admit, I was being a little bit of a hater. In the same way I've been looking at Bill Belichick like, hey, you're coming in trying to flout what college football is doing and think you're going to be successful. I am not plotting on your downfall. However, I can foresee what's about to happen. I kind of did the same thing with Colorado where I was like, yo, guys, pump the brakes on this. Y'all are getting too high. And then Colorado got here and looked pretty good against TCU, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah.
It's like it's interesting. 2 of the last 3 years, TCU opened up their games against high-profile coaching members.
Oh, yeah.
And I kind of felt like it was going to bite them in the ass again this go-around, but
no, it didn't.
North Carolina has 70 new players on the roster.
No excuses. No excuses, Bill. No, but I do. Yeah, do your job, Bill.
What about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul?
Yeah.
I don't
That
know.
was hype.
That was.
But I knew that was going to be
felt
there.
it.
I think the one that got me, because that one didn't get me. I was like, I'm going to watch this, but I know I'm going to be disappointed. I was like, there it is. The one that actually got me is I told myself for the longest time, they are doing this too late. Don't get your hopes up. But I did. Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
Because that fight should have happened like 4 years prior when they were both a lot closer to their primes. And then we have the big time battle that we were all looking forward to with dudes at the top of their game. When they eventually made the fight, it was like, damn, they're not at the top of their game. But maybe this will still be, because this also wasn't like that exhibition, circus kind of exhibit thing that clearly Tyson and and what's the old boy's name was?
Jake Paul.
There we go.
Yeah.
This one was, these are 2 legitimate fighters, top of their game, finally meeting.
I got hyped up for Tyson and Paul.
And then it wasn't there.
I was like,
personally, for me, I didn't really care.
Yeah, I was hyped up about that. Somebody said crawfish. Now we're getting into the food element.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Crawfish. There's got to be a story behind it because some people can mess up cooking crawfish.
But also the effort that goes into it, some people don't like.
That is
you got to
fair.
work for them. You got to work for them.
But you sound lazy right now.
It's delicious.
Exactly.
But look, I can't be too mad at the people that are like, the work that it's worth to get the tail out is a little bit more than what they're here for.
Yeah.
I respect it. I can't get there.
I know, me neither.
I can't get there though, and a little judgmental. That's me. That's less about you. That's more about me. Somebody did make a good point though. It's like the boiled bags at Red Lobster.
Well,
those ones were just.
Are they hyped?
Though they were. People were hyped up for him. A couple more before we go here. Somebody had mentioned that it's going to sound insensitive. They said a funeral. A good friend passed, and family said that they were just going to celebrate, no crying. Yeah, that one's going to be hard.
That always is the case. You try. Like, let's celebrate. She would have liked it this way. Whatever. Nope. Never works that way.
No. So salute to Bill Belichick giving us another one of these. Somebody said In-N-Out Burger. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think that a lot of, sorry, I was about to wrap it up and I found one more thing. I think a lot of things that are recommendations, just inherently, and this is why I'm very hesitant to take recommendation.
Good point.
Because in order to sell you on the recommendation, I got to hype it.
Yes.
But then I might push it beyond where it actually needs to be.
That's a good one. Have you had the hamburger at blah, blah, blah? It's the best hamburger. It's a hamburger. It's a hamburger.
I think it was Chris or Luke that mentioned Tyler's legendary mac and cheese.
Oh, there you go. Put a bow on it. Tyler, went for 2 weeks?
I still need to see it.
Talking about the legendary mac and cheese, and it was good, but it was mac and cheese.
I still need it. Oh wow, they're coming for your city. They said the Alamo and the Riverwalk did live up to my expectations, or didn't live up to my expectations at all.
The Alamo, the thing about the Alamo, when I used to take,
it's so much smaller than you realize.
It's small, yeah.
Like all the stories, because you go through your Texas history class and remember the Alamo, and you're like, they were fighting for that, and yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the NFL Top 100. What do we take away from that? And Micah Byers' remorse? Question mark? We'll talk about all that next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans in Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here, but we were just doing our question of the day inspired by Bill Belichick's UNC getting absolutely mollywopped by TCU in their opener for week 1 yesterday. What event didn't live up to the hype? And from the 8-3-2, shot through the heart. However, I don't think you're wrong. Texans football season never lives up to the hype, they say.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. You kind of say it with reluctance, but yeah.
It kind of depends, though, doesn't it?
When has it lived up to the hype?
Yeah, when was the last time? Is a question that I asked you in the break.
Yeah.
When was the last time that the Texans season lived up to the hype? Could you say maybe like 2012?
I will say 2023 game. I didn't see that coming. I had lower expectations than that.
Sure, and I think that if you're just going lived up to whatever hype you had going into that season, but because that season was a very, very cautious optimism, right? Because you were coming in with rookie quarterback, new head coach, new offense coordinator, right? Like all of these things were brand new, and so you're like, hey, we're coming out of hopefully the dark ages, but what do we have here? And they definitely did better than what you expected. So I guess in the technical term of living up to the hype, but I think the idea is with hype and then also hitting the mark.
I don't even know if it was so much hype. Like no one was saying the Texans are going to win 10 games and go to the playoffs and shock Cleveland or whomever they face.
But they outdid your expectation.
It was more excitement than hype. You know?
They definitely outdid your
expectation. There's hype this year.
But yeah, there's hype this year.
Yeah.
Just like there was hype last. Actually, there's probably less hype nationally this year. More hype locally. This year.
Yes.
And it feels like we're probably in a place where we can hit that mark. Don't do that 281. In fact, is this B Scott on the text line saying John Wick 4? Because I swear, I'm still me and B Scott. We tight. That created a rift in our relationship.
Well. John Wick 4, who you said it was good. I'm guessing B. Scott saying it was not.
He didn't like any.
He didn't like any of them. He actually, he's not. I guarantee you, he's never going to watch John Wick 4. He watched the first John Wick, and he was like, "Nah, this ain't it." So
he just doesn't get it.
I will say, by John Wick 4, I also had lowered my expectations because
this is true.
We're still doing these.
Yes,
I enjoyed it, but I was like, "Hey guys, we can stop. I think we've done it. I think we did it." Anyways, let's go around the NFL now, and I got to remind you that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And speaking of today, man, every day that you got a bad back is a rough one. And we were kind of joking that once Micah Parsons get traded, that back injury that he seemed to be dealing with that had kept him out of work with the Cowboys, all of a sudden magically cleared up. Apparently not so.
No.
The new Packers player, who, by the way, is wearing the number 1, which they had not allowed since Curly Lambeau wore it. Yeah. That's wild.
That Lambeau.
Yeah, that dude. The dude that the historic stadium is named after. Like, Michael Parsons, come take this number. You got it.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in his back. Whatever that means, he got pain in his back. And he is, like, this is for real. They are considering giving him an epidural.
Weekly.
To help him.
One report said potentially weekly.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are you viewing this? Because, I mean, he's an incredible player. We're already seeing players on the ground there for the Packers being like, seeing the difference that he clearly can make. But as you know, I like to say, trick backs don't stop tricking.
Right.
How do you now view this with this additional light on the issue?
Interestingly, if you want to sort of bring it full circle to the Matt Stafford, thing that's going on with his back, I actually feel like this one is potentially more imminent. Obviously one hit could take Matt Stafford out. We know that, and they're going to be crashing down on him. But every single snap could take Micah Parsons out. It is a high leverage position. Every snap, your back is undergoing stress. Now, it could happen to Matt Stafford on the first snap, but every snap, quarterbacks are protected. A lot of times, you can't really, hit them necessarily the way you do. But at a position like that, you have a 320-pound defensive tackle that you're dealing with every single snap.
Well, he does. They'll move him around and have him rush up the middle. I know the Cowboys did. We'll see.
Leverage,
but at the very least, I mean,
leverage and impact.
He's more dealing with tackles a decent amount. But you're right. Like, there's still, if you're going to come in with any level of power, I know that he operates a lot with speed. But if you're coming in with any power, and even speed, like the twisting and the contorting of yourself is going to deal with moving and getting your back active. So, funny enough, I actually don't quite go that way, even though you're right. You're 100% right for the concerns that you have. And again, trick backs, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I saw one of these Twitter MDs, which of course take with a grain of salt, but was saying that epidural is done for disc or spinal canal issues, talking about the various things, and said it's all very common and likely done in multiple players every week without us hearing boo about it.
Yeah.
And that did make me go, okay, maybe, just maybe, I've been doing a little much about the Matt Stafford. Right? Like, he is 37 years old, right? And he is a dude who, obviously big arm and those things, and I imagine that does factor in. But maybe, and seeing that kind of come up and talking about Micah Parsons, I'm like, all right, maybe I personally have been doing a little much on the Matt Stafford front.
Well, that's fair. And most NFL players, I'm sure Seth and Clint will tell you this, especially Seth, most NFL players have something going on with their back because of the nature of the job.
Or their knee, or their toe, or their fingers. Have you seen Baldinger's finger?
Oh, God, yes. I saw it in person at the Super Bowl.
That thing make a left turn.
Oh, my God.
Why does your finger go that way? Because he was getting people's shoulder pads, getting them blocked, getting his paws on them. Yeah, so that's the nature of football. Dudes are kind of walking around hurt oftentimes. So, I did see that. Did you see this, though? And I feel like this is uniquely an in-the-loop conversation. The NFL, National Football League, if you're unfamiliar, says that Nielsen, the audience measurement kind of company, they're the ones who obviously determine ratings for TV and radio and such. The NFL, through one of their, I think, chief data analytics officers, said that there are, quote, millions of viewers that we believe they are systematically undercounting, close quote.
I've always kind of thought this. Have you? I've always believed, like, people, I know that there are ways to gauge, like, sports bars or restaurants or something, and they consistently, so let's say this sports bar has 25 TVs. There are formulas and such that they count the listeners. But I've always thought, when was the last time you watched a game by yourself or with one significant other? You're
talking to the wrong person. I got 3 TVs. I'll be watching games by myself all the time.
The royal you.
Like, hey, shut up. I'm trying to hear my 3 TVs.
But you know what I mean? Like, families, friends, hey, come on over. We're going to blah, blah, blah. I've always kind of thought this, but
sports bars.
But the sports bars, I think they can gauge more accurately. Anyway.
This is where I go into the, we talk shop a little bit.
People coming in and out.
No, just the Nielsen is, it's an inexact science, just generally. And I think that, you're probably right. Like, how do you determine how many people are watching at any given time? I know streaming has made it a little bit easier because you have actual, like, signatures. But even then, right? What happens if you're having a little bit of a game watching party and there's 3 or 4 people in the room? The tough thing about it for me is You the gosh darn NFL breaking NFL records, and you out here have the audacity to talk about how Nielsen is undercounted. We don't want to hear this.
You're the reason that Nielsen stays in existence, because you can count millions with the NFL.
Do you know what the thought, the phrase, or the thought that came to mind is when I saw this? I was like, oh, so this feels like the ethos of the Mark Cuban pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Because how are you making money hand over fist and coming out and being like, Nielsen, you're not doing enough? What you mean we're not doing enough?
I immediately thought that it's another way for them to sort of juice the next contracts, because we talk about all the streaming services, and now they can come back at you and say, well, there's millions of people they don't even count. So we need a little more money because there's millions out there that you're not even counting in this contract negotiation.
And that don't feel like a hog to you?
That's a hog.
There you go. And again, the one thing that I want to tag that with, though, is every time that I've gotten a smidge of, it feel like they getting hoggish, NFL just keep on going. More money to be made. We printing it.
Yeah.
We are printing it. So, yeah, I say that all understanding what the other part of that is. We mentioned Micah Parsons. I did want to mention this real quick. Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Patriots, when he was asked on the Greg Hill show on WEEI up in Boston about the possibility of a Parsons trade, he said it wasn't something that we were really invested in a lot of time or resources in. We have to build some depth there to this roster. You have to do that from the draft. Basically saying it wasn't the right time. Wasn't the right time to go and get him.
I buy it.
You do?
I do. I buy it. I think that based on, first year there, how they want to build things, how they generally try to build things in New England, even when he was a player, I do buy it. You don't?
Generational player, and we throw that word out a lot, but genuinely, like one of, if not the best pass rushers in the league. You get a chance to get him, you get him.
Well, but also they might know a little more about the back than we do going into the whole negotiation, and they're just like, you know what? Let's just try to do it the old New England way.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
You mentioned we did that, and one of the things I like doing here and around the NFL is giving you the NFL's top 100.
I was into it.
We've been rolling this out for the last 17 weeks, and we have reached the end of it finally. Yesterday, the NFL did one fell swoop with the top 10. They did it as a TV program because, of course, the NFL managed to make some more money off of this. But the top 10 players in the NFL are as follows, with Patrick Surtain coming in at number 10, the cornerback for the Broncos. Justin Jefferson, wide receiver for the Vikings, came in at 9. You got Myles Garrett, defensive end, at 8. Derrick Henry, running back for the Ravens, at 7. And then we get to some of the big ones, the quarterbacks we were thinking about. Joe Burrow, Bengals quarterback, at 6. He's the third highest quarterback. The fourth highest quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, the third highest quarterback, at 5, dropping from his position as the number 1 player in the NFL on the top 100 last year. We finish out with the top 4. Jamar Chase, wide receiver, he's the highest wide receiver at 4. Josh Allen at 3, second highest quarterback. The highest rated quarterback, Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. And then the best player in all of the NFL, according to players, a running back, Saquon Barkley, jumping 85 spots from where he previously was last year. Now we have the whole thing. What are some of the takeaways that you were thinking as we saw what came out?
A little bit of a surprise with Saquon number 1. All due respect, of course.
Players respect a running back, apparently.
Yeah, they do. I thought it was going to be Lamar Jackson. I thought Joe Burrow. You know what I thought when I saw Joe Burrow at 6? I was like, man, if you don't do it now, because he is respected, well deserved. I love the guy. I've talked about him for years now that I think he is a supremely talented quarterback. But if he doesn't do it now, who knows? I was actually a little surprised that Justin Jefferson was as low as 9. I thought he might be a little higher. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know who I would replace, but
yeah, that's the tough thing is I look at all those guys ahead of him. I go, we're talking about best running back clearly in Saquon. I mean, Lamar, Josh Allen, both MVP caliber players last year, literally in that conversation. Jamar Chase, also one of them ones when we talk about wide receiver. Maybe just like pairing them, getting them a little closer because it feels like they're similar in their situation there. Yeah, it's hard to maybe if you're in the Derrick Henry thing, but Derrick Henry is like 30, also still doing this thing at his size and being effective. Yeah, it's just, I understand where you're coming from with all of that. However, like on the larger top 100 space, there's a lot of Eagles. I think the Texans came in third most of teams with 6 on the top 100, which, of course, when you have that in that context, I think it's good, and it points to the way that Nick Caserio has developed talent acquired talent rather, and then obviously D'Amico's developed them, and they have that high end, right? Some of them have acquired when you talk about like Daniil Hunter, but some of them they've drafted, developed, and continue to make better. When you talk about at least 3 of them, CJ, Will, Sting, all of those drafted and continue to grow here.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What do you think about Patrick Mahomes at 5?
I think that was where I was already getting. I was afraid last year to say it with my chest because Patrick Mahomes is a dude that I thought we had gotten to where we were treating him kind of like, you remember in 2016 or 2015 when the Warriors come in, they win the championship, and where people were like, oh, Steph Curry might be the best player in all of basketball.
Yeah.
And then LeBron James went and did that thing in 2016. We're like, oh, we're going to stop doing that. Like, we're just going to never consider the idea that anybody is better than LeBron James. I feel like we had gotten to that point with Patrick Mahomes where we were just like, all right, so clearly he's the best player, and then we'll have the conversations after that. I think last year, and of course, the offense, he still made a lot of plays. The offense did enough. But I think you looked at last year and you go, I can easily see how he is not the best quarterback between Lamar and Josh, and then even Joe being the dude who's kind of shouldering a team in a way where you have a bad defense, bad offensive line, and him with his wide receivers are just making stuff happen. I can see how you can get to all 3 of those being better than Patrick Mahomes just based off of last season alone.
Tell me if you think this is unfair, because this is exactly what I think. He should be either number 1 if you're giving him credit as the guy just continues to win, or like 10 or
you know me, I'm not going to lean into he's just a winner.
Let me finish on this because I think it's something that maybe you wouldn't agree with. I think he either needs to be number 1 because he's Patrick freaking Mahomes and he wins and he gets the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Or like 11 or 12.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Because 5, you're giving him both credit for both, so to speak. Like you're crediting him as just a winner, you know, a guy that makes spectacular plays in when it counts the most. But if you just look at his numbers, he should be like out of the top 10, 11 or 12. Like I think they kind of compromised here. Like he should be number 1 based on one thing, but out of the top 10 based on the numbers.
And I think it's worth considering that. Remember, this is a voting by a lot of people. It's amassed by a lot of people. So all of those thought process might be kind of contained within that 5, where some people probably had him closer to what you were talking about. Some people probably still were willing to vote him as the best quarterback and best player of the league just based off of the strength of what we know about his abilities.
Yeah.
I think that it worked. It came out in the wash, so to say. But you're right. If there's an individual making this, I think I fall in line, and you're not going to be surprised with this, with Patrick Mahomes being more of the 11. Not saying that he's incapable of getting back to that, but just if we're going based off of what we've most recently seen, it seems like some of these other people were making bigger impacts while also still acknowledging that he is very, 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 very good at football.
Right. It's kind of like the MVP discussion.
Yeah.
If you put the most emphasis on the word valuable, he's number 1. But if you interpret MVP as the best, I don't think he's top 10. And I'm not picking one or the other. I'm just saying I think it's one or the other.
Should have known this was going to come in from the 3-4-6. The refs are number 1. Now that we have a chance to look at this, Jared Goff was higher than Jalen Hurts, and Jane Daniels is quarterback 7. Which of those hits you as?
You know what I'm going to say. Jalen Hurts. He's. I just feel like I'm constantly defending. I'm not alone, obviously, but I'm constantly defending how good he really is and what he's accomplished and the numbers he's put up, et cetera. But it would be Jalen Hurts for me.
All right. And then real quick before we actually no, that's around the NFL. I'll get to it another time. Right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there was a 4-game set this weekend over the Labor Day weekend with the Astros and the Angels. How'd you feel about it? Where are we? What have we learned about this Astros team? Because it feels like they're holding it together, but there's signs. There are signs of stress. 713-572-4610. Where are you at with this Astros team? Let's talk about them next.
All right, let's talk about Texas Star Grill Shop. I'm really good friends.
52.
Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. How about a split versus the Los Angeles Angels? How does that make you feel? Astros.
How does that make you feel? Meh.
Yeah, that was weird place that you're in with an Astros team that continues to lead their division and thankfully seems to is slowly expanding just a little bit. The lead, three game lead versus over the Mariners rather, and according to ESPN, for whatever it's worth, 90.3% chance of making the playoffs. Obviously via winning that division. So I mean, the Astros team, they're cruising along and clearly headed towards postseason play as it feels like. However, it feels like we're finding a level of stasis with this Astros team that I'm not super happy about, as in some ways evidenced by
should you be,
a series split against an Angels team that is somewhat unserious. Did not have their manager, obviously due to health issues, get well soon, Ron Washington. But you just couldn't put up runs except for yesterday.
I don't know how they've extended their lead.
Slightly extended
to 3 games. Yeah. I don't know how. I mean, I'm just being honest with this up and down nature. We've talked about it a lot, and that's not necessarily what we're going to talk about here. But it is interesting and confusing that they're still managing to get this done with a lot of things still not going in their favor. Still not exactly what you would expect. I mean, Framber Valdez, who pitches tonight, is 1-3 in his last 5 games. Hunter Brown is 1-2 in his last 5 games. How are they doing this? How are they doing this? Is the thing with me. It's just timeliness. Sometimes you can maybe attribute it to the schedule. Sometimes it might just be, the timely hitting, which they have gotten that occasionally, except for 2 games when they got an infield hit as their only hit. And would they go 15 innings without a run at one point during the weekend? Yeah.
And I mean, you talk about the timeliness. They're not timely enough. Their runners batting with runners in scoring position is abysmal.
So how are they doing it?
Sheer power will. I don't know. I don't have it for you, but I think, and tell me if you think I'm wrong in this. I think I've gotten to a place where I know what offensively I have to expect from this team, even as you return. Obviously, you've had Carlos Correa for a month and some change now. You're getting Yordan back for a short period of time, mind you, but a period of time here. I think you're starting to get a feel for it. This offense is only going to do so much. Over the entirety of the season, this is about an average offense, maybe a tick below average. And I think that's what you kind of have to expect. It feels like you're getting to a place where you're just going to need your defense and your pitching to be stellar, as it kind of has been for the most part, with skips and stutters between, as is I guess relatively expected in what is a marathon of a season of 162.
It's true, but as I mentioned, even Hunter Brown and Framber, you've kind of had a mixed bag here of late.
But I don't know how much of those Hunter Brown wise. I wouldn't say how much of those. I wonder how much of those are the run support aspect. Sure. Framber, he's had his issues, but he's kind of steadied the ship in some way, and we'll see how much that is the case today as they start the set versus the Yankees, who I've continued to call an unserious bunch. But yeah, man, it just feels like I'm in a place where I'm not depending on the offense to get them over. Just give me enough run support and hopefully find a level of hitting when you need to get you to the place. But I think even more than getting you to the end of the season, this creates concerns for me on what you do in the postseason when you have less time to get things done and you have to be more efficient.
The Mariners are just, you're giving them an opportunity and they're not taking advantage of it. You're just flat out. Astros are 12-17 at home since July 1st. I mentioned, Hunter Brown and Framber, whether it's their fault or not, are combined 2-5 in their last 10 games. So you're giving it to them. You're giving it to the Mariners, and they're not taking advantage. So that leads to the question, at least I'm asking myself, like, what do you need the most down the it's September, by the way, so it's time. It's no longer early by any gauge. It's September. What do you need the most going down the stretch? And I'm looking at Christian Walker, who has been somewhat of a timely hitter here and there, but can you count on that? I think you need, and I've said it for a month now, one of these guys, Luis Garcia. Shout out to Luis Garcia for getting it done.
Yeah.
Worth the wait, at least yesterday he was. Spencer Arrighetti, something of a yo-yo. You need one of these guys to sort of steady the ship on those days when Jordan and Framber and Hunter Brown are not pitching. And then you need Jordan, to really go on one of those tears that he's want to do.
Yeah, that feels like the order is having your pitching remain stout and maybe be even more stout. Which is that fair to them? Probably not. But the offense has been so inconsistent, and especially maybe the one consistent place is the inconsistency when it comes to hitting when you get to runners in scoring position, which is the biggest and most important of times to hit. Is when you load them up, you get them into scoring position, you get them in a threatening position. You need to be able to make the most of it. This team hits towards leather so often. Like, we talk about the exit velocity, which honestly they've been kind of low on. I was doing a little baseball savant,
your nerd thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit of that yesterday, and they are, I think, in the bottom 1% of exit velocity. Like, they're not getting a lot of hard contact, and it's going a lot towards gloves. And so at this point, I don't know how much it can be like, oh man, this is unfortunate. It just feels like this is a feature at this point of what this offense is. And so as much as, hey, reinforcements, every time we've had a level of reinforcements, it helps, but it doesn't fix it. So again, I'm leaning on this is going to need to be a pitching and defense led operation, I think, as you head down the very final stretch of this.
And is Jason Alexander what you need the most? Is he this year's Yusei Kikuchi? Something that you didn't really necessarily think that was going to be clutch. I know he's had a couple of moments here and there, but 4-1
with the timing. Yeah, probably more Yusei, but I think I saw someone make mention of he might be Ronel Blanco, where this is just one of those. All right, you popped up, you're getting a good season, and roll with it while you have it. And it might be that, especially having him be a little bit of a reclamation project. As what was he with the A's at one point? Is that what it was? If memory serves. But yeah, either way, it's just continued success pitching wise, and whichever the ones as you mentioned, whether it's,
and I didn't mention Christian Javier, who needs to be mentioned here,
right?
Yeah,
but those guys, I think they just need to continue dealing, right, or like find ways to deal while you also have Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. And the scary part for me is that probably is an unfair expectation, especially as you head towards the postseason, for that being like the recipe, especially if you're not going to have absolute consistency in the offense coming through, which all of this feels weird coming off a day where you put up 8 runs.
Yeah.
But it's coming off a weekend where you didn't put up enough runs.
Yeah, they're kind of just holding it together with tape and string, and that's not a recipe for postseason success. You mentioned that earlier, and it's definitely worth mentioning. Like, they can get there.
Oh, yeah. And
they will get there, I believe.
I feel so bad about my negative demeanor right now.
No,
again,
it's fair.
They continue to find enough wins. As you mentioned, the Mariners are not going to track you down or anything. Somebody else was mentioning on the text line how some of the other teams at the top of the AL are also going through kind of skids of sorts. Like, maybe this is just a August into September lull or whatever, just in baseball generally. All that's fine and good. The things that we've constantly held out hope for, okay, these are going to change things, are not consistent enough for me to be like, okay, when you go into the postseason, when you're facing off against ostensibly only good teams, what can I be assured of? And starting pitching to a point, really good back end of the rotation, and then I got question marks in some of these other places. Maybe defense, right?
Defense a little bit.
Back in the bullpen is what I meant. Apologies.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that I go, all right, I feel like I can depend on those. Offense is not one of them.
Yeah, and I know, Jose Altuve in the postseason are magic. Carlos Correa in the postseason are magic. So you can count on that. Jordan as well. But, when you start looking at this squad and the breadth of a postseason series, the totality of it, the confidence level is just not there. They'll get there. I'm pretty confident in that now. But in the postseason, what we're talking about, it just feels like it's going to be really, really a tough task.
We start against the Yankees tonight, and it's Frommel on the mound, as you mentioned.
They're the Yankees' daddies, man.
They are, and the Yankees again. Hopefully, they're whack play in their defensive aspect of things allows the Astros to maybe play a couple more than they would, and you can get a little bit of offense.
And then the Rangers are coming in and they're falling apart. Although they're playing, they're playing
better baseball
pretty well, but they're losing dudes.
Weird, yeah, they are. They lost. Was it Evaldi that they lost at the end of the season? Who was probably on a Cy Young pace himself.
Yeah.
Speaking of awards, this came in on the YouTube. What's In Loop's consensus on who'll be Rookie of the Year? I'm guessing you mean baseball, but I guess you could mean football. We will kind of make our predictions on what we think the season will look like over this week as we're gearing up for football season. Baseball, AL-wise, it's got to be Nick Kurtz, doesn't it?
It's got to be. Yeah, no, and he's done it consistently and done it at a high level, done it to the Astros. Yeah, it's got to be him. Football?
It's funny because
TBD. Ashton Genty.
Well, I actually don't think that's a horrible idea. It's funny because I was in the, our Odyssey Houston has a fantasy football league, and I was in there just annoying people and eating free food while they were picking. What was that?
Was he a first rounder?
Unintentionally by Sean Pendergast, because Sean got his computer locked up in a moment where I think
he was a first rounder in our draft.
Yeah, and I think Sean wanted to go somewhere else, but his computer was not complying, so he ended up getting Genty. And my point being, I was trying to console him because he was upset. He was like, "This is not who I wanted." I'm like, "I think he's going to do. I think they're going to feed him."
Yeah, I think he's going to do real well.
I think that offense is going to be two dudes. Yeah, they're going to be like, "Hey, Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, you are the offense. If we were running, Genty. If we were throwing, Bowers, and here we go off to the races."
Yeah.
So we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping here, including a check-in on a dude who feels like he is the presumptive favorite to be the Eurobasket MVP. Let's talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. It is here, man. Real game.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I just wanted to start with the very base. Actually, what I should start with is Jose Altuve, just yesterday on Labor Day, helping make sure that the Astros get a victory 8-3 versus the Angels, and make sure that they also split that series, that 4-game set. Otherwise, I'd have been upset in a way. In doing that, remember, he hit the foul pole. And today is the day where you can go get you some free Chick-fil-A because of that.
That's a great promotion.
And so I just wanted to do a PSA.
Go get your Chick-fil-A.
If you have not done that, you need to make sure you do that. Shout out to the Houston Chronicle being like, hey, this is how you do it. You just want to make sure that you're signed up for the Chick-fil-A
Want to make sure
app.
Chick-fil-A pays all the chicken.
Hey, man. Look, if there's one thing that I have loved for a very long time, I think that it's one of the things that brings us together as humans, the opportunity for free stuff, particularly when it's free food.
Yes.
And so had that Chick-fil-A app, just be in the Houston area, phone service, location services turned on. You should be able to get that free chicken. So shout out to Jose Altuve, doing it for the people. Like, I feel like if there is a single solitary way to get to the hearts of the fans,
food,
win them free stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, miss the free throws like Bobby to get people the celebration, like, you know what I mean? Like, hit the foul pole. Just hit one of these marks that ultimately allows us to get free stuff.
Yes.
And Jose Altuve being the man of the people right then. I did want to hit you with this because, you know, I have been keeping up with this because I'm sick, but I'm also excited for basketball season, which starts October 21st. I think we get preseason basketball this year, which I will be tuned into, in part because I'm excited to see how this man continues to show up. Alper Şengün led Turkey to their 4th straight win over Estonia over the weekend. 21-8-5 with only 1 turnover, which that's a real interesting kind of thing there. Steal, block, 8 of 13 from the field, 2 of 2 from 3. So adding in the 3-point ball, which is going to be fun to see how he continues to be able to stretch the floor. 3 of 3 from the free throw line, which has been one of the big things.
He's actually hit a lot of free throws on this.
He's been really good
Yeah.
hitting free throws in this tournament, so I think that's a big thing. And then for me, and I know it's something that he's done a little bit, and he's done maybe a little bit is not fair, but he continues to do. And I've made the note, and I probably will keep making the note. His playmaking is continuing to progress. Like, we might just be locking him into All-Star. Like, because last year him being an All-Star felt like, oh, he had a good season. He might be ascending to the place where he's just go ahead and pencil him in. Your Rockets All-Star, or one of your Rockets All-Stars at the very least, is Alper Şengün.
Isn't he still 23, or has he turned 24 yet? He is so young. He's been a pro since he was 15 or 16. And the reason I say that is just like in the NFL, in the NBA, players like to focus in on one thing that they want to get better at. They could well be that. I've been just sort of superficially watching this, more just recaps and stories about it, etc. I blame you for
you've been listening to what's popping. That's what's
I blame you for digging in, for me digging into a little bit more of this. And I think I think you're right. I think that's the one thing. I don't put a lot of stock in necessarily what the numbers are, scoring and rebounding, but the free throws and the assists, it seems like he's really focused in on that. By the way, I think they play Serbia today at 1:30 or thereabouts. And I just made note of that. That's going to be the best test yet, because Serbia damn well should have beat the Americans if not for Steph, in the Olympics.
So Şengün turned 23 this past July.
Yeah. He's 23.
It feels like he's already been in this league for like
I know.
a long time.
Yeah.
He probably has. Like, that's one of the things in basketball, though, is like, oh man, he's 23. It's like, yeah, he's been in the league for like 4 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's where we seem to be at this point. Turkey, Serbia is tomorrow. But of course, that's still a really good matchup because you talk about the big Serbians that are involved, including obviously Nikola Jokic. That's the Jokic versus baby Jokic is going to be that's
going to be the one to watch.
Quite an interesting one. Of course, we'll keep you updated
up with, we'll say.
As we see some other things around the NFL. There's a best MLB trade deadline moves of 2025 was put out by MLB. And shout out to the Astros, because very clearly one of those has been Carlos Correa, right?
Oh, for sure. In terms of what we were just talking about with the Astros, like players that are sort of, crucial down the stretch that you have to count on a lot. I would say obviously Jason Alexander, and obviously Carlos Correa, and obviously Yordan Alvarez. None of those guys were around, at the start of the season, or very little around at the start of the season. So yeah, that's going to be important.
Yeah. So he comes in at third on this list, following, I believe, only the Mike Yastrzemski move.
Mike Yastrzemski?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That guy?
Why did that one come out of my mouth so tough? For the Royals, and then Ramon Laureano joining the Padres. And so, I mean, he's been huge for you, especially as you lost Isaac Paredes. So salute to Dana Brown, because that's clearly been a very good move. And he's even progressed as a player, interestingly enough. Like, he was in a place where I was a little concerned about the defense, and of course moving from shortstop to third has been helpful in that way, but that has been good as well. Some other things that are popping. Do we have the top 25 out now?
It's going to be announced here in the next hour or so, and we will let you know. A lot of people are projecting, is it going to be Ohio State or Penn State number one? It's going to be Ohio State. I think Penn State probably deserves a lot of mention as the number one team in the country, but I think it's going to be Ohio State based on that. And then, of course, interesting things to watch as you go through that, is where is Notre Dame going to fall? What is going to happen with Clemson and LSU? That game, and we'll get into it a little bit more when we do a little CF boat later.
College football on a Tuesday, if you're not familiar.
College football on a Tuesday, also known as CF boat. I loved what I saw from LSU and Clemson in terms of level of play. So LSU, getting that done.
Best game on the weekend, LSU Clemson?
Yeah. I like Notre Dame, Miami as well.
That was the one of the I would say 5 big games: Ohio State versus Texas, Florida State, Bama, LSU Clemson, Notre Dame, Miami, and then of course last night's TCU. UNC. That was the only one that I didn't see. So
you were driving.
For you to put that one as probably the best one,
it was one of them. It was more intriguing, and just probably already the catch of the year. We'll dig into more of that as well.
I wonder if Kansas State might drop a few spots because they almost lost. I know almost.
That was
whatever.
A battle.
They almost lost.
That was a battle
against North Dakota.
Yeah.
Not State, just North Dakota.
The Fighting Hawks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to admit that I do think that this is going to be a rough year for K-State.
You think so?
Defense just might be bad, flat out.
Because, I mean, it's great. I think
nobody wants to hear me talk about K-State, but their defense might just be bad.
That's fair.
We're talking about the top 25, man. Can do that.
Well, according to ESPN's FPI, they're still up there Texas, interestingly enough, still number one in the FPI rankings, which I'm sure people are.
What are we
doing
then?
Sick about.
What are we doing then?
We're getting mad.
I hear the oozing bias from John Lopez right now.
Yeah, well, no, it's not even bias. Like, what are we doing? They just lost to the number 2 team and looked pretty bad
on the road.
Yeah,
though?
Not in that 2-minute offense though. That 2-minute offense was dicing them boys up until Arch couldn't hit his receiver.
I'm not a Texas guy, as of course everyone knows full and well. Sam Houston guy, but you kind of have to give Texas a bit of a benefit of the doubt going on the road in the.
Do you have to give it
based on what?
Do you have to give it to him?
I mean, Sayin didn't really have this monster of a game.
He looked pretty good. He looked better than Arch.
He looked solid.
Yeah,
he looked solid.
I'd say give Arch at least a few more games to get a better sample.
Well, and that's what I said earlier. I think he's got these 3 games coming up that are going to be, not necessarily gimmies, but certainly not Ohio State. Then an off week before Florida. I think that's when you have to start making your sort of evaluations and conclusions, or at least early conclusions on Arch. But no, you go into that game and they did not play the way that we expected. Like I said it earlier, if this is the floor for Texas, an inaccurate and bad mechanics of Arch, really good defense, then that's still not what you expected. I think Ohio State's going to be number 1. I think LSU could jump to number 2.
A couple things. One, did you see that a certain Mr. Deshaun Watson sold his $1.3 million Houston? It's been described as a mansion, which, I mean, in Houston, 1.3
depends on where you are, can go a long way.
But yeah, I mean, you should be able to put some. Is that a little bit much, calling it a
mansion?
Is a bit
mansion? Much. Yeah, mansion is a bit much.
Were you surprised though that he still had the House of Houston after all?
Hey man, it's hard to sell homes that, especially at that price.
Yeah,
at that price.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
5 bedroom, 5 bath, 5,264 square feet.
Okay, so he was in the burbs. That's a huge house. Like in the city, $1.2 million will get you maybe 2,500 square feet. and in the Heights or somewhere, or certainly in River Oaks, it'd be
Royal Oaks, close to Royal Oaks Country Club.
Yeah.
Apparently had a chef's kitchen, resort style pool, wet bar, media room with a projector and screen, 3-car garage plus golf cart garage.
Yeah, he's the burbs. And those are hard to sell, man.
But somebody finally took it.
Somebody took it. How do you like it?
How do I like it, or how did he like it?
How do you like it?
I have not seen it.
When are you moving in?
Buddy, that was the question I was going to ask. When you're selling that house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people enjoy knowing that the previous owner was famous. It's the Seinfeld. Whose car was it again?
Why do I not remember?
And of course, as soon as I was going to go there, I forgot as well. John Voight.
John
Voight's car, except not the right John Voight.
Spelled differently.
Right. Do you think they said, "Hey, this is Deshaun Watson's house," or do you think they just kept that one on the low?
I would not. Now they do have to disclose things about the house.
Yeah, when we're closing.
When you're closing.
But that's not part of the sell, right?
No, not Deshaun Watson. What I want to know, it depends on who it is. Yeah, but I would definitely want to know if it was Deshaun Watson.
Like if he's one of those dudes that has like.
Why is everything slippery?
All right. I was gonna say if he was one of the
sliding all over this place. The floors are awful.
Reggie's beside us.
What am I supposed to do after that?
It's just slippery.
Honestly,
you went there. I just said it was slippery.
You kind of just sit there in awkward silence.
How did I go there?
And then you just move on.
I was just trying to make the point as to how obviously his reputation is very, very different than it was at one point.
Some tacky shoes.
And that's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, by the way, David Mullighetti, the agent for super agent just generally in the NFL, was on First Take this morning telling everybody that Michael Parsons, all he wanted to do was be a Cowboy, and they did their best to try and keep him a Cowboy, but obviously it didn't work out that way.
Well, okay.
I don't buy a lot
if
of
you
soccer.
say so. Yeah, if you say so.
Obviously, I have not watched the whole thing, but that quote alone made me go, hey, did we need you talking?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you won without
it's
talking.
It's rare to get him to talk.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And I'm sure if I watch, and maybe when I watch all of it, I'll get a better idea of what it is. But just off of that one alone, that's like, hey, Mike wanted to be a Cowboy the whole time, and they was the ones who did this. So I was like, hey, I don't know if we need to do it that way. Anyways, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, y'all on the text line wildin'. Are we downplaying one very important thing about Matthew Stafford for the Sunday game versus the Texans, the opener? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 50. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope your week is going pretty well thus far. My week's going pretty well. Lopez, I believe yours. Colin, yours going pretty well.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, then it's a game week, baby. We are headed into week 1 of the 2025 season, as we were talking about. Pretty hyped up season, and hopefully one that has the capability to live up to the hype in a way that it feels like the Texans have not been able to do for a little bit, considering just, the ways that this thing has been up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So excited for it. And week 1 should be quite a measuring stick of sorts, going up against a Rams team that is nothing to scoff at. However, some of us were doing a little scoffing because they were in a very particular situation with their quarterback, Matt Stafford, who 37 years of age and was seemingly dealing with a back issue that took him out of a lot of training camp and practices. And they got him a little bit in there, but there's been some real questions. And so Sean McVay, talking ahead of this week, as coaches do on a Monday, was asked about, the status of Matt Stafford for week 1 versus the Texans.
Do you expect Matthew to start against the Texans?
I do. Yeah, he'll be good.
Will he participate in the full week of practice?
Yep.
And then did Alaric practice today?
He did. He looked good, and everybody was out there and accounted for. And so I'll have the full injury report for you guys on Wednesday, but expect to be everybody ready to go.
Thanks,
There you
Sean.
go.
We'll check back in with you Wednesday.
Why are you yelling?
Why are you yelling? He's just so excited. Remember, that was the whole comparison with Kaylee and him. Is like, they bring the juice.
I will give you the entry report on Wednesday.
Why are you yelling?
He wasn't far away from the mic, was he? Play one more time for me.
No, it sounded like he was yelling.
Do you expect Matthew to start against the Texans?
I do. Yeah, he'll be good.
Will he participate in the full week of practice?
Yep.
And then did Alaric practice today?
He did. He looked good, and everybody was out there and accounted for. And so I'll have the full injury report for you guys on Wednesday, but expect to be everybody ready to go.
Y'all are both wrong. He don't sound like he's yelling, nor does he sound far away from the microphone.
It sounds like that the last part is like, okay, guys, do we have to keep this up? Like, come on, you've asked me like 20 times since.
Then they should.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Sean McVay is the dude who just steps up to the microphones like, all right, here's the injury.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Compared to, other places where maybe it doesn't quite happen that way.
NRG over there?
What are you doing?
I'm just looking. Yeah.
But the point being, Matt Stafford, and maybe underratedly, Alaric Jackson, which we have to talk about, because that is it left tackle? Is that their starting left tackle? When healthy, that's a big deal, clearly, in this game, and these things might go together. But are we downplaying one big thing when it comes to Matt Stafford, especially now that we know that the expectation is for him to play?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, because, hey, I've been as skeptical, if not more skeptical than anyone. I was on the record. He ain't gonna play, or he's not gonna be 100%. It's not gonna happen. Because you say he missed most of training camp. I think he missed all of training camp until they got to the final week, and then got a couple of practices in, like 2. And I've been very skeptical about it.
It's worth noting these were not like, he's planned on missing these and then we expect him to come back. It was just like, we'll play it as we go, day to day. And them days to days kept stacking up.
Yeah. So I've been sitting here like, and again, I'm not alone in this opinion either, in terms of, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are going to snap him in two like a toothpick. He's going to just crumble.
Still possible.
With the first hit.
Still possible.
But then I started thinking, okay, if he is okay to play, I'm not going to say great, but if he's good to play and he does get out there, I kind of feel like we're downplaying, the whole Matthew Stafford. And maybe it's a little sort of after effect of the Aaron Rodgers stuff, because he's old and didn't look like himself. Matthew Stafford has looked like himself a lot, as recently as last year. And what I think we're downplaying is his arm strength has gone nowhere. His ability to put it in a small window has gone nowhere, at least from the last time we saw him, and his smarts. He has a truly capital letters elite way of manipulating safeties and defenses. And my thing is, yes, if they crash down on him, it is certainly in the realm of possibility that that'll be it and he'll be out. But if he stays on the field, I think we're kind of underplaying just how good Matthew Stafford is between the lines and between the ears.
I think you're right on just his capabilities, right? I think that's part of why you've seen such a drastic swing with the Rams of late when he's playing and when he's not, right? He matters a great deal. In fact, that is the whole reason why the Rams went and acquired him. You remember, Jared Goff was not bad by any means, especially as manipulated by, Sean McVay, right? But Sean McVay wanted somebody who he could, have a little bit more autonomy and feel comfortable and believe in his autonomy and ability to run the system. And Matt Stafford, walks in as a dude who's capable of doing that with, of course, the thing that is always fun whenever you have a football player in general, but an NFL player in particular. He got a howitzer on his, on his shoulder.
Yeah.
So that's all fun, but I don't know that we underplayed it. It's just we were getting to a place where
we haven't really talked about it.
We haven't really had the opportunity to talk about it. So let's do that now. And I'm interested in it, but he's gonna have to have the time and the ability to do that. But he being smart, along with the wide receivers being smart, allows them to hope. Maybe. Get to some really fun stuff, especially in trying to attack what maybe could be weak points in the Texans defense. The problem is, I don't know that those weak points are very big, and I feel like the Texans have done a good job of trying to limit those weaknesses, as we talked about, probably like the middle of the field and having either linebackers or maybe safeties having to, pick up those players on the interior. I think that this is where a continued development from Kamari Lassiter on the outside, along with Sting, allows them to put more support on the inside. Plus, a CJ Gardner-Johnson that's a clear step up in safety. I think that should allow them to make it more difficult, in the middle of the field. But you're right. Like, Matt Stafford is very good. He's capable, and he has maybe one of the best things that I think any quarterback in the NFL can have, which is experience, a wealth of experience.
17 years, man.
I have seen all these damn systems. Hell, one of the cool things about this game, and I heard Sean and Seth making mention of this, and I was like, great point, is that this is DeMeco finally getting a chance to, in the cycle of every 4 years getting to play every team, finally get into a division that he knows incredibly well from his time being a defensive coordinator with the Niners.
Yeah.
And, of course, it's going to be a little different, the system that McVay runs, but Caley was there in the meantime, so maybe he can help him brush up on what's happening there. And now I think that might be able to help them mitigate whatever Matt Stafford brings and whatever Sean McVay brings as being a very good creative offensive mind.
Absolutely. And I feel, you talk about the Texans in the middle of the field. They deliberately and diligently addressed that in the offseason with CJ Gardner-Johnson. They have a lot of confidence in Kalen Bullock. What I'm saying, though, is we've just sort of like, he's going to fold like a house of cards. He is also one of the toughest quarterbacks that's ever walked the face of the earth.
That is fair.
Yes, absolutely one of the toughest that's ever. You can go back to the days when quarterbacks were getting pummeled, and driven to the ground and everything. He is one of the toughest guys there's ever been. So the combination of that and 17 years of experience. And even though you feel really good about you talk about it, there's not a lot of weak spots on this defense that we see anyway. And you can talk about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock. This is what he does. This is what he does best. Manipulate safeties and be able to, to take your aggression. And I mentioned it earlier. Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner are aggressive in different ways. Kalen Bullock, aggressive to the ball, ability to go get the ball. C.J. Gardner, aggressive to the player. And the ability to to knock the ball loose and get plays and interceptions that way. This is what Matt Stafford just thrives on. He has spent the last month, if not longer, thinking about ways to take advantage of what the Texans do. I don't want to underestimate how smart this guy is at doing that.
Especially because one of the things that was a little bit of, because I mentioned the middle of the field, and that's one thing, but another thing that obviously we've talked about. We talked about with Matt Stafford, some of those explosive plays. What happens if he's able to, again, with his experience, whatever relationship he's able to forge very quickly with another experienced player in Devontae Adams. Obviously, the relationship that he's already forged with Puka Nacua. How are they capable of maybe taking advantage of that? And maybe depending on how the Texans have been able to actually address that, and how that shows up in Week 1 coming right out the gate, right? Especially with all these various players that do not play a lot of preseason.
Yeah.
What does that look like? Those are fair things to ask about. I do wonder, though, is he going to be in positions and opportunities to do that? Because this is not a Rams team last year that ran the ball particularly well. If you're talking about efficiency-wise, because, again, there's efficiency and there's different things that happen in the run game that can, that operate differently, right? It's not, sometimes you're not efficient, but you can be explosive, or sometimes though it's not all encompassing. However, they were not. They were one of the probably 3 least efficient run games all of last season. And we talk about this for the Texans, and it's going to be very important, but I do wonder how important it's going to be for Matt Stafford, especially talking about the injuries, especially sending the dogs after him, if they're not able to run the ball or get into advantageous downs, where if you're looking at 3rd and medium or 3rd and long, then is Matt Stafford in real trouble, and is that where you can end up in a place where potential injuries, or at just very least putting him in the teeth of what the Texans do well, which is apply pressure and then maybe pick the ball off. That'll be interesting to see in this matchup.
No, it's very real that he could be on fragile ground here, thin ice, if you will, when it comes to the Texans' rush. But the other aspect of it, if he doesn't, he's dangerous, as we've been talking about. The other aspect is Sean McVay. DeMeco Ryans knows exactly what to expect from Sean McVay. You know who else knows what DeMeco Ryans does?
Yeah.
Sean McVay does. He manipulates matchup. He exploits matchups. That's what he's always done. So this is really going to be a fun week to talk about it, because it's a fun matchup. And if Matt Stafford stays healthy all 4 quarters, I think it's going to be really interesting. By the way, the point spread for those who partake in the gambling arts has gone up from 2.5 to a full 3.5. It went up a full point since Matt Stafford has been cleared, since McVay said this. So there is that respect. People know this. If he stays healthy, stays on the field, it could get real interesting.
However, you mentioned that point spread, and I don't know if this is still the case. The historic thought is like 3 points for the home team.
I always had 2.5.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's been where it's settled. But even then, that still puts you in a pretty close to a pick'em type situation concerning, or at least from Vegas's point of view, from where the money is, and they are incentivized with their money to be right on these things, or at least to be as close to right as possible. And so I find that to be interesting all the way around. Even though you're right, that's a pretty big movement of the line for
and
one
to go over
individual
3
players.
points. To go over 3 points is big, because you go 1.5, 2.5, 3. That's kind of still a pick 'em. But once you get over 3, because the field goal, obviously, that means you're going to win by more than a field. That's a little bit more confident in what the Rams are doing.
Okay, I know that you're bringing this to light, and not saying that you have any doubt in the Texas defense, because I think we're all in the place where we recognize this has the possibility of being the single best unit in all of football. Now, with that being the case, you talk about the acumen of the quarterback in Matt Stafford. Who do you think is the most susceptible to being got by that acumen, by that capability, by that wily vet status of Matt Stafford? Because I don't think this is the answer to it, but someone did mention the idea of the kind of matchup between Derek Stingley and Matt Stafford being there, especially when you think of like a Richard Sherman talking about what makes Stingley one of the best, or what makes the best cornerbacks great is not when teams don't throw at them, is when you are capable of baiting guys into throwing at you, and it feels like Sting very much does that. But I don't think that that's the matchup. Is there one of these guys on the defense that you go, ooh, maybe Stafford is able to pick on him or whatever? And maybe that's not the exact term, but you know what I mean.
I don't think that's the matchup. I get their point, but I think obviously the respect for Derek Stingley and really Kamari Lassiter is going to be there. They're going to test him here and there. I think the one they're going to test the most is the right over the right on the second level behind the linebackers, with the linebackers and behind the linebackers, and that's C.J. Gardner-Johnson as well. That's Kalen Bullock as well, depending on what happens. Middle of the field, where they were most susceptible. Middle of the field is where the Texans tried to get better, and were very diligent about it. But I still think that's where Matt Stafford, again, with those exploiting matchups, with the trying to manipulate motions and such to get people in to have the defense tell you a little better of what they're going to do. It's still going to be the middle of the field. A particular player, no. I think it's going to be the combination of what the linebackers are doing, and then obviously Gardner-Johnson and Bullock.
And as we're talking about a little bit about Matt Stafford, one of the big things is the left tackle that is charged with keeping him upright, Alaric Jackson, who was dealing with the blood clot in one of his legs. Obviously that's a huge deal for an offensive lineman, part of where you generate your strength and all of that. This was McVay being asked about having Alaric Jackson back with the team after the blood clot issue.
Yeah, it was great. We didn't have pads on, so it was a bonus Monday, but he's taking great care of himself, and he's put himself in a rare position that I do believe to step in and, play at a good clip. So, he's been able to do a lot of stuff above the neck. He's taking great care of himself, tried to simulate a lot of these types of things. There's nothing like actually playing real football, as we all know. But today was a great step in the right direction, and more importantly, it was awesome for him, just with the work that he's put in to be in this position.
It's is that dicier than the back?
That is such an. I don't think that it's actually dicier. The thing that I wonder though is you having not had a lot of reps, and I think obviously during this week he'll get his reps, right? But not having a lot of reps and then jumping in and being like, who am I blocking?
Yeah.
Oh, Will Anderson Jr. and or Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
Like that's where it gets to be interesting because again, that could be, and that's oftentimes one of the things you're looking at to neutralize one of these quarterbacks is those ends in particular, getting after them. It's going to be really fun, and it starts with, I'm not going to lie, there's some times where I get to the perspective where I go, yeah, give me the best opportunity to win. But in this instance, I am most excited if Matt Stafford is healthy and capable of going. Yeah. I want that test for this team as a barometer to see. I mean, not that I need it too much for what his defense is, but see, can we see if all of these things have been patched up and if we're running on what could be the most of elite.
Jump in the deep end, man.
Yeah.
Jump into the deep end. And by the way, 3:25 kickoff. So that's going to be kind of cool to have that stage.
That mid window.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it'll be fun for sure. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a game week. There's still plenty to break into when it comes to this matchup with the Rams. I see you 832. Who's the number one threat to take away for the Rams in y'all's opinion? We'll get into that. I'll give you a little tease. I think it's Devontae Adams. But we'll have those conversations as we continue to go. But coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next. And remember, we are giving away tickets to a UH ticket giveaway today. So keep it locked. We'll do all of that as we continue in the loop.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the fight.
favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so everybody likes to talk fantasy football on the radio, right?
Switching to music. Shout out Fig. I see you, dog.
Here's the confession, though. So I had my fantasy football draft. Been in this league for a while this weekend. And the confession is I agreed to do 2 things, or I did 2 things that I never do at fantasy football drafts. The first one was I agreed.
You drafted a quarterback first?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right.
No, the first one was I agreed to partake, because we've never done this, in the last place finisher in the league. Has to do like something hokey, you know.
Oh, yeah, the punishments.
Like what was the one with the sperm bank?
It was if you place last, you have to donate to the sperm bank and fill out that form that says you want the.
But they can contact you when they turn 18.
That's right.
So it wasn't that.
Which is that's absurd.
It is absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
So we didn't go that far. We wanted something, embarrassing, but not like dangerous or dumb like that. So tell me how you feel about this. Then I have a second part to this confession.
You got multi-part confessions?
Yes, we do. We agreed that the last place team on the next flight that they take, trip, they have to be videotaped when they call boarding group number 1. If they're boarding group number 4 or number 5, they have to go stand by the agent at the gate. And they have to be videotaped doing that and get the reaction and all that stuff. Like you're going to go to the gate and try to board with group 1.
Okay.
And secondarily, when your plane lands, you have to applaud.
Okay. I feel like
be videotaped applauding while everybody looks at you like, what is going on?
I feel like I like it, but we could take it just a little step further considering the stakes, right? This is a full season long.
Yeah.
We got to make you pay for this a little bit. I think instead of waiting for, boarding group 1 for you to stand up there. I think as soon as you get to the terminal, you got to stand up there in the line like you ready to board the whole time. I'm talking about you get there 90 minutes before the flight.
You are there.
And you just standing up there and they're like, sir, we're not boarding yet. And you're like, I know. Just getting ready.
I'm ready.
I think that's what it has to be. You just standing there with your stuff.
Yeah.
Right there.
And you got boarding card 5.
That's right. And now people are walking around you. Everybody's upset. Yeah, I feel like that's the way to do it. I do appreciate that you got to get up and clap.
Yeah.
Because it's I try to be rational. There's things that, all right, it annoys me, but it's not a big deal. No, I'm irrational about the people on the flight. I'm like, we not going nowhere. Why are you getting up right now?
Oh, that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The clapping is just,
yeah. I always think they must be from like Bolivia or something because it's always so.
Why? But wait, why did Bolivia get us? Like, what happened?
What did they do to you?
They did nothing to me. But
all the Bolivians. That is John P. Lopez.
It seems like
at
it's
Lopez
a South
on Sports
American,
on Twitter.
Latin American thing.
That's crazy.
How many people are listening from Bolivia?
Yeah, if you are Bolivian in heritage, let us know. 713-572-4610. I will be mad at Lopez for it.
And the second thing I did that I'm not even embarrassed about it, but I have to admit it, I drafted a player just because I like him with my last pick.
It's the last one. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
That player?
If it was the first pick,
No.
Yeah.
Although my daughter, why am I putting it that? First round pick, fifth pick in the draft.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah,
that's been a popular one for the ladies. That has been a popular one for the ladies, creating a tight end run in all people's drafts just because the tight end went 3 because he married Taylor Swift that one.
I picked Xavier Legette. I picked Xavier Legette with my last pick.
I don't hate that at all.
I love that guy.
Didn't they just trade away Adam Thielen?
Yeah,
They need some wide receivers.
he could find some time.
I know, but I would normally I might not have. I just love this guy. Just love him.
I'm good with that.
Some great sound bites.
These are my confessions.
So over the weekend, I believe that this was Saturday, if memory serves correct. It was kind of a wild weekend in a way, where Taylor Ward of the Angels crashed into the out-of-town scoreboard out there in left field.
Glad you brought it up.
And Joe Adell, who is he's an outfield for the Angels as well, he got out here saying he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's being aggressive on a play. At the bottom line, and I've talked about this before, that there should be no out-of-town metal scoreboard anywhere on the baseball field. It's the big leagues. This bleep is ridiculous. A guy goes back to make a play, and he's got to worry about a metal fence. That's crazy. So that's my honest opinion about it. He did everything he could to make a play, and he gets beat up by something that's uncontrollable, close quote. Now, Taylor Ward needed like 20 stitches. Obviously, he's okay. I got to confess, I agree with Joe Adell here. Like, the tough part about it is, I was going back and forth on this as I was thinking about it all weekend, which is that's clearly a character point of now Dyken Park, is seeing that out-of-town scoreboard right in front of those Crawford boxes. Like, it's a really cool thing. But character should not come at the cost of player safety.
Correct.
And so, yeah, that should be padded, right? That should be a whole pad. And we could put that out-of-town scoreboard information on one of the many LED boards that we have around the building that will not create an opportunity for someone to get run into. Now, the tough part about it is like the fence. I don't know how I feel about the fence per se, but
you can still pad the corner.
I'd probably be okay with like you putting pads on that, like across there too. Like this is something where you know people are going to run in, and I know there's a warning track there, so in theory that should get guys to slow down or whatever. But the whole reason why we have this building is I understand that the buildings will be used for all sorts of different things, graduations, concerts, whatever. The whole reason we have this building is to play baseball, and the whole idea of playing this baseball or having these guys out here is that we're going to let them play to the hardest of their abilities and hopefully keep them safe while doing it, which means that this needs to be geared towards that.
I'll just keep it very simple because I do agree with you. You pad everything else. Everything else is padded, and yet you have a metal scoreboard in the middle of it all with a corner on it. I agree with you.
And sorry, but like there's people coming in, and I knew that people would, are you going to take away the brick wall at Wrigley? 25 years and one incident like that? Meh. I mean, okay, one incident is too much when you're talking about injuring a player, because what happens if that's Jordan on the outfield? Are we feeling that same way? And yes, I probably would not have a brick wall and ivy in the outfield at Wrigley. And again, I get it. These are huge character points in one of the only sports, in fact, I think the only sport in which the actual playing surface has some character with it. The dimensions change no matter where you're playing. Yeah. Even still, I think that I prioritize player safety. In that case.
I mean, you can always say, well, what about, the whataboutism is kind of silly. You pad everything else. Player safety's at a premium. Just do that.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I have this hard time sometimes whenever I watch sports, especially when we get going. I try really hard not to have knee-jerk reactions. And I feel like that's going to be an issue for all of us probably when it comes Sunday, game day, week 1, Houston Texans. I find it sometimes whenever I cover Sam Houston sports, it's just sometimes it's like, but then it's like you dial back, you look back, and you're like, okay, just gotta understand. Like, these are from their point of views. My confession is really, I have a really hard time trying to hold back the knee-jerk reactions because I feel like I don't want to be that person that's just why
we're all that person.
Yeah, but it's just on a professional level. I don't want to be like that because I want to try to look at it from a player's point of view. I'm hoping just I could do better this year.
Yeah,
just be better about it because. Again,
I'm not hoping to do better.
So first,
that's part of the fun of sports, ain't it? It's just being able to overreact every once in a while.
So first misassignment on the O-line, you're gonna say something.
Well, I don't know about overreaction, but we're gonna have a reaction.
What you mean you don't know about overreaction? The first possession of UNC versus TCU, you were like, damn it, Bill Belichick's done it.
But that was a drive, and then they looked sharp, and I was like,
the drive was like 4 plays.
It might have been just like 6, to be honest.
Yeah, cause you get that excited, or especially if it's something exciting, you get all hyped up, like, "Oh, baby, we got a good one," and then it turns.
This is the year.
It turns into an absolute barn burner at the end.
Speaking of college football,
these are my confessions.
As soon, immediately, when I heard Tulane head coach John Sumrall,
boy, he laid it on thick now, didn't he?
Listen to it.
proud of our guys, man, for this to be we wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. And I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever.
Bull crap. That's exactly what I said as soon as I heard him say that. And I didn't know the second part, which makes me even fall, more in line with my initial opinion here. So David Braun is the coach. Okay, so first of all, they decided the jerseys apparently like 2 months ago. And nothing has been said. So now they put this imaginary chip on their shoulder. They're disrespecting you, and don't disrespect New Orleans and all this other stuff. Secondly, there are a number of reasons that a team doesn't want to necessarily wear their home jersey or road jersey or whatever.
Yeah, one of those is it's hot, right? If Tulane gets to wear the white jerseys, that means Northwesterners wearing their color jerseys, which absorb heat more.
And then,
at the very least, amongst what I imagine might be other decisions.
I mean, you can make up stuff about a chip on your shoulder, but I think the more insensitive guy here is actually the Tulane coach. I didn't realize this till the Northwestern coach, David Braun, addressed it yesterday. He was in college in Mississippi when Katrina hit. He and some teammates drove to New Orleans and helped clean up and flooding and damage and all that. He was so sensitive to it that he actually was all about helping with it. There is no way that it was about, disrespecting the anniversary of Katrina and all this stuff. I actually made a complete turn. I hope Tulane gets their butt kicked. I mean, that was wrong.
Well, they didn't. It was 23-3.
No, well,
Tulane whooped them up pretty good.
But that's just wrong for him to go there with using Katrina and all this other stuff.
My first thought was leaning more into there's reasons.
Number of reasons, yeah.
I thought Holly Anderson of Channel 6 made a great point, and she talked about, because she had written a piece for Grantland at the 10-year anniversary mark. Now it's been 20 years, but at the 10-year anniversary mark, she wrote a piece for Grantland about that time period. And one of the things to remember is, like, the dudes that were on that team and like cheerleaders and stuff, they didn't have stuff. Like some of those jerseys that they actually had were donated by other schools. Like the college football world came together. Like there was, I think Arizona sent blank volleyball jerseys for the volleyball team to be able to compete in. And that time, because of how devastating Katrina was to all of, just all of the city, including obviously the schools that were in there, some of those dudes didn't have very much at all. So those jerseys meant a little bit more than just being the white jerseys that they decided to wear. This is what they had available to them, and it took a lot for them to be made available. In fact, like the football program, there was football programs across the nation sending them travel toothpaste, like just the normal kind of. So I think that there's a little bit more meaning than just, hey, this is a salute back to that. So I can understand the emotions that felt there.
But to use it as like that.
We're gonna use any of this to try and get over.
Man, come on.
But I think that there's enough kind of emotion behind it where I actually will side with John Summerall in this instance, even though I understand Northwestern did not have to. I feel like it would have been a cool thing to allow to happen.
But again, they talked about it 2 months ago. It was decided.
Sure. No, I mean, I get that. But even 2 months ago, I think that that's something that you can consider and be like, hey, knowing that how much this means.
But wouldn't you have said, hey, this is important because, can we change that? You have 2 months to do it is my point.
I mean, I have a feeling that they probably did. Just because we're learning about this now does not mean
not according to him. Like, they disrespected us. We tried. All this other stuff. I was crap.
I mean, I think it's fair to have that position. Absolutely. I just, with the additional context and knowing just the story behind, and to be fair, 20 years ago, right? Yeah. Some of the people that are making the decisions probably did not even consider all of that. But
and then the kicker is that coach that you're talking about actually packed up his car and helped during Katrina.
Certainly. As a lot of people did. I mean, hell, 20 years ago yesterday is when the Astrodome was opened to a lot of people who were refugees from Katrina's warpath, so to say. So no, there's a lot of people that have that history with it as well. But I leaned into John Summerall because it was also very college football of it all.
Very much.
That is what propelled us to victory, was our righteous indignation. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into a little CF boat. College football on a Tuesday. A lot of things happen, including Lee Corso's final pick being right. We'll talk about that. Plus, we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston take on Colorado. We'll do all that next.
Well, all right. Let's go talk about Bronze Roofing right now. Getting your roof taken.
888-502.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, rock with us here. It's a little time for a little CF boat, as we like to call it. College football on a Tuesday, 713-572-4610. What was your favorite part of week one in college football, where everything was going? It was very, very fun week one, and we'll talk about it here. We're about to give away tickets at the end of this segment, by the way, to catch up with the University of Houston Cougars as they take on the Colorado Buffaloes on the 12th. So keep it locked right here. But speaking of the Colorado Buffaloes, were you able to take in at all? Well, actually, what did you take in? Because there was a lot. Like, what did you kind of focus on? Did you just kind of stick with A&M and the rivers and the lakes that you're used to?
No, I obviously Texas and Ohio State was. I actually missed the kickoff in like half the first quarter, but I watched that one intently. Otherwise, and then the games, obviously A&M and UTSA, started out pretty good. UTSA's a decent squad. The story there would be Marcel Reed and his development. Everybody talking about other quarterbacks and where they are. He looked real good. They didn't run the ball very much, and I'm guessing that might be not to put a whole lot on tape for upcoming games such as Notre Dame.
Oh, you think it was that
I do
steady?
Yeah.
I do like Mike Elko, and he does seem like the type of dude that would have that consideration in his game.
I mean, Le'Veon Moss was all SEC despite missing, I think, 3 or 4 games last year, and he had like 6 carries. So I think they're just trying to do their thing. But the games that I really was fascinated by were Alabama, Florida State, and LSU, Clemson, and then Miami, Notre Dame. I thought those three, we all watched Texas and Ohio State, we knew that. But those three, specifically LSU and Clemson and Miami, Notre Dame, a couple of ranked teams in each of those games. And I kind of bounced one off the other, because as I watched Clemson and LSU, I kept thinking, man, these are a couple of really good squads. They were really, really good, playing at a high level. Maybe just fantastic defense, skill everywhere. And then I watched Miami, Notre Dame, and obviously very good teams, don't get me wrong. But I felt like you couldn't get as good a beat on those two teams as you could on Clemson and LSU. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just sort of, they look like it's a first game,
Okay, yeah, because that was the one that I didn't get a chance of all the games, all the big games. I mean, I'm talking about, I watched Lenore Sellers show up and look like he's probably going to be the best quarterback in the country. And actually, along with Lenore Sellers, I think also I saw who might be one of my favorite players, which is one of his wide receivers who was just out here running up and down. Are you familiar with Nick Harbor?
I am now.
Nick Harbor, who runs 10-2-2, who ran
Big
rather a
dude,
10-2-2 100. Yeah. So I'm talking about had Tyreek Hill's type speed, but put in a Megatron type body, 6'5".
Yeah, big dude.
I'm like, hey, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that guy, because that guy sounds really fun. But that's probably the one game that I didn't watch, Miami and Notre Dame. And you're saying that of the games, that's the one where you felt like you couldn't grab.
Couldn't get a good grasp of what they were doing. Obviously, the quarterback situation at Notre Dame, still learning as well. C.J. Daniels for Miami probably had the catch of the year already in the first week. It was wild.
Odell Beckham-esque, one arm all the way.
It was going to be a pick. The guy had a breadbasket open. I mean, he had both arms underneath the ball, and he grabbed it, snagged it out of there. But I think it's interesting. Sometimes these teams look like they needed a preseason game. I thought both Miami, well, especially Notre Dame, but both Miami and Notre Dame needed that.
A team that didn't look like they needed a preseason game, Florida State, who really gave it to Bama. I feel like they're going to be good with this. $50,000 fine for storming the field, something that the Seminoles actually don't do all that frequently. But apparently when you play Bama, it's what you need to do. Alabama's last 11, I believe, last of their 11 road losses, team stormed the field.
That's Alabama. But how much longer is that, Alabama? I'm sure you saw the Johnny Manziel thing. He was on a podcast saying no one really is scared of Alabama anymore. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong.
And that's going to be really tough for Kalen DeBoer, because that if it seems like Nick Saban's just insane demeanor and insane fealty towards, we have to be prepared for any and all situations. That's clearly not there with Kalen DeBoer, who, I mean, has been good at schematics. He's recruited well enough. But the thing that it seems like was made Alabama in some ways was not just their insane amount of talent over others, which obviously has been neutralized somewhat in the transfer portal era and in some ways, I guess you could say the NIL era. It's Nick Saban's like, we're just going to drill it into you. You guys are going to be very, very good at everything that you do. And that's seemingly missing.
Fundamentals were shoddy. Effort was extremely shoddy. You go back and look at some of the plays. I mean, defensive players were walking, trying as the play went the other way. It was bad. I think Kalen DeBoer, he's the leader in the doghouse, so to speak, in terms of coaches under fire. So that one was very much interesting to me as well. Florida State might be really good after, what was it, a 2-win season or whatever it was. They might be really, really good. So those are always interesting. The other thing about the Alabama game is not just the road losses, but they're 5-5 period in their last 10 games. So that's a big time step back for them.
All right, so some of the things I wanted to mention in college football on a Tuesday, obviously Lee Corso's final college game day was a huge deal. I know even Fox Big Noon Kickoff, they showed the final selection, which funny enough, how did the Dave Portnoy thing go? Because I did not really catch very much attention of it, and I didn't see very much tweeting about it on social media. That might be personal to me, where I don't have very much of my social media geared towards what I imagine would see some Dave Portnoy. However, Lee Corso's final game day broke records. 3.5 million viewers were averaged for the program, and Corso got it right, as he has 187 times prior. And it just felt like it was all meant to be this way, because also you got the Lee Corso parlay hit, so to say, as every team that Corso either played at or coached at won in week 1 in college football. So it was like almost.
And then he goes 6-0.
An incredible fitting, and all of his picks as well. Incredibly fitting end for Lee Corso as the man on college game day, getting you ready for college football Saturday.
No, it was just fantastic. Obviously plugged in, but just really cool, and it was nice. Kirk Herbstreit kind of go hot and cold on him, but it's just always nice to see like the one person Corso always looks at to try to get that sort of security or confirmation or whatever is Kirk Herbstreit. And then Herbstreit is a little bit under fire today after what he did in the late stages of the Carolina game.
Yeah. Now, how did you feel about this? Because in the game, it seems like on the broadcast, you could be heard coming back from a break, maybe seeing their bad or maybe seeing your bad, talking to his dog that is inexplicably in the broadcast booth and had a headset on by the end of the game. Don't worry about the audio of that. But even if he had said you're bad, like just talk, or they're bad, talking about the team, is that really that much of a deal to you?
It's not that big a deal. And like I said, you kind of go back and forth with that, but his explanation was I said he said you're bad, talking to, I guess it was his spotter that had a joke or some line, in the break, and he said, "Oh, you're bad." You know how we do that sometimes. And he wasn't talking about necessarily Carolina, but you know what? Carolina is bad. Carolina is bad. And the best part of after the fact of the Texas-Ohio State game and the TCU-North Carolina game is just Twitter and social media is just
always
off the charts funny.
The memes.
Like just off the charts. So freaking funny.
So some of the things I wanted to make note of. Did you know that there's a Devin Hester Jr. playing at Furman? He returns.
I would have rather not have known that.
He returns. Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about feeling old. He returned a kickoff for a touchdown. But you don't have to worry about it because he is not related to the Devin Hester that you think of. Apparently, somewhere in the world, and remind you, like the way that this works, he is a Devin Hester Jr. So his father had to have been named Devin Hester.
This is correct.
Somehow the universe was like, you are all like, we're going to transfer the Devin Hester to you, even though there's no way that his family could have done this intentionally. Like this can't have been like you were named after. He named after his daddy, and still.
And it's not that daddy.
And it's not that Devin Hester, but he is playing college football and he is returning, somewhat like the Devin Hester that you know.
That is hilarious. I actually didn't see that. But
that is what CF Boat is here for. Bringing you things
CF
like that and reminding you of Tommy Castellanos, whose name I have not said yet, but I need to say, fantastic transfer from BC to Florida State, and he looks really good in a Gus Malzahn offense that's like, Gus Malzahn, by the way, having the best weekend because what does he know how to do? Annoy the hell out of Alabama. That is, he might not be great at. He's like, I know how to annoy out of Alabama, which is I'm running a high school offense, which is give me a shifty quarterback back there and we can make some things work. And Tommy Castellanos was that. If you remember, months ago, actually, I believe this was months ago, he said, "quote They don't have Nick Saban to save them. I just don't see them stopping me." And lo and behold,
he was right.
That is what came to fruition as he was all over. I think they call it BTA, friend. I think that's what they call it. He was cooking them. So shout out to FSU for that. And then did we give a shout out to Texas A&M?
Yeah, it was. Marcel Reed looked really, really good. UTSA is a good squad. I'd probably go to a bowl game. But I thought they really, really kind of held their cards close to their chest when it came to the run game. And boy, here's the other thing you got to know. That transfer portal, remember how the Aggies didn't have any receivers last year? It was just hard to get anybody the ball. They got receivers. Casey Concepcion from, I believe, NC State, punt return for a touchdown that broke the game open. I think 4 or 5 catches, another touchdown. Then they had the other transfer. That old NIL, it does work sometimes.
Yeah, it does. It really and truly does. All right, so one more thing I wanted to put on your radar. Obviously, we could talk about some of the guys who looked good. Somebody mentioned DJ Lagway looked good. Lenore Sellers absolutely looked good for South Carolina. I'm like I always stop myself because I want to say Southern California, not that USC, but Cal has a quarterback in a way that it feels like they just have not anytime recently. And of course, as I'm going to it, his name escapes me, but Cal has a quarterback, a freshman, I believe, who looked incredible this weekend. And of course, again, cannot find.
How about Bryce Underwood, Michigan?
Bryce Underwood was good at Michigan, but and here's the issue. I'm looking in the wrong place because Cal is an ACC school. Of course they are.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. You can't forget that. But Jaron Q. Sagaputale, he was good.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. 20 of 30, 234 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like, Cal might have a quarterback that is really, really interesting and fun to watch. So, keep an eye out for that name as we look at all the other names around college football. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And real quick, I want to tell you that caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610, will win 4 tickets to the U of H football game versus Colorado on September 12th, thanks to our friends at the University of Houston. So that's caller number 7. Get out and see, obviously, Colorado, a fun program, but the University of Houston, who got a win on Thursday and looks good under Willie Fritz in year 2 of what he's doing there. Call number 7, 713-572-4610, will win that 4 pair of tickets. All right, coming up next, what's your boldest prediction for the 2025 Houston Texans season? Let's talk about that next.
Let's talk about
WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Mere 5 days away from the 2025 football season, regular season for the Houston Texans beginning. You'll be able to hear that right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Obviously, pregame begins, what time is that, 12?
I guess 12:25.
25
Yeah.
with Clint and Sean, with Seth and Sean, and then, of course, the game with, obviously, the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and then, obviously, it'll be Sean and Clint afterwards. All of the normal routine that you have for your fall, it's coming, man, and we're there. And so with that, we're close enough to where let's get our predictions on wax. Let's get them out of the way, or at the very least, let's get some bold ones down. Let's get that in, dial it in, and then we'll get our regular predictions in as we continue. But I saw Jonathan Alexander put together his 10 bold predictions for the Texans in 2025, and I figure in loop listeners and Sports Radio 610 audience can absolutely come with the same energy. So 713-572-4610. What are your bold predictions for the Houston Texans in 2025?
Well, hit me with a couple that he that he had. Because I think that might be a good starting point. He might have one that I'm thinking of.
Okay, so some of the ones that he starts out with, like C.J. Stroud will have an improved season. How bold?
That's not even really that bold.
Right, and I'm not here to judge the boldness,
offense.
but I mean, I get it, right? I get where he's coming from there. Nico Collins stays healthy, records career highs across the board. Fair enough. I mean, I think if he stays healthy, it feels like that's logical, but the idea of guaranteeing that he stays healthy and does all that,
yeah.
Okay, fair. Derek Stingley an All-Pro again?
Not real bold, but I get it.
This is where he gets a little bold, and maybe the boldness comes with when you have some negative decisions at some point. Run game will struggle is something that he throws up there. The idea of, Chubb being 2 years removed from major knee injury, Mixon making the engine go, and there is a possibility that Mixon doesn't return. Those are all still in place here. So that's some of the stuff that he gets to, including Will Anderson Jr. being a contender for Defensive Player of the Year in a way that it seemed like he has not been recently.
No, that's bold.
Yeah, we're getting into the bold space.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, do you have a bold one, or would you like me to start?
I had two that came to mind, and one of them is a good place to start right there. I was going to put it this way, but a Defensive Player of the Year candidate is even more bold. I was going to say Will Anderson more sacks than Danielle Hunter.
That's bold, for the team, because Danielle is the dude who is the finished product.
Right.
Danielle is the guy that is. I mean, if this is not the full judgment of how you look at this, however, we can use this as a barometer. He is the guy who's higher by a number of spots, mind you, in the NFL top 100, which is decided by their peers of NFL players. So Danielle is the guy that you imagine is the guy who absolutely comes through, but Will does seem like he's taking that next step. And where Danielle, if anything, might be coming down, which again I don't think he
even if he
is,
doesn't,
but Will is ascending.
Right. Yeah,
Will is ascending and becoming an even better version of himself. And if he is to be believed, he might be entering Terminator mode. So I think that is a fair one to throw out there. That'll be really fun to see. For me, one of the ones, because I want to circle back to this run game that, as was mentioned, I have bold prediction, and maybe this is too bold. I think Chubb isn't your leading rusher this season. Now, of course, you can go Joe Mixon, but that's not the way I'm thinking about this.
Well, we might be on the same track. Finish your thought, because mine is going to dovetail off of that.
I think that by the end of the season, you will have seen quite a growth from Woody Marks, in not just in capabilities, but in opportunity. His capability of being able to block has been really good. And he probably, along with Jawar, was the guy who seemed more likely to make these big explosive plays, especially as we have a lack of clarity on Joe Mixon's status. I think that might come at a premium at some point where he gets more opportunities and then does well with them, and then could grow into an opportunity, the place of having more of a stake in what's happening in the running back room.
That is in the same category as where I was going, but I was going to put it this way. Woody Marks is going to have more yards from scrimmage than Dameon Pierce or Nick Chubb.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess I had
he's a receiver, running back. By the end of the year, I think he's going to have more yards from scrimmage because I think he's going to be able to do both.
Right, and I situated it around Nick Chubb because I also think Dameon Pierce will factor in that as well. And so, I think that's a very, very fair way to look at that.
I think another thing about Woody Marks that's not talked about enough is how good of a pass protector he is as a running
No,
back.
for sure. I think that's the whole necessity
That gets you on the field.
for getting him on the field and having the opportunity to maybe get involved here. So, that's a great point to make, Colin, and I think that that's absolutely part of what we're doing here. From the 713, friend, this is very bold. I got to admit, you are in a very bold place, and I say that to say I do not believe you, but I would love to give you credit if it does happen. They say top 5 offensive line this year.
Hey.
Wow.
Now we're talking.
That might be reckless on top of bold. And, of course, I say might be because, time will tell, ultimately. I don't know that you have the appropriate talent to get to that place. And I don't know that anybody in the organization has talked about it in such a way where that is within the realm of possibility for them. We'll see. Again, but the beautiful part is that does not have to be the bar for them to find success. I think they're looking for average.
Yeah.
They're looking for, can you be solid? Can you at least just not suck, right? Like, I don't even know if 15th or 16th in the league is the bar. It might just be, can you be 20th?
Yeah.
As opposed to
just be good.
As opposed to 30th, 31st, right? As opposed to that nature of offensive line. Can you protect them enough sufficiently for the talents of C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Nick Chubb and hopefully Joe Mixon to demonstrate themselves without you negating what they're doing?
Well, now we get into that's just crazy. Part of being bold.
Oh, you got just that? You got?
I've got crazy. I've got one that's just now that's just crazy.
All right, hit me with the crazy.
Or tell me if it's wrong. Jalen Noel, second most touchdowns of any receiver.
See,
including tight ends.
That's
interesting.
Really crazy. I do think that this team should hopefully put themselves in more circumstances to have
certainly more than Jaden Higgins. I'll put
red
it that
zone. That one I was is that bold enough to put
but
him
Higgins
as
is first on the depth? No.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's fair. But the tough thing about it is I just know how good Nico Collins is in the red zone.
I said second most.
Fair.
I said second most because Nico's the one I was thinking of. And here's the other thing: Jalen Noel returns kicks. And you
think he's going to return multiple touchdowns?
I'm not saying it. He's going to.
This is just it's getting bolder and bolder as he goes.
I'm not saying.
I think John's actually on a little bit of something here.
I'm not saying he's going to return multiple kicks. I'm saying there's going to be opportunities. As a punt returner, kick returner.
Braxton Barris is on this roster.
And I know. I've been his big advocate. And then red zone. The other thing that fed into this thought, this is not going to be a super stretch the field team. It's going to be
get the ball in space,
get the ball down place, get in the red zone, some sort of crossing a route or whatever. I said, now that's just crazy, but I think if I'm going to say one, it'll be that one.
Can I ask you, as you're looking at this team, what feels more likely that there's kind of more of in the red zone, more of a running team, or in the red zone, more of a passing team?
I would say passing.
Really?
For now.
Okay.
For now, we got to see what these guys.
Because I was thinking like who might eat up the red zone or the touchdown opportunities. Like if they matriculate their way down the field, as has been said,
I would say,
and they find up in those short goal line situation. Is this we're putting it up to Nico, or is this we're just pushing forward and running this in?
I think it's going to be Nico at the top of the list, maybe Dalton Schultz, maybe Christian Kirk, maybe Jalen Noel. Red zone targets that are some of those get it on a wheel route or get it on a crossing route and make some hay and get into the end zone. No, that's not to say they're not going to run the ball into the end zone. I'm saying I think it's going to be more of that.
Sure. No, I mean, that's what I was looking for when I was asking the question. From the 832, we'll go into Baltimore undefeated, which I imagine means you'll be 4-0 before week 5, and leave undefeated. Go on to be a top 3 seed, not the 4. I think that is bold in and of itself. Before we even get to talking about how they fare against Baltimore, the idea that you win the division, but win it in such a way where we're not, well, I mean, they might still put you in the Saturday slot, but you're not the team that everybody looks at as, okay, and you're just in that 4 spot because you won your division. You would have to be a bona fide, division winner and a contender, which, of course, that is the goal. Yeah. That is what we've talked about. That is the aspiration. So that's what it has to be. A number of people in a similar place with someone saying their bold prediction is the Texans get to 13-plus wins and the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Now that is bold.
Again, we bordering on reckless there. I think that it is one thing to believe highly in Nick Caley and his capabilities to maybe right the ship offensively, give C.J. Stroud the platform to display his wares. I don't know that, especially when you talk about the continuity that some of the other teams in the AFC possess to push forward into that top ends of the AFC, and even looking at some of the difficulties on the schedule, 13 feels like a lot now, doesn't it?
13 is a lot for any team. I mean, right now,
correct.
Baltimore, would be 13. Okay, maybe, but you're even kind of hesitating on that just because of the nature of the league. How about CJ, 4,750 yards passing?
Yeah, that one feels bold simply because we're seeing what this offense is akin to. We've heard the conversations of watching tape of the 03, 04. Maybe I don't even know if those years were specifically put, but the early days of Tom Brady, and those were teams that leaned on their defense, were able to run the football and just kind of mitigate some of the responsibilities while also offering more responsibilities for the quarterback to make decisions on the field level. That does not strike me as as an offense that's going to look like Drew Brees throwing the football up and down the field for the Saints, right? Like I don't know that I see 4,700 yards. If he manages to do that, that is quite the development, because that means that this offense has been so successful passing the football that they've leaned into, as Nick Haley said, lean into the strengths. That means that they've leaned into the strengths, and guys have just demonstrated and have played at a level where it warrants that. And I'll be very excited in that instance, because that means that we are flying very, very, very high.
Another couple of interesting bold ones here. Tank Dell comes back for the Super Bowl.
We're doing a lot of things there. I like that.
That's a lot of levels on that one.
We got a lot of offensive bold predictions. Is there anything defensively that you look at and you think of?
Oh, outside of Will Anderson having more sacks than
Danielle yes, Hunter. You did mention that. Apologies.
That would be my number one. And again, that is not to say Danielle Hunter is going to take a step back. We talk about it a lot. We've talked about it his entire tenure here. Will Anderson gets better every year at something, and I think maybe this is. By the way, he's got some money on the line here too, to maybe motivate him even more to get those sacks. Here's a bold one: Henry To'oTo'o is the starting linebacker, 17 games.
Okay, so you're holding on to that one.
17 games.
I think I agree. I was trying. I really wanted to get to a thought where I could maybe put up a bold prediction, because I'm thinking about where are the places I can find some bold predictions. The notion of Christian Harris kind of taking that spot was one that came to mind for me. But I was like, I actually think that Henry has established himself consistently.
Yeah.
Plus, I subscribe to the thing that Seth has talked about, which is you have more of a rotation of linebackers. And I don't know that I can be all that confident in Harris and health, because I think that'll factor in. But if he is healthy, that could be something to look at there, is Harris maybe taking more of those snaps at some point.
No, I think most people probably would expect him to eventually take over. I just think To'oTo'o he just keeps getting it done, man.
Okay, I like this one from the 832, because this feels bold but within reach in a way. For me, tell me if I'm wrong. Cade Stover has more touchdowns and yards than Schultz, but Schultz has more catches.
The yards you might.
The yards was the part that I neglected.
You might lose me on the yards there. Stover clearly could be a red zone guy.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe but even then, I feel like if you're looking at red zone guys, Stover's strength shows up. But if I'm talking about hands, I think I lean towards Dalton Schultz still.
Yes,
where it's just like hand ability in catching the football of those two tight ends. And now maybe Stover continues to progress over this season, as we were hoping. We talked about it with John Harris in the all season. Maybe that looks differently, and it's just like, oh, Cade Stover is really, really good in that. Bullock leads the league in interceptions. I could see that. I do wonder how much the team in general is going to cannibalize itself to where one guy standing out makes it a little tough, where you end up with, here's some stinging interceptions, Kamari Lassiter interceptions, and some
sprinkle here, sprinkle there.
And then everybody ends up with 5 or 6, and it's just we all keep rolling.
713 says Aziz does not get suspended for decapitating a quarterback this year.
I'm willing to go in with you on that one. I like that one.
I just think it's funny that's bold. Oh, Aziz, he's the guy that decapitates quarterbacks all the time.
The other one I was thinking about,
not going to happen this year,
and it reflects my doubt in the offensive line. I think that Jake Andrews, I don't think he starts all 17 games, and I think that's in part because he'll have some rough portions in the season. I don't want to say an entirely rough season. I think he's going to have a rough stretch. Don't forget, Jake Andrews hasn't played a lot of meaningful football. He has recognition of the system, but he hasn't played a lot of meaningful football, and I can vividly remember a few times preseason football understood where there's some things in very, very quick passing situations where dudes are already starting to do what I would imagine is winning. Now, it's quick passing situation. Maybe that's fine within, what you have in front of you. But I don't want any situation where it seems like an offensive, or rather a defensive lineman is gaining some penetration, even if the ball is coming out quickly.
Sure.
And I do wonder if in circumstances where maybe the ball has to be held a little bit longer, do we see Jake Andrews have some struggles? Now, I think that you're well situated for that. It feels like they trust Jarrett Patterson somewhat. And again, I think that the offense will be geared towards helping him in that way. But I could easily see Jake Andrews maybe struggling a little bit.
And Jarrett Andrews has played meaningful snaps. Jarrett Patterson has played meaningful snaps.
Jalen Petrie leading the team in tackles. That feels cool. EJ Speed will beat out Henry and Harris for playing time. That's bold. Especially,
that is bold.
The reason why I didn't get there, though, because I loved seeing EJ Speed in the preseason. The reason why I didn't get there to say that, you look at the depth chart, right? The unofficial depth chart. He is behind. Now, of course, this gets a little dicey because sometimes it's like the vertical of you have Aziz at the starting middle linebacker, whatever, and then Jake Hansen is behind him, even though I don't know if he's above EJ Speed, but he is on that second line above EJ Speed, who is on the third line of linebackers. And so when you look at that, I do wonder if, as a organization, they're going to kind of we're gonna trust Jake Hansen, we're gonna trust Christian Harris before we get to EJ Speed,
right?
And so that would be even bigger of a jump, and it'd make it bolder, but I think it makes it a little bit less probable.
And to put a bow on this, how about these as back-to-back texts from different numbers? Fairbairn gets cut midseason.
What?
Next text: Fairbairn makes crucial kicks outdoors under pressure. Back-to-back text.
Is it bad that those are equally as bold?
Yeah, no, it's not.
I love Kaimi. I think he's been a great kicker. It's one of the things that we've been looking at as possibly being one of the things that helps elevate this team. He ain't been outdoors in the cold. Ain't really been his jam.
No, it hasn't.
I heard Justin Tucker's on the market.
What are you doing right now? Why did you crack your mic for that? Somebody said K Green gets Hurts and Barkley on the injured list. Can't do that because he's not on the team, friend. But I appreciate you jumping in here. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting off some of our boldest predictions for the 2025 Texans season. Keep those coming in because Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, it's about time we go to the mixtape. Figgy out for the day, so I will be holding it down.
Right.
But coming up next, is this out of line when it comes to somebody that you dislike in sports? And also, this former NFL player did what? I'll tell you what I mean next.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final.
favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
That's what he says.
Right. I'm not Figgy Fig. He is out on vacation. He jumped in the YouTube page a little bit earlier, said that he was his confession was that he was missing hanging out with the boys, which I don't believe.
And he was drunk.
But he did say he was drunk, and I do believe that one. I was like, you better enjoy your day off, friend. And he is doing that.
Yeah, but doesn't drunkenness bring out the feelings, the true
Yeah,
feelings?
that is possible. That is true. You know, you get have a few beers, and maybe you're expressing a little bit more than you normally would. So shout out to Fig.
I love you, man.
We love you too.
I never tell you this, but I love you, man.
Real quick, I'm supposed to jump into the mixtape, get you some of these things that are happening, including is this out of line, which I will. But we were asking for your bold prediction. Somebody said 30-plus turnovers for the defense. Had 29 last year, so that feels like an interesting one. And then somebody said, we don't run a screen on every 3rd and long, which I sure hope that's not bold. I hope that's right in the pocket. But you had one that came in that I thought was very, very bold.
My buddy Ben, who's texting on the bat phone, said the Texans defense averages, he said 7, but I'm guessing he means 6, averages 6 points a game.
The fewest point per games allowed since 2000 was the number one team was the Baltimore Ravens.
No, average scoring.
Oh, scoring-wise. I thought you meant like holding, because I was like, the Baltimore Ravens of 2000 averaged 9.4 points per game.
No, averages score, so.
That is.
So, in other words, they got 17 touchdowns.
That is.
Or safeties and touchdowns. And
it's very bold.
That is incredibly bold. That's. I don't know which one's bolder. Actually, no, it's regardless.
No, the points allowed per game is the bolder one.
Yeah, because 9 points is.
Yeah, the league is just not geared towards this. And that's literally one of the best defenses we've seen of all time. Second, mind you, is the 2002 Buccaneers. So, again, you're understanding where we are here. That's a really tough thing to do. Anyways, I was supposed to go into Figgy's mixtape, and I feel like Figgy would want me to do this if he would have done this for himself if he was here. The Powerball jackpot.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's won that. That has now reached $1.3 billion after Labor Day. I had nobody win. And so I have had to confront myself, Lopez, because I
got to do it.
You and Figgy were in on this.
You got to do it.
Sean was in too. I'm trying to see what the number would be for me to break my stance.
1.3 billion isn't enough?
I mean,
you can buy a team or part of a team.
Well, I'm not getting on 1.3 billion. By the way, did we ever discuss what our game plan is? Because you have to take. I mean, if you do it as a group, you have to take the lump sum, right? You can't. There's no way. You can do the
what do they call it? It's basically the lump sum. You don't want the 20 years or 25 years or whatever. You want the money in pocket.
Yeah. I feel like that's how you have to go about it.
So
cash value, cash option, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, but won't people just be very susceptible, just burning it all very quickly? If
Who
they
cares?
Get it all at once?
They can do what they want with it. I know what I'm going to do with mine.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah. We got to do it.
All right, let me for real get into my mixtape bag. Is this out of line? I know that there's, being a sports fan, inherently you're going to have people that you like, and thus that means you might have some people that you dislike. Maybe people that you hate. Strong word. However, in the city of Dallas, I'm not putting $1 in the helmet.
You hate people in Dallas?
There are people that hate people in Dallas.
I heard that too.
Because social media has reacted to a video that ended up on there. And it was an instance of somebody walking by. I believe this was a Twin Peaks. The window was open, and they saw a Dallas sports figure that they really did not like. Is what they did here out of line.
Nico? What's up, man? Good to meet you. We all still hate you. All right, good. Good talk, brother.
Do better. Do better.
All right, if you couldn't hear that, the gentleman, I don't know his name, saw Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, who traded away their generational talent, Luka Doncic. Nico. And Nico's like, yeah. And he's like, hey, I just want to let you know, we all bleeping hate you. And Nico Harrison, without missing a beat, is like, I hate you too.
Yeah.
He's like, good. Awesome.
Yeah.
Just want to get that off. Man's having a dinner, having dinner out in the town, not in any official capacity. Is it out of line to stop him at his dinner and tell him that you hate him?
Yes, but there are always exceptions, right?
Yes.
Twin Peaks is a what? It's a sports bar. At its core, it's a sports bar.
It is. You're correct.
Well, at its core, it's
a restaurant. You can say it's a restaurant. Okay.
But you get my point. Beyond that, beyond the obvious, it's a sports bar. You go into a sports bar, you know what you're going to be getting.
Do you?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If he were at Vic and Anthony's, then come on, guy, leave him alone. If he's having a dinner, even hell at Olive Garden, with his wife or something, leave him alone. You go to Twin Peaks, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm actually okay with this particular. The context matters.
All right, so if it's Jack Easterby?
Oh, there'd be a line.
All right,
There'd be a line of people.
But the question that I ask in order to get you, because obviously you're good here with the sports bar dynamic. If he is just having a regular old dinner at a dinner place, and
no, that's a no-go.
No-go?
That's a no-go. I don't care who it is.
Somebody said, why is the GM at Twin Peaks to begin with? Because he lives in the city?
Yeah. Twin Peaks, hey, they got good meatloaf, good wings.
There's a number of people on social media that have gone various different ways. People like, hey, this is out of line. But there's also people that are saying that the whole Dallas community is standing on business. I respect it. Somebody else said, I normally don't advocate for these kind of videos, but this can be the exemption. Do you feel like this is an exemption type thing because of how, is there any level of room for how grandiose your mess up was towards the city in allowing for these things to happen?
I think so, right? Like if it's that,
it
cuts that deep.
Do you have to be like Bud Adams out here for me to walk up to you in the restaurant and tell you I hate your stinking guts?
Yeah, or Amy Adams Strunk. There would be a line there too. But yeah, and Nico Harrison, he knows what he's getting into when he goes to a Twin Peaks. That's where I would draw the line right there.
So he just forever, he has to be like, you have to stay inside if you don't want these problems.
Yeah, I totally agree.
From the 346, they said, dude's an idiot, leave the guy alone. He's eating and having a good time. Same with any other athletes. Don't mess with them eating with family and having time with family, leave them alone. Yeah, see, that's
generally speaking, yes.
And that's why I asked this question, because it's like, hey, there's a very particular circumstance with this dude who people feel like has, transgressed against them.
Yeah.
Versus, hey, an athlete who was doing his job, we're like, hey, man, you did something crazy.
Yeah.
Somebody said Twin Peaks has good meatloaf. That's what you took away from this?
I said that. They have a really underrated meatloaf.
No, I know, but of all the things we discussed here,
yeah.
that was the thing that we're doing here.
Priorities, Reggie.
Yes.
Priorities.
Yeah, they say you better not go to the Twin Peaks for no damn meatloaf.
It's good.
They are on your head, brother.
I said wings too. Trust me on this.
They are on your head.
Trust me on this one.
Do better.
They got that, what?
Do better,
31-degree beer. They got the wings. They got a hell of a meatloaf, man. They got a hell of a meatloaf.
All right. It's the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I saw this story, and I was like, I am shocked because there's a former NFL player. His name is Darryl Screen. Are you familiar with him?
I am not.
They called him Buster. Buster Screen. Played in the NFL, and he's in trouble with the law. I will let Fox 5 News Atlanta take it away from here.
We arrested former NFL player Darryl Screen on 18 criminal charges.
His mugshot from the Fulton County Jail may say Darryl Screen, but on the gridiron, everyone knew him as Buster Screen. He played for Etowah High School, then the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and then went pro and made millions. He was a fifth-round pick for the Cleveland Browns in the 2011 NFL Draft and played for the Jets, Bears, 49ers, and Titans before retiring in 2022. The following year, he was arrested in Canada on bank fraud charges to the tune of about $100,000.
About a year later, he was released on bail with the expectation of being monitored through GPS monitoring. He was able to remove that GPS monitor and fled to the United States States.
Roswell police say last month a woman reported she had been financially exploited by Screen, and she wasn't the only one. Investigators say he trolled dating sites looking for his victims and scammed them out of at least $300,000.
And once he had developed a significant relationship with them, he would ask them for money, promising that he would repay them through his NFL annuity, which he never did.
Police say instead, Screen spent the money on Airbnbs, travel, and gift cards.
Purchasing gift cards for himself, again, to kind of try and lay low and not have a financial track record that would allow him to be easily caught, again, knowing that he is somebody who is trying to evade justice from another nation.
Yikes.
Buster Screen, 11-year NFL pro. When I set this up, what did you think the crime that he had committed was going to be?
That's a good question. I was really.
You hadn't thought about it?
I hadn't really.
I should have paused it for you and made you think about it. Did you? How many guesses would you have had to get to like scamming women, basically catfishing?
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. I mean, the hit list is some sort of domestic abuse, some sort of I guess a physical confrontation, drunk driving, speeding. You know, that's the top four of these, unfortunately. So I would probably have guessed one of those. But hey, that's a more serious, in many ways, that's a more serious crime what he's doing right there.
I was like,
I didn't know he existed. I thought you maybe did.
Buster Screen, 11-year pro. I know he played with the Bears is the one that always comes to mind for me when I'm thinking of him. But yeah, I just found it amazing that he decided gambling is what you would have thought.
Gambling,
good question.
Number 5. Yeah, there's number 5.
But yes, gift cards. Is the roundabout way. So I understand he probably couldn't access his money seeing he was out,
He's waiting for the annuity.
That's what he told him.
If he played 11 years, he has a good annuity.
Sure.
Especially retiring in 2022. They do have good retirement and such. But he probably burned through the money he made and is waiting for the right year to get the other. Well, now he's going to be waiting in a particular place.
And remember, he went into jail in Canada for check fraud, $100,000 on check fraud. I just never think of money crimes being the ones that are going to be the ones that happen. But Buster Screen,
you're right.
Paving new paths for athletes in all the worst ways.
And he needed every bit of that money. By the way, Powerball jackpot cash value today, basically $590 million.
Oh, if you just cashed out?
Yeah. $590.
I saw the look on Reggie's like, maybe I should.
So let's say you, me, Sean, Figgy.
What's the takeaway?
We'll give Colin if you want to buy a ticket.
Sure.
How Colin get to get in here?
Yeah, I'm just being nice. $100 million plus each.
Appreciate it, John.
$100 million each, please, in your pocket.
I'll check tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll check tomorrow.
All right, Reggie, I'm kind of on the same boat. I don't do lottery tickets.
I'm just like, we're not going to win.
Someone has to win. It's the law.
Eventually.
No, someone has to win, and generally it's, these are the rarities. It's usually every couple of weeks, every 3 weeks, someone wins. So now someone has to win this money.
That's how they get you.
But they will. There will be a winner.
Eventually.
This is not, mythology. This is not made up. Someone will win $1.3 billion.
And you're just certain it's going to be Sports Radio 610, huh?
I'm feeling lucky, man.
All right. You say so. I will say for tomorrow, the most hated, or most annoying, rather, players of 2025. But there you go. That's the mixtape in loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us at the Figgy Fig on social media. Just say what's up to the fella as he has the days off. But yeah, appreciate you rocking with us. 1:20 p.m. every weekday. And usually it's Figgy running the show. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we get there, the Texans are still working out wide receivers, obviously like practice squad options. However, what do you make of that? What are they still looking for? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster is set. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun one today. Appreciate you rocking with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellows of the drive, Clint, Ron, T. Mill. Getting ready. They're in the pen, getting warm, ready to step onto the mound. Before we take you there, though, we were just talking about in the mixtape the Powerball, because you jokers want to put in an office pool, and I would like to let you know, Lopez, as is often the case, I am right, you are wrong. As evidenced by the 281, one of our great listeners. We have some of the best listeners in the world, and 281's let me know. Top lawyer in the country says, don't do an office pool. Too many possible problems, which I can see. I think our office probably works a little bit better than other offices in that, there's pretty good camaraderie, and I imagine there's a little bit less politics that's involved there. But don't sign the ticket. Take a picture of it, front and back, along with you and the ticket, and then put it in a safety deposit box, obviously for safekeeping. Nobody will get to it until everything's decided. And, of course, this is going to be the most difficult part about us trying to do this if we did. You're supposed to tell as few people as possible, because you want to keep it anonymous.
Yeah.
And it'd be real hard for us to keep it anonymous because one of you jokers would go and blab it on the radio for content.
I can keep a secret.
Can you?
Well, until you don't hear me anymore.
Until all of a sudden Lopez Lopez sure did retire. Week 3 of the season,
Week 3, that's a weird time.
In the middle of the football season, huh? That's crazy.
That's a weird time, but okay.
What is it? Why is John on this big boat?
It's like, wow, John got a real big fishing boat,
but
man.
Technically, I will have not said anything.
Just
gone.
And that's my point exactly. My point exactly. All right. But yeah. You noticed something earlier today, and you made mention of it, and I'd like to talk about it here about your Texans, because the Texans are still working out wide receivers. I know that there was a couple of them that were mentioned over the weekend, and a couple more even today. Were there not?
Yeah, a couple more today. Okay, so here's my question. Why are the Texans now? They're not necessarily signing all these guys.
No, they're just working out guys.
But they have worked out multiple wide receivers the last 2 weeks. In fact, Aaron Wilson tweeting the former Browns 6th-round wide receiver Mike Woods worked out for the Texans today. Last week, there was another couple of wide receivers, and they signed wide receiver Silas Bolden to the practice squad.
Shout out to Silas Bolden, go way back with the quarterback.
Yes, to high school. And so it just makes me wonder. I mean, they do the practice squad with intent. Now, it might be the intent of 2026, 2027, whatever.
But here it's absolutely intent. I mean, I imagine most places there's some level of intent. They're very intentional with it here. They've talked about it. We saw that during the 53-man cut down, them talking about how they really view it as a 70-man roster, and that practice squad factors in some way. And so for them to be cycling at wide receiver, a position, mind you, that it feels like they're pretty deep at as well.
Well, that was my question. For a team that drafted wide receivers, that brought in wide receivers, why are they continuing to work out? Here we go. Here's another one 2 hours ago. Texans, according to Aaron Wilson, working out receivers Raheem Jarrett, Mike Woods, and tight end Nick Muse. Last week they had it just makes me wonder why there is a reason they're bringing in these receivers. Now we can speculate a lot about maybe they don't have the confidence that, at least in the depth, that we thought they did. Or maybe it's 26 that they're looking at.
I don't believe it's that. I don't believe it's the confidence in the depth. I think that they feel very confident about these players, and I don't think that they would. I don't think that they would go as deep as they did if they didn't have confidence in them, considering they have so much confidence in elsewhere in the roster that the wide receiver room might have lost out to other places. I think that this is maybe a vestige of the injuries that you saw last year, and just in noting the guys that you have. Nico Collins has missed games damn near his whole career, right? Christian Kirk, we've talked about him returning from injury, him missing games. Braxton Berrios had an ACL injury last year, right? That ended his season. He's recently had injuries. That's 3 out of the 7. 2 of them are rookies, right? And so I think we feel good about both of them, and maybe one of them more than the other, depending on how you feel, to a pretty high degree. Justin Watson, solid, but again, that does not fully make up guys that you go out there. And, I mean, you were ending up playing the likes of Jared Wayne last year, who, again, is on your practice squad. But if you end up in a place like that, with where you are as a team, what you're trying to accomplish, you've got to have guys as deep as possible just in case. And I think that this is a team that is really trying to gear up as much as possible in every situation and every facet for all the eventual possibilities so that they give themselves the best opportunity to make it happen this year. Is that sufficient of a thought, or do you feel like there might be something else happening?
No, I think it's fair. I don't know. It was like a legit question. Sometimes you ask a question just, because you want to, bring up your own point. Mine is like a legitimate question. Like, why? Why so many, receivers? Because what you just said is accurate, but you can say that about the offensive line.
Yep.
You can say that about running back. The lot of injuries at the running back and maybe, kicking the tires. Players who have been old or injured, Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce has missed some games. So why receivers? I mean, if you look at their practice squad right now, I guess the only one they have on there is George Jordan, unless I'm missing one. No, yeah, that's it. And yet they're bringing in a bunch of receivers
on this practice squad.
Yeah,
George Jordan's running back.
That's what I said. Running
back. Yeah, I got you.
Running back. Yeah,
but they also have how many running backs on the actual roster right now? You have Chubb, Pierce, Dare, Woody. If you want to count British Brooks, and then you also still have Joe Mixon coming on. On the physically unable to perform list.
Yeah.
I won't say whether or not he's coming off at some point because I have no earthly idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I hear what you're saying there.
So they brought in either 4 or 5 wide receivers in the last 2 weeks to work out. They have put Josh Kelly and Jared Wayne on the practice squad as wide receivers. That's kicking the tires on 6 or 7 receivers, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing that makes it interesting. Is like they're really searching in a way that it could easily just be wiped away as it's a 365-day-a-year job trying to make your team better. But the fact that they've got so many in quick succession does feel like they're searching for something in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had to guess, that injury situation would probably be the best guess that I have. But 3-4-6 makes another. I mean, could this be a special teams type look?
Yeah, Texture brought that up. Yeah.
Those are all fair things. But yeah, just the idea of constantly, and the 9-3-6 brings up another question. Could they possibly be entertaining a trade for one of their wide receivers? Because that feels like that could be something in line for someone like a Justin Watson, right? Who you keep on the roster because you don't want to let the talent go, but maybe a team comes across and you can get something. That's also a possibility. I think that all of those things are interesting, and I don't think it's anything that really affects you as a football team. It's kind of the conversation we've been having in general all the way across this roster at the for training camp.
It's just curious.
We feel good about the top end of the roster. The back end churn has been conversation because you're trying to finish out your roster, and this is even the back end of the back end. But it is curious. I see where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
The curious thing that I did have is obviously you talk about running backs on the depth chart. You have a fullback on your practice squad. And it seems like British Brooks would be the guy that you have going into week 1 as like any level of fullback type things.
You would think.
I would imagine. It does seem like, though, this team, more than they were last year, but even doing it last year, is going to want to use fullback type things. Are we setting up to really see British Brooks get fullback type reps? Or is this going to be a thing where maybe they have Gardner-Johnson with, they have the 3 call-ups, use those call-ups early, and then eventually rework the 53 man for him to come up. I'm interested in seeing how that goes because, again, it does feel like running the football matters and using a fullback in getting that done matters as well.
I think they're going to use the tight end in the backfield some, and maybe that mixes in little fullback, little tight end.
I don't like that. I'm going to be honest. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of doing.
Cade Stover would fit the profile.
He would have fit the profile last year, too. And, yes, technique is the conversation that we had all last year, or at least in revisiting last year. And analyzing, rather, is the word I was looking for.
He didn't fit the profile in Bobby's system.
Damn right. You tell him.
You know damn well he don't believe that. Why are you responding like that?
You tell him.
Why are you listening to Ron with that tone?
It is. Y'all tripping, man. It's pre-Bobby and after Bobby.
You're darn right.
And this is after Bobby, damn it.
This is AB?
AB, man. Talking about, man, he couldn't block.
2025 AB.
Watch.
AB.
Dalton can block ends now.
See, do you hear the sarcasm now?
No, he's right.
That
Appreciation
was
to DNM Auto Leasing for the crosstalk.
That was before Cole and Nick Cayley.
Cole coached the fullbacks too.
Yeah,
he coaches any blocking.
That's right.
Okay, I got you.
Any blocking.
I got you.
Any blocking.
I do have a question for you, Clint.
What you got?
Actually,
can I do a thing real quick?
Go ahead.
DNM Auto Leasing brings you to Fellas of the Drive. Clint and Ron, fellas.
Pay the bills. Pay the bills, Chief. I feel you.
So 2 questions. Your thoughts on the fullback position, because would British Brooks actually get a lot of reps, or they're not going to run a lot of reps? And is it going to be maybe Cade Stover, as I'm saying, throwing him back there in a motion situation where he blocks? And then the second thing, unrelated, is Arch Manning's mechanics as bad as I thought they were? Are they as bad as I thought they were?
All right, let me hit you with. I got a little something for both of them.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. We watched a lot of practice. I don't remember seeing British Brooks at fullback once.
Right.
I mean, he is a goal line short yardage tailback to me. I mean, he's not. If they go out there and part of their plan to run the football is to go 21 personnel, which means you're pulling Dalton Schultz or Cade Stover off the field. And you're putting British Brooks, who we've never seen play fullback in there. If that's part of your plan, it better work.
Yeah.
Like if that's what Nick Caley dreamed up when he came in here, it better work. I don't see that being part of it. I'm with you. I think Cade Stover will probably be the guy you see was handing the dirt in the backfield quite a bit. If that is the angle that they decide to take.
Yeah.
Maybe there is. I'd love nothing more. It would do my heart. I mean, so much good to see Dalton Schultz put his hand in the dirt back there and go up there and get the job done. So I would go on to the tight end situation.
Okay.
Now, Arch Manning. I'll be honest with you. You can find this on these airwaves somewhere. I've never thought that Arch Manning was as arm talented as folks since his high school. The first time I watched his high school tape, I thought there was a more of a prototypical over-the-top pocket passer. Like he lacked that. Typically what turns everybody on nowadays in these young quarterbacks coming up is athletic ability and some freakish arm talent.
Yeah.
I never thought that Arch Manning had that. Now, watching the other day, there is clearly a when you talk about these other elite dudes that with these crazy shortstop type of deliveries, he's clearly doesn't have that in his game and needs to steer clear from it. I think that's obvious. So I wouldn't say the mechanics are bad. I would say that the ceiling is lower than I think some people thought when it comes to arm talent and arm strength. That was my take on Arch Manning more so than mechanics.
How would you miss that?
Yeah,
that little drag route.
Which one?
I'm just saying.
I see what you're saying.
We're talking about like all these because there were credible people. Who really believe that Arch. Again, not saying that he's not going to be, but how do you miss?
Here's the other
thing. What forced your mind to miss that?
I don't think that game is going to have any bearing on how great Arch Manning is or isn't. It's a first game for a dude that's never – look, he played against Louisiana Monroe. No offense, but you went into the shoe and was playing with some different level dudes. Like, he wasn't ready for that. The moment was too big for him. He wasn't ready for it. The thought that he was going to walk out there and have some freakish eject button athletic ability or crazy arm talent, that was never – he is going to have to play the game in the pocket, on time, on schedule.
But to Show's point – this is his third year in the program, and how do you miss or not correct or get him ready, physically to understand what he can do?
There is some serious questions, in my opinion, about Texas today that obviously weren't there before. Part of it having to do with Arch Manning, the inability to scheme things up in the goal line. It's the same way you ended the season last year from inside the 5-yard line, first and goal with a trip to the natty on the line, and you couldn't get it done. So, Sark, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And I hear a lot of talk about the Ohio State defense, and rightfully so. They got some dudes now. That secondary is serious, especially when you go back and watch that film. It's like they were running the routes for them.
Yeah.
Like two dudes was running around. But there was one time in that game when I thought when Wingo touched the ball on that little end around or that little flip, whatever it was, and I thought, that's elite.
Yeah.
Like I think there's a speed problem with Texas. Like there's a speed problem with Texas outside of, again, the one moment Wingo touched it and I was like, golly, that's a different animal right there.
Yeah.
You expect to see a Big Ten team go through a game like that and maybe not have that elite twitch and speed. I don't expect that from SEC teams.
No, that's a fair point. I just keep coming back to Sark. It felt like he was
trying to
held the
protect
reins.
him.
Yeah.
Which I mean, he knows better than anybody. Maybe there's a reason why he was doing that.
But again, I was going to say, this is third year in the program.
He looked like he didn't trust the quarterback.
Yeah, I agree.
Third year in.
Agree.
That was my thing.
My man can't hit a drag route.
Bro, he one-hopped that down that over route right out of the gate, and I was like,
first throw.
What's going on now?
Yeah. He's out playing dodgeball with people, trying to hit him in the leg. He did. That crossing route, the one in the end zone, that
was rough.
He threw it at his knee.
The beauty of it is now you're going, because we've talked a lot about nationally. We've talked a lot about Archie, and we've talked a lot about Peyton and Eli and these bloodlines and all that. Where you're going to find out just how trained and developed he is to be able to block all this crap out in an adverse time and then come back and which I think he'll be fine, but just it's going to be very trying over the next week for him to stay dialed in.
But I will say, as much as we talk about the Manning family, I do think that's the preparation that he probably has. Like no one, or at least they've had some conversations. How do you handle through the tough times? Sure. I do think that he has the pedigree for that portion at the very least.
We're about to get Matt Patricia another job.
That's right.
Bet not.
You think we're gonna slow down after last night?
When it comes to Matt?
We're talking about Matt Patricia. We came out of week 1, Matt Patricia. Hey man, that was a big reason. Then we saw whoever that quarterback was for TCU yesterday actually go up against Bill Belichick.
Hey,
by the way,
that guy's got arm talent.
He didn't look confused.
That guy's got arm talent.
He didn't look like Arch.
Hey, did Bill Belichick, did his son eat him or eat his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend?
Oh, was Steve looking plump?
Coach, it don't look real. It don't look real. This is the second time I've seen it. Last night reminded me they gave him about. I mean, he was I almost said the T word. He was above nipples and up, and I could tell like that dude he ate somebody. I mean, Steve has gotten big, bro. It don't even look real.
Yeah,
like I didn't say. I told myself I wasn't going to say anything on air today because I think it could be. It happened so quick that it could be.
What made you change your mind?
Well, I don't know. What made you change the picture.
You act like it was drug out of his
head. What in the?
I didn't say anything. How did nobody was thinking of
Golly, I was like, you got to be kidding me. But and Mo Belichick's got ran through last night, didn't he?
They sure did. I'm looking forward to hearing all of that and more with you five fellas. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live.
We're back.
The drive is live. They are back. Calm down, man. The number one team
we're
in
back.
The country.
It's a Tuesday. That's a Monday. We're back. We're live. Let's go.
He had that one in the holster, boy. Saturday must have been like straight sex for Tyler. I mean, straight sex for Tyler. I mean,
it was fun. What was more fun were the clowns on Twitter. I had a blast Saturday.
I bet you did. Yeah,
it was super awesome.
Your Aggies, your quarterback, your young quarterback,
Marcel,
looked a lot better than what Texas's quarterback brought forth. We'll get to that because I do want to get to Arch, but football is back, baby. This game week, damn it!
Hell yeah!
We got the Eagles and
about damn time.
Parsonless Cowboys coming up in 2 days. We got the Chiefs and the Chargers on Friday. Got another good college football slate, and then the NFL full go on Sunday, including the Texans as they travel to LA to take on the Rams. So a big thing, real quick. We talked a little bit about Arch, and we will talk about Arch because we had to. That was a big story we missed yesterday over the weekend. But what the hell happened to Bill? I was that one. I'm not gonna say I was surprised that they won. I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt like Bill would figure defense out pretty quickly. Like I thought the Carolina defense would be not coming out of the half in a game where you're still within striking distance, and the first play of the game is a 75-yard to the house. Like that surprised me that his defense. Maybe the offense may struggle a little bit, but the defense, they just seemed to just not know what the hell was going on. That one surprised me.
Hey, you look. If you watch that game, Chief, they could have hung 70.
They could have. I had to turn, man. I started watching Hunting Wives.
They could have hung 70. They could have hung 70 on them cats, man. And it was. I'm gonna tell you, man. You look at it. Bill just can't get right. Bill ain't been right since Brady left his ass. And Matt Patricia goes out there.
He did make the playoffs the first year after him, but then after that, boy, it was when they started bringing in Ohio State's defensive coordinator, who shout out to Matt Patricia, who's able to flip sides of the ball. He was an offensive coordinator last time we saw him.
Done it all, man.
And now he's the defensive coordinator.
I'm sure he learned a lot while he was on the offensive side of the ball. I'm sure he learned a lot, these guys.
But no, man, that one. I didn't see it. I mean, not an ass kicking like that, where they're TCU and Sonny and Kendall felt like they could do whatever the hell they wanted to do all game.
I'm going to tell you, I'm a big Sonny fan. I'm a big Kendall Briles fan. I know Kendall personally. His time was at Arkansas. I knew him a little bit before that, but I got to know him really well at Arkansas. It's good to see. I was rooting for them boys in that situation. Everybody picking Bill Belichick, talking about how great Bill Belichick is and what they're going to do and how they're going, how great he's been. You see what's starting to pour out now, which I think this is convenience, right? And this is the world we live in. All of a sudden, there's reports of how Bill was going about his recruiting, leaving kids hanging in the lobby and never meeting with them after flying them in, kind of deal. And well, they're starting to surface. I don't know how real those reports are, but we're going to see if Bill can bounce back.
He did have a top 3 transfer portal.
Well, hell, I think
in the ACC.
Well, hell, I think they had 70 new kids on that team.
That's what Danny Cannell said. So, we'll see.
I think I heard him say last night 70 new players in that program.
Yeah, he did the Deion
that beat
thing.
Deion.
Except Deion beat TCU.
That's right.
Did the Deion thing, except they beat him.
Deion invited everybody in there with his Louis Vuitton luggage comments.
Yeah, he did.
It is interesting.
Except Deion brought his son with him, though. That's the difference.
Yeah,
that Lopez fellas. Tyler, I swear before God, and I will get to the text. When I saw Brad Johnson's kid walk out there, I said, Max Johnson is still in college?
Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. Absolutely.
I thought we were beyond COVID years. Max is old enough to get. How in the hell?
He got a medical. I think did he get a medical
how many
last year?
medicals?
I don't know how many he's had.
I'm not sure.
He quarterback for Jimbo, and not Jimbo's last season.
It's the same age as Bill's girlfriend.
I think he was there
Is
with
he really?
Yep.
Kozada.
Are you kidding me?
Calzada,
Nope.
whatever.
Bill's girlfriend and Max are the same age.
I
did not know that. I was fixing to ask how old he is. That is
Somebody had
great.
that terrible thing of when it was 41-7. That was her age when he was 41.
When he was 41, she was 7?
Anyway.
That is tremendous. I must have the volume turned down.
They did.
Good for her.
Kirk Herbstreit.
Kirk didn't bring it up?
No, he didn't say that. I just saw that.
Never would he do that to the great Bill.
No, not Bill. He was petting his dog. But
boy, what is Bill going to do, man? How you rebound from this one? That was an ass kicking at home with all the world watching. Right? Did you see Bill's pregame the Holly Rowe interview?
Holly Rowe, yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Why that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
That's what he always does.
But that's when you got 6 championships and you're in the league, 6 Super Bowls, and you're in the league and stuff.
Teddy Bruschi said he's focused.
Come on, man. You can't go to college. I mean, that was awful. Why would he do that to her?
It wasn't just to her. Bill does that to everybody.
Come on, Bill. And that's good for you. Go out there and get your ass whooped like that for being such a stiff, man. Yeah, that was good for Bill.
Yeah,
good. Boy, after that first touchdown, they panned that damn crowd. That old 24-year-old or whatever sitting up there on that rail, just smiling bigger than I'll get out. Oh, Lawrence Taylor
Lawrence
up there.
Lawrence feeling himself.
Up there. Oh,
Michael Jordan's ass was up there feeling himself.
Oh, yeah. And then, boy.
Dad Gummit was up there. Roy Williams was up there feeling himself.
Wind came out of themselves, boys.
We're on to Charlotte.
Yeah, I don't know. What.
Yeah, we're on to Charlotte. You're right.
Charlotte, yeah.
That's about right. I wonder how that's going to play in college.
All right. Listen, so a coach that has had success lately, D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Texans. It's go time now, and he already has talked about this. Speaking to the media yesterday, you hadn't heard this. He's already telling you what he's been staying up about is the key of the game Sunday.
This game, I think ultimately, it as right now as I continue to go through it in my mind, I think it really hinges upon both offensive lines blocking 2 really talented defensive lines. The Rams have one of the best young defensive lines in the NFL, Verse, Fisk, Turner, Young. There's a young group, and those guys they get after it. They play relentless. They're tough. They're going to be a really, really good group to challenge our offensive line, and the same for their offensive line versus our defensive line. We have a really good group up front, one of the strengths of our team, and we have to, it's going to be a challenge to see how that shapes up. But both offensive lines are going to have to play well, and whoever wins that battle, I think, will ultimately decide the game.
Yeah, I think he's probably pretty accurate right there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I mean, both of these teams you can say, are driven by their defensive line. The thing is, the Texans have a little bit more behind that defensive line than I think the Rams do in terms of a secondary. But nonetheless, I do think the story in this game is about the lines of scrimmage, right? And I tell you, Ron, people are going to spend a lot of time talking about these defensive lines, and rightfully so, and that's fine. I mean, I can't wait to watch our defensive line eat, no doubt about it. It's going to be entertaining. But the big question here is, D'Amico mentioned one of them, which offensive line plays better. And I have no idea what we're going to get out of our offensive line. No idea what we're going to get out of the Texans' offensive line. But I'm going to take it one step forward, one step further. The other part of it, the offensive coordinator. I got a little bit more faith in their offensive coordinator, knowing what he's working with and kind of working around some of the hiccups and some of the issues that they may have.
You mean Sean McVay?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I got a little bit more confidence in his resume. Now, that may be foul. Some people may say it's foul. I've never seen Nick Caley. It's just a matter of having never seen him. The offensive coordinator is going to play just as much into this game as that offensive line is, hands down, no question about it. It is and you can obviously throw the quarterback in there with it, but it is going to be. This is a game about, yes, offensive line play, but you better believe that 1B, if that's 1A, 1B is offensive coordinators.
Yeah, and I think these things are connected, Clint, in this game, is especially from the Texans end, as you said, got a little bit more confidence in how they navigate it with McVay and Stafford, but with the Texans end is what is going to be very crucial, and I don't think this is just up to the offensive line, is can they play the game in which they are dictating how they go about business? You know what I mean? Like, can they dictate when they want to run the ball, when they want to pass the ball, when they and not forced into the Rams defense being able to dictate? And that could be dictated by score. That could be dictated by the success they get into the run game. That could be dictated by a lot of things. But to me is the one thing, again, like you said, I don't know exactly at all what the Texans offensive line is really going to do when they get real bullets, real game plan against a team. But I also really don't know what they look like when their opponent has a pretty fair idea of what they're going to do. Like that's the other part, and I think that's just not going to be good for this offense anyway. So I think a big key to this is that they get to dictate how Nick Caley's able to call the game, right? Like the running game's going to be extremely important.
Yeah.
The Texans defense keeping the game to a space that they can run whatever they want to run is going to be extremely important. Because, as he said with that D-line, I got to believe, as he said, he's thinking up, he's staying up a lot, D'Amico. I think the thing that D'Amico probably really stays up a lot is, what happens and how does my offensive line perform when Jarrett Verse and Young and that group know more times than not they got to drop back and pass.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big key is can they dictate how they run offense in this game.
Yeah, and look, the other part of this too, Ron, is I think whichever head coach, their expertise. You got offensive-minded Sean McVay, you got defensive-minded D'Amico Ryans. That matchup is going to dictate how this game goes. And the Texans are just not built right now in a way. I don't think they're built. We'll see. I don't think they're built in a way to get into a quote-unquote shootout. Now, I don't believe this is going to be like Tampa Bay a couple of years ago, but if Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, and company, if they come out there and all of a sudden they have their way and score a few points early on, what does that do for the offense? So this is a D'Amico Ryans defensive coordinator versus Sean McVay offensive coordinator. D'Amico's got to keep Sean under wraps to give his offense a chance to get their feet wet, get a feel for what it is, to give his offensive play caller a chance to get his feet wet and feel what he wants to do and how he wants to approach it, and be somewhat comfortable in his first game. So, yeah, man, it is about O-line play, no doubt about it. It's about the offensive coordinator to be able to handle it. But I'm telling you, these two head coaches matched up head to head is going to be must-see TV.
Yeah, I don't think that, and maybe we've been able to just watch this group so much. I don't think the Texans are going to allow the Rams to have this as a shootout.
Oh, I don't either.
Now, listen, I'm not going to sit there and lie to you. I mean, Puka and Devontae Adams and I mean, they got some dudes over there now, and Matt Stafford is, at least at this point, borderline elite. Sean is an elite, play caller and designer. So they got some stuff, but this Texas defense is so good. I don't think it's going to be a shutout or shootout. But if they roll out here, Clinton, and this combination of Nick Chubb and Damian Pierce and Woody Marks roll out here, and it's 2.5 yards a carry, and it's stopping them, and you're looking at a lot of 3rd and 6s and longs. The game might be close, but still, that means the Rams get to dictate what is happening, and they cannot. They've got to get out of that.
The point is D'Amico's got his hands full with some really with future Hall of Famers.
Yep.
And he's got to do. And I agree with you. I don't think it's a shootout. I don't think in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it's a shootout. But D'Amico's got to stymie this offense in a way that's going to allow his offense some breathing room to try to figure out what the hell they are, who they are, what they do well, what they don't do well. D'Amico, this is a team that's going to be driven by their defense. And starts Saturday, again, you got Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, Tyler Higbee, Kyron Williams, Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay. You got some legit dudes coming at you.
They still got that skinny dude, Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, they do.
They still got number 5.
Yeah. They do.
Just way open. Yeah. Again, I just don't think I don't think the Rams are going to run away from the Texans unless the offense helps them.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to run.
Shootout's the wrong word. Point. If you get to where you're immediately playing from behind, that puts unnecessary pressure on CJ. It puts unnecessary pressure on Nick Caley
to go away from the game plan.
Right, and the reality of it is, Ron, all year long, this is going to be a defensive-driven football team, and the defense is going to have to keep them in it, and the offense is going to have to make enough plays to win it.
All right, that was Football Talk on Sports Radio 610. It is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, I've been trying to figure out what in the hell happened in Columbus with Arch Manning. Well, somebody who has been an Arch supporter lets us know. We'll see if we agree. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football is back, baby, and Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. I've done it. It's been fun. I'm going to tell you. You can play right here in Texas, by the way. Ain't no worries there. You can play right here in
Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Away, Gus. Play fake. Manning. He'll throw it this time. Oh, it's intercepted. Matthews Jr.
Tyler, man.
Just want to put the listener like they're there.
The enjoyment of Tyler.
At Ohio State.
Yeah, you better, man.
Just trying to set the stage.
Listen, that was the most anticipated game of the weekend. And I don't know. We learned a lot, I think, at least at this point. Now, none of it is the end-all, be-all. This is what he's going to be, all of this and that. But I know I learned one thing that I have been wondering for a long time, and then it came about. But this was Dan Orlovsky, ESPN, does college football and the NFL. This was his explanation on why Arch Manning had the performance he had.
I would say this. Arch Manning and Sark got Bill Belichicked. And I know Coach Belichick plays tonight. Arch will not see another defense that is as sophisticated, as complicated, as much they changed pre-snap to post-snap. I'm not telling America that Arch didn't have some misses. Of course he had some misses. Mechanically, he got worse as the game went on. That game, in specific to Arch, went the way it did because of Matt Patricia for Ohio State and that Ohio State secondary.
All right, there is Dan Orlovsky. You agree with it? You agree with his assessment? I tell you what, Josh Hoover was not Bill Belichick last night, and he actually went against Bill Belichick. But your thoughts on what Dan had to say in his explanation of what happened with Arch?
Yeah, look, I think there's some truth to what he looked at on the defensive side of the football was next level. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But the reality is to me, this isn't about a pass or not a pass. It's about watch the game and evaluate the game and what did you see. And there's no doubt he was going against technically, like schematically, a ridiculously difficult defense. Not to mention probably the most talented, if not definitely a top 3 talent defense as well. There's no doubt that everybody that jumped to conclusions and wanted to put this kid in the Heisman chair assumed that he would be ready to, stare this opportunity and this level of adversity in the face and play well. He didn't. Right? He wasn't ready for the moment. He wasn't ready for what Ohio State threw at him. I think there are probably some people out there that anointed him from a ability standpoint. I mean, some of the craziest takes I've heard in the last year, 2 years, was around Arch Manning's athletic ability, his ability to run the football. And I think it was clear in that game, when you play against that level of talent, you better be able to beat them with your mind and your arm. If you're Arch Manning, and I do think that both were exposed. I think he appeared to be very young from the mental approach.
That was the part that got me, Clint.
And I think there was some flaw from the physical approach.
That was the part that got me, Clint. That was the most surprising thing to me. Was clearly the moment was too big for him. Like you would think like he has had to deal with a lot of pressure being who he is. Every time he performs, there's just more added to him. It wasn't just like he looked like he was like rushed at everything.
Yeah,
Every one of his throws.
The game was moving very fast.
That didn't seem like that. I would not have expected that.
The game was moving very fast for him. The last time that we saw him get run at quarterback, I believe it was against Georgia. They couldn't protect. They couldn't protect the other fella, so they put him in there and thought that his legs were going to be a difference, and it wasn't. You go a whole off season in today's world. These kids do not see live pads thumping, action, chaos in the pocket, and then you go, okay, your first rattle out of the box as a starter after not seeing anything for 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. It's going to be Ohio State in the shoe, crowd noise, and a ridiculously talented bunch of defensive players and a defensive coordinator, and he wasn't ready for the moment. It's that easy. There's no passes. No, the reality of it is dude has not played very much football, and he seemed to be overwhelmed in the first game of the season against arguably the best team in the country. That's where we're at. Yeah. And mechanically, I don't think it's flawed. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's flawed or bad mechanics. I think it's low ceiling. I mean, relatively speaking, you look at both of his uncles. Neither one of his uncles were dropping their arm slot and flipping a cross route, in stride the way Pat Mahomes does, the way some of these other loose-armed quarterbacks do. And he's not – maybe he is down the road. Right now, he's not that guy. He is a stand in the pocket, throw the route tree kind of quarterback. He is a process what's going on defensively, sit in the pocket, get the ball out accurately, and move on. He's not – he can run around against UTSA. No offense right there. Coach, love your squad, man.
Damn.
I mean, he can go. Who was the other one? It was UTSA, and who was the other one last year? Louisiana Monroe or somebody?
He gave.
Mississippi State was one of them. He played against Mississippi State. You can go run around and be one of the more athletic guys on that field, but when you get to the college football playoffs, it ain't gonna matter. You're going to have to stand in there and process. And I think that all of that failed him Saturday afternoon.
The one thing that really came clear, and I'm sure, like I said, Tyler's having a field day with this. Tyler has just been over the top with, he's going to win the Heisman, all of them. MVP next year. The one thing, Clint, that I could not ever get past was the way he was talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously a lot of it has to do, and maybe not all of it has to do with his last name, but the way he was talked about, the number one recruit, he was talked about in the manner of guys like Caleb Williams, guys like, Tebow. I mean, those guys, when they came out, when they were freshmen and they came in, he was talked about in a major way. You normally don't see a guy like Quinn Ewers hold that guy back for 2 years. And that always was weird to me. As Texas was driving, and they made the playoff last year, and they were good the year before, it was always weird to me that Quinn is really holding that guy back. Because I'm telling you, I said it to you before the show, I can't remember who the hell that was that left that Texas game, but Caleb Williams got in the game, and that guy had to transfer. It is now the starting quarterback of the New Orleans Saints, Spencer Rattler. He had to transfer to South Carolina. Right, and we've seen it. Like Chris Leak, luckily he graduated, but his ass would have been gone too. He wasn't going to hold Tebow to the bench another year. You've seen many examples. I don't know who was there at Auburn before Cam came from Blaine College, but he was not going to stop Cam Newton from getting the starting job and getting in the lineup. And that was always strange to me that he could not overtake Quinn for 2 years. And I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but as soon as that game started, you could see there probably wasn't stuff that just jumped out in practice where Sark was like, oh, God. Like, we got to get him on the field in a way that I'm sure Lincoln did when he saw Caleb Williams at Oklahoma. And was like, God, man, Spencer's a nice player, but this dude here, I can't keep him off the field. And hell, when he came in against Georgia, I thought, well, maybe this is it. Hell, they took his ass out at halftime and put Quinn back in. So, that part became more clear that, as you were saying, there's nothing that really, if you take away the last name and everything, there's nothing that really jumps out that says, all right, man, whoever that was in front of Trevor Lawrence, man, your time is just as soon as he gets on the field, we got to go with him. There was none of that, and it kind of came up.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, Ron, and it's going to be a ways down the schedule, but when they get to Penn State, which is mid-season for them. Heck, it's November 1, so it's second half of the season. When they get to Penn State, how does Drew Aller play against this defense?
Yeah.
Right? Little things like that are going to start to matter. Yeah. Even though it's mid-season, it's not the beginning of the year. If Drew struggles, then everybody then he's going to get that pass, which it may not even matter. He may play well enough between now and then that it may not matter. But that's going to be the tell is, do we look back on this thing and say, boy, Manning was extremely overrated, or do you look back on this thing and say this is an all-time great defense? That's ultimately what we're up against here.
All right, coming up, big weekend. Even though they just got a split, a big weekend for the Astros. And I think it's time to pull the plug on something with the Astros. I think you know what it is. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, Serta Pro Painters, man. I tell you about it all the time.
and they are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call 281-222-2222 or check them out online at MoKaram-InjuryLawyers.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Really, really happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Altuve bids for a 2-run home run. It's gone. Jose Altuve gives the Astros a 5-run lead. It's now 8-3.
Just don't lose series, baby. Just don't lose series. That was Altuve as the Astros. They split that series with the Angels. And they have a 3-game lead over the Mariners. Mariners dropped some of those games over the weekend, but they go ahead and take that. Altuve behind that, but that wasn't the big story. The big story to me of why this weekend was such a big deal, very similar to what someone just tweeted in. We'll get to that in just a second. I just do want to address something. Guys, you guys have to stop getting emotional. And not ignore what you're hearing from the texter who likes to call me apparently S Show. It's just Show, Ron, whatever. You know, no need to get no need to add.
That's kind of creative. That is kind of creative.
He tell me you can hear the anger of whatever. It's one game, S Show. Damn. I said to him, well, what do you have issue with what I said? Give the kids some time. It was one game, buddy. Again, folks, I'm not saying, as I said before, it ain't the end-all, be-all of who he is. I'm just simply saying you can clearly see after he played, after being in the program for 2 years, after having some experience, you can see that usually guys that are talked up like him. I gave examples. I'll give you another. Trevor Lawrence, Kelly Bryant had just taken Clemson to the college football playoff when there was only 4 teams. They got obliterated by Oklahoma in it, but he took them there. Came and started the next year. Fooled around and got him a couple of games. Then that long-haired Trevor Lawrence fella was standing in the wings. He got on the field. Kelly Bryant had to then go to Missouri. That's all I'm saying is we looked out there, you could see, like, he may be a very good quarterback down the line. He is not like the guys like Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Tebow we brought up. Those guys are not usually held down by 7th round, 6th round picks. Right? Like they usually, like you would have thought, and hell, I think Quinn probably thought in his mind, or start looking around some of these ACC schools. Maybe I get a year. But usually you don't. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that the guy stinks or that we should end it. But the thought that he was talked up like he was Andrew Luck and Trevor Lawrence and those things, I think you could clearly see like that's not the case.
That ship has sailed. Now, again, what does it mean? I don't know, but that ship has sailed. I don't think that anybody in the right mind, even the most avid UT fan, there's no way that you didn't listen to the hype leading up to that game and the conversations around that quarterback, what the last name means, everything, and it was good. Look, it was entertaining as hell. There's no way that you listened to that and then watched that game and said, "Yeah, this is one of a generational type guy." This is not. I mean, look, the ship has sailed for him to jump on the field. The Tua moment when Tua jumps on the field and throws the touchdown against Georgia immediately. As you mentioned, all the quarterbacks that you mentioned, like these guys that they get their first run and it's like, wow, you're on to something. That it didn't happen for Arch Manning. Again, what does it mean? It's up to you to decide what the hell you want to make of it. But the reality of it is the hype, the conversations, there's a lot of people that are eating some crow, and Arch didn't answer the bell. It's that easy.
No, yeah. I mean,
it shouldn't surprise anybody. Hell, be honest with you. I mean, like the conversations were crazy. I mean, I hope I'm rooting for the kid. I hope like hell he would have like met those expectations. But the reality of it is, you're talking about 10 guys over the last 50 years of football that have done that.
I don't mean to set you up. How many years before you started at Arkansas? What was it before you got the reins?
1 year.
1 year. So your sophomore year, you got the reins.
Mm-hmm.
Your first. Let's even try this. Who was your first game against a real opponent?
I don't remember. It's been so long, Ron, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to think.
I remember Damian Craig and Auburn.
Do you that was your first year?
Yeah.
Do you remember feeling as confused as he looked? Do you remember feeling as uncomfortable as he looked?
Yeah. I'll tell you, Florida in '97 was a good one. Yeah. Set an SEC record for sacks in a game. Yeah, absolutely. I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah, and I just bring that up because that is generally how I think most young most quarterbacks that get the reins in. Yep. Then there are other guys that you look in there, maybe they're confused, but it doesn't look like that. And I'm just saying,
you have the guys that you're talking about, the guys that he had an opportunity to join, Arch Manning, that is, had he played lights out and won on the road against Ohio State. He had the opportunity to join the group of guys that you mentioned, the Trevor Lawrences, the Tim Tebows, the Deshaun Watsons, the guys that in college, when they took over the reins, Tua is a good one. I mean, when they took over the reins, it was like, look out. I mean, this guy's got something special. He may be running around like a chicken with his head cut off, but he's got something. There's an elite something there. That did not surface for Arch Manning. Period, point blank, any way you want to slice it. That did not surface. Now, if you want to get into the deeper conversations, I do. I think we got to wait and see if Texas has necessary speed to compete with the top 10 teams in America. We got to see if Steve Sarkisian can figure things out and be able to create opportunities for his players inside the 10-yard line with the game on the line against good defenses, the way that some of these other coaches do. Like all of that, there are layers and layers and layers of conversations that need to be had, but the biggest one is Arch Manning had an opportunity to join the likes of the all-time greats in college football that just had some level of it factor. I don't care how bad it is. I don't care that I'm on the road. I don't care who the defensive coordinator is. I don't care how good the defense is. Damn it, it's a tight ball game, and I'm going to make something happen to get points on the board.
Or I have something that allows me.
Yeah.
Like Vince. I've got something that allows me to get out of stuff even if I'm confused.
Yes. And that ship has sailed. That opportunity was missed by Arch. Now we'll see if throughout I think they play 3 Ducks.
Yeah.
The next 3 games
before they play Florida.
So he's going to have plenty of time to get his bearings straight and keep this thing moving. But the reality of it is, the most avid Longhorn fan, there's no way you don't look at that and say, damn, boy, what could have been? That would have been a fun ride if that kid would have jumped on the scene all of a sudden and literally today be the Heisman front runner instead of being the Heisman front runner Friday before the game.
Yeah. By the way, are we as a show, are we prepared to pull the plug on Lance McCullers having any kind of high leverage, meaningful appearances for the Houston Astros?
You betcha.
Feels that way.
You betcha.
Hate to say it, but it feels that way.
Yes, indeed.
I think I hinted towards this Friday when you were going, Clint. I said, I think we've reached the point once Joe said he may be coming out of the bullpen. This may be short term, though. Yeah. I said, I think Lance has probably thrown his last pitch when it comes to meaningful, high leverage situations. And they tried to bring him in again. Now I will not blame Lance anymore. Like, this ain't on Lance, right? If Joe decides to bring Lance in with the game on the line, and we have a pretty good feel of what Lance is bringing. He's not confident. He is not confident throwing the ball for strikes. He's trying to be real fine and perfect. And then, hell, sometimes it looks like he just doesn't have any idea where it's going. I'm not blaming Lance anymore. Lance should not pitch in any high leverage situations. And to be honest with you, Lance should not be on the playoff roster. If Justin Verlander was held off that bad boy last year, Lance should be held off of it this year.
Boy, you're dead ass right, and it's a crying ass shame right now, given what's going on. Yeah, it's crazy to think that Lance McCullers can't help this rotation and this pitching staff.
Or the bullpen.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I mean. I'm trying to find the whole thing. Anybody, anywhere. You take your pick. I mean, let's be honest with you. I mean, at this point in time, there's guys that you'd rather that still have an outside shot of helping this team long term that you'd rather have those kind of mop up minutes.
I've got more confidence that Chaz will throw more strikes.
Speaking of Chaz,
strikes.
Melton's sub 150 and still getting pinch hits, and Chaz is not. But for the record, sub 150. Come at me about white boy Chaz. Sub 150. Speaking of.
Yeah, it's just over for Lance.
But yeah, I'm out on Lance. And you hit the nail on the head. My heart would have been hurt. Boy, my Astro heart would have been down and out this weekend. Had them trio of starters not did their.
No, that was big. Yeah, Javier 6 innings. I mean, he goes 6 innings, no hit ball. Ryan Abreu happened in. Arrighetti, he goes 6 1/3. He strung together a couple of good ones here lately. 1 hit, 1 earned, 8 Ks. These guys. You got to stop walking, guys. And Lance came in, and Lance's second inning, I did too much there, is what happened to him. And then Luis Garcia, the big one yesterday, 6 innings, 3 earned, all quality starts from all 3. 6 Ks, no walks yesterday in his first start. Those are great signs, especially with Lance. Just at this point, man, it feels unusable right now. Feels like you just cannot take a chance with him. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans, he kind of shed some light on a really important thing going into Sunday's game. It's good news. We'll let you hear from him, and we'll continue. Game week, Texans and Rams, and a reason why I think many of you should be extremely excited, not just because the season has started, but extremely excited about what the potential of what you will see on Sunday with your Texans. That's coming up next.
All right, if there's a hair loss issue that's got you feel like you lost your identity altogether, right?
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the holiday back here on The Drive. The gang is all back. Clint Stoerner's in the building. If you're looking at us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the electric Tyler Milner as he's producing this thing in Harlem Shaking here. Didn't know you had that in your bag, but you learn new things all the time.
I was looking down. Let me see again.
Got to keep you on your toes.
I was looking down. Well, hey.
Electric.
There it is. And your guy, Ron.
The dip with it was nice, too.
Is in the building. A guy out there keeping at your heart here, Clint. Keep doing this thing, sources say. According to Adam Schefter, Texans are signing backup quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year, fully guaranteed $7 million contract extension. Mills is now tied with the Texans through 2026. So that is the latest there. It's Davis Mills. Davis will get 15 good years out of this if he wants it. I mean, it is there.
Hey,
right
it don't get much better, man. He's backing up a young quarterback that, knock on wood, stays healthy the majority of the time. Shoot. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Best job in America.
Yeah, so yeah, good for him as he is there with the Texans through 2026. So congratulations to him. Some other news here, and this is short but sweet, coming from the head coach of your Houston Texans. We looked at the roster, the initial 53 when it came out, and wondered, they cut a lot of guys in the secondary. They've got the Jimmy Ward situation. They've got the potential injury situation with Gardner-Johnson. They let a lot of guys go, and they looked a little light back there. Well, here is D'Amico Ryans commenting on the Gardner-Johnson situation.
Yeah, CJ is doing really well, progressing fine. We expect him to be ready for week 1.
All right, you heard it there. He's expected to be ready and in the lineup for week 1. Clint, CJ Gardner-Johnson, he was, I would say, between him or Christian Kirk, the number 1 addition to this team in the offseason. And this is a big thing for D'Amico and this offense, this defense, that Gardner-Johnson not only was able to get through that injury scare, in which we initially thought may be a long-term deal, to now he is going to be there week 1.
Yeah, I think it's huge, Ron. I think when you look at this team, we've mentioned it several times today and many times over the last couple of months, this is going to be a defensive-driven team. They need all their pieces. They need all their pieces. Every piece that got them to where they were last year with 10 wins, second round of the playoffs, one of the better defenses in the league. All of the pieces that they signed this year to come in and be difference makers, starting with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, as well as E.J. Speed at the linebacker position, Sheldon Rankins at the interior defensive line position. There's some guys that they drafted I think are going to end up getting some run. The new faces, they need all these guys healthy because this is going to be a defensive-driven football team. And I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a critical piece. If you look at it tangibly and intangibly. Intangibly, he's a vocal leader. He brings the juice. He's a guy that he forces guys around him to raise their level of play to raise their level of intensity to his. And he's got that ability to do that authentically. And so intangibly, he's super important. And then you look at the tangible side of things, he's just able to do a lot on the football field. You want to play safety? Cool. You want to play nickel defender? Cool. You want to rush the passer? He can do that. You want him to man up on a tight end? He's going to give you a good shot there. So he's got the ability, one of those kind of hybrid nickel defender, safety type of players that allows you to do some different exotic coverage. You put him on one side and Jalen Petrie on the other side, or him on one side and Kamari Lassiter on the other side, Ron. Now you've got the ability to roll your safeties either way. You can play all kind of coverages, and you know who wins in that deal? Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock now can disguise and run and cover and do the things that he does at a high rate. So, look, I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson being healthy and ready for Week 1. It's a godsend given
what we thought.
The reports that came out of there when he first hurt his leg. So it's big to have him back. Big to have him. If D'Amico, of all people, feels comfortable enough on a Monday to say C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be there for Week 1, then you got to feel good about it, man. This is a big play here for the Texans.
And again, Clint, when the injury happened and we thought they were going to be staring at M.J. Stewart and have to do some things around, we didn't say like, all right, this is a injury that is going to change everything that they want to do over there, but it just kind of takes away some of the exotic luxury things that they could do. And Clint, really against teams like this is when you really want to have everything at your disposal. Like, they'll be all right against the Titans. They'll be all right. They'll be all right against, probably the Colts, some of these other teams. But when you start going against play callers like McVay and the weapons that they have with Stafford as a quarterback, a guy who put on 40-plus against the Bills, who put up, high-scoring games in his career for this team, you want to have everything that you can do to confuse people and to have the best guys you have out there. So especially for these type games, it's big to have the full group out there, the full talent out there to be able to go against these type teams. Absolutely, man. You want to have the entire playbook at your fingertips, and you want to have guys that can go out there and execute it. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a veteran that when it comes to the playbook and being able to have it wide open and execute it all and be responsible enough to communicate it all and ultimately execute it cleanly without any bust, C.J. Gardner-Johnson gives you the best chance to do that. So him being healthy, again, it's just a weapon in D'Amico Ryan's toolbox, if you will. I mean, there is, whether you're talking about game planning, if you're talking about specifically game planning for an offense or specifically for a player, or you're talking about an adjustment at halftime in the locker room, having all of his pieces, having everything at his fingertips, D'Amico that is, it's absolutely paramount. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I would say, is one of your top 2 or 3 guys, not on the defense, because you got Derek Stingley Jr., you got Daniil Hunter, you got Will Anderson, you've got some different animals out there in terms of importance. But when it comes to being multiple, being hybrid, the ability to adjust, the ability to be exotic, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a big part of that. No, he is, and like you said, boy, thought that cat was going to be going for the year, and he is living right. Living right, baby. They are. All right, it is game week, and I'll be honest, fellas, I am super excited. I know there's some teams like the Broncos. They're starting at home against the Titans, right? I know there's some teams like, hey, baby, let's get an easy dub. Let's get in here and get a game where we can handle the opponent. But what I am really intrigued about is, yes, it's early and whatever happens in the game, Clint, won't be a sign of what it is to come. You wouldn't think, like, it's not a death nail. There's 16 more games left. But Clint, I think we are going to learn a lot about the things, at least early, where they are right now. We're going to learn a lot about the things that we have either questioned or really had thoughts about moving into the season. We talked about it earlier in the show. We're going to learn about the biggest questions on this offense, the play caller and the offensive line, because the Rams present a real challenge in both of those spots. And coming out of this game, if they were playing, the Saints or something like that, all right, who knows, right? But now we're really going to know a lot of where they are right now and how far they've got to go when you look at those 2 spots, because the Rams D-line pressure and from a standpoint of a new coach going up against a formidable defense, we're going to learn a lot about those 2 things. Yeah, look, there is wait to see. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely beautiful, man. It is and I'll be honest with you, I think it's a good, because we talked a little bit about Arch Manning earlier. Like, I don't know that I want to come out of the chutes and play the best the league has to offer. Like if I'm Matthew Stafford and that offensive line, I don't know that I want to come out of the chutes and face Will Anderson off one end and Daniil Hunter off the other.
But I also don't, to your point, don't want to face a pushover. I think this is going to be a really good test for the Texans. I think it's a test that, Ron, I don't think they're going to be overwhelmed, right? I guess the overwhelming factor, I think, is a little bit lower than if there were some other fronts up there. And I'm not knocking Verse and all these guys. They're really good. Don't get me wrong. They're a really good front. But there's no Chris Jones over there. There's no Myles Garrett over there. There's no TJ Watt over there. There's no Micah Parsons over there. There's some really, really good players that are going to be a really, really good challenge. That if the Texans are as good offensively or at least as confident as D'Amico is in them, then we should be okay. So I think it's going to be a really good challenge.
Yeah, it's a good enough challenge to where you'll know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll know where they are right now. Yeah. Again, not that it's going to be an end-all, be-all of what they are. It's just a good gauge. Because right now, we said it earlier, Clint Tyler, I really don't have a great gauge and idea of what we're going to see from the offensive line and the coordinator coming up. I really, we've seen some preseason stuff. I don't know, but obviously, the opponent wasn't going like they would go. And hell, I don't think Nick Haley was going like he would go. Only we did, I feel like we learned that they're going to be committed to running the football, it seems, by what they've said and what they've shown. But still, you just don't have a real understanding of what it's going to be, right? And again, like I said, the first game doesn't mean anything. Hell, last year, I thought this team's offensive line for what they did in that first game against the Colts were going to be much improved. Yeah. Much improved. They ran it, threw it, whatever. And then obviously that went to hell in the handbasket very quickly. No. So it doesn't mean that it's the end all be all, but that is space. And then I think on the other side of the ball that I'm excited about is we believe this defense is going to be I think we've said at worst, to me, it feels like a floor of a top 10 defense.
Oh, yeah.
Like the floor of 9.
If this isn't the top 10 defense in the league this year, Ron, as Texans fans, I think we're going to be sad.
Or somebody's been injured. Yeah, sad. There's been injuries to key people. But we feel like it's probably more of a top 5 defense and has a chance to be the best defense in football. And they're going up against a pretty good offense and a pretty good offensive play caller, to where I do think we get in here, we know a lot more about what the defense brings to the table just because we've seen them the last few years. But if they go up there and they're able to handcuff the Rams like we've seen them do in practice, and we see that, then it's like, oh, hold up now. This thing could be really, really crazy of how good this defense could be.
That's a good point. The matchup on both sides of the football is a really good matchup. It's going to be very telling, but I think it's fair for all of us Texans fans to have high expectations. I expect our offensive line to have a pretty damn good day against this defensive line. I expect our defense to have a pretty damn good day, be able to cover some really good wide receivers, and be able to knock the hell out of a quarterback that's hurting. I expect that I think that's fair to expect. Now, if that D-line goes out there and doesn't get home as much as we've been watching them get home over here at practice.
Yeah, or we see that Devontae Adams or Puka is taking advantage of
good
the non-Stingley covered guys.
Yeah.
Then we'll see, okay, all right, there's some things, but they come out here and they hold them jokers down to 10 or something like that. And they get pressure on him, and he's running for his life, and you can see the combination of the pass rush and the secondary, and it's that nasty that we're gonna be looking at this thing like.
Agreed.
Woo. So this is a perfect gauge. This is better than running into the Browns, and obviously they got some players, but you pretty much know you're probably gonna kick their ass. This is a situation where you are going to learn a ton about this team. That was, as we said, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610. It is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. When Tyler started playing that CBS music, I just felt like I might as well get this one off here. I mean, he went right in and got us ready for this bad boy. Oh, do we know who the broadcasters are going to be for that game yet?
Ooh, maybe. I'm going to check.
Texans,
I think we might.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know we know. Yeah, it's out.
Oh, it's out?
I remember Sean Pendergast talking. I remember Sean talking about it. I
feel like if it was Jim and Tony, we'd know. Although, it's got to be one of the better matchups that CBS has this weekend. Because, obviously, Ravens and Bills are Sunday night. It's got to be one of the top matchups this week. So, they should have probably either him or Iron Eagle on this thing. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. I pose a question. You tell me if it's real or if it's fake. We'll discuss that. Have fun coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. Y'all, I tell you, I love a good dip. Whether I'm
one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake coming up here in just a bit. Ocho, who I'm certain Ocho listens to this station from 6 a.m. to 11. I mean, it feels like it. Listens to it and has some sort of a computer, phone, or something where he can get text in all the time.
Pendergast to run the show.
I'm telling you, hell with that. Scratch that from Pendergast to Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago, because he'd be hard on their text line as well. So, but he said, I personally think the Texans will be more bend, but don't break defense. Listen, there is no chance in hell. Again, if that is the case, that there have been some serious. There is nothing about D'Amico and the talent that they have, Ocho, that says bend but don't break.
Take the drive.
I can't get there with that one, Ocho. Sorry, man.
They got pushed. They got pass rushers all over the place. Corners who they feel comfortable to play on islands. They got a ball hawk in the middle of the field in Bullock. Like that. They just nothing about them screams bend but don't break. That was that Romeo system.
Yeah, that would be that'd be an interesting approach with what they've got, the personnel they've got.
Deluxe nut package.
Now, there is no doubt. I don't think I would refer to it as a bend don't break, but there is a no doubt that D'Amico Ryans can be multiple in the secondary, because he's going to believe that he can get pressure and or stop the run with his down four. I think he's going to go in the season believing that. So, if you want to call that bend don't break and keep everything in front of you, that's fine. But I think there is I think there's going to be a real pressure element to this squad this year, a real exotic, to this squad this year that's like we had never seen here in Houston.
You got to be thinking every time you play the Texans, here they come. They're going to be on our ass. Here they go. And they can do it with blitzing or not blitzing.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
That's real. It's really low and creepy when he said that a little bit too. Like that was girl 6 kind of like you're gonna get hit real hard if you're coming playing with us. That was a little something else. Let's move to real or fake. Text line 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in. I'll make a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. The Cowboys, Clint, still have a shot to make it into the playoffs in the NFC, even without Micah Parsons. Real or fake? You're thinking about it.
Yeah, look, I don't know how much not having Micah Parsons changes what the Cowboys are able to do. Let's be honest. They've been really good in the regular season.
Weak ass Cowboys.
I don't know how much that swings. Like, boy, what did you really think the Cowboys had a chance to make a run at a Super Bowl? Now all of a sudden, you don't. I didn't believe that then, and I don't believe it now.
What about just the playoffs here?
What's your point?
Do they have a real chance to get in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
You think so?
I think they'll win a bunch of games. I think they'll be the typical same old Cowboys. They'll be filming videos on Tuesday nights after getting their ass kicked on Monday night, and they're probably going to win a handful of games and sneak into the playoffs, and then not scared a damn thing in the playoffs. Yeah, I don't think the Micah Parsons thing is. He is a great player and arguably the best defensive player in the league. Don't get me wrong, but just there's the team he was on doesn't. They've had a lot of great players come and go, and it's been the same song and dance. Yeah.
Cornbread,
so I just don't. I'm not there.
Cornbread says fake. Someone on the text line says real. Tyler, real or fake? The Cowboys still have a shot to get to the playoffs even without Micah Parsons.
I'll go real here,
Really?
In the most minute, smallest percentage chance, yes, they have a shot, and I think that's because you got a quarterback in Dak Prescott, and we all know how important the quarterback position is. So I'll give them a very minuscule shot, but not much ones. But I'll say real.
I think fake. They feel like they got a good 4 or 5 wins in them to me.
I'm here
Wouldn't
for
shock
it.
anybody.
All right, I know they are used to drama, but this has been over the top,
hell,
right? You know what I mean?
It's gone overboard.
This is like how a team can roll through this. We know off the top they got 4 games against the Eagles and the Commanders, and the Giants apparently, at least defensively, look better and better. They're I mean, they've got some weapons, but they've got some weapons that also could just implode at any moment, right? Like you would think, oh, George Pickens coming up here pairing with CeeDee Lamb, but then it's like, are they really putting forth a group that says this is a place where George Pickens will figure it out with Brian Schottenheimer and all that? Yeah. Weird Matt Eberflus is the coordinator, so I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna say fake.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's real. Look, Matt was a really good defensive coordinator. The Cowboys stunk defensively with Micah. And so can Matt turn this thing around and just get 11 dudes playing better than one ultimately? And offensively, they got the weapons. Can they score points? I think they'll score points. I think offensively it'll be more of the same. So, yeah, look, I think
Matt Eberflus.
I think it's real.
Matt Eberflus and Schottenheimer, they're running the show.
Yeah, look, it ain't no worse than what's been running the show down there. That's what I'm saying. It's like, clearly Jerry's been running the show with a bunch of coaches that clearly, let him meddle the entire time.
Yeah.
But, it can't get hell. The one coach they had that won a damn Super Bowl. Not there, won it somewhere else. Hell, he was a mess.
I'm just saying that the blow up factor of these personalities getting away from them is pretty high to me with Schottenheimer and Eberflus and the gang leading the show. We'll see. All right. Real or fake, Tyler? The gap is officially over in college football. The SEC isn't a cut above the other conferences anymore. Real or fake?
The gap is shrinking.
This is a step for you. You're thinking about it.
The gap is shrinking.
This was a tough weekend.
Yeah, but, you still had South Carolina take care of Virginia Tech easily. You still had LSU go in and beat Clemson in their house.
Big win.
I'm going to say fake, but for now. I do see that gap closing, but I'm saying
you're at
fake.
least able to, this thing is shrinking.
Yeah, I'm growing.
This isn't like it was before. Real or fake, Clint, and the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Real or fake, the gap is officially over in college football. The SEC isn't a cut above the rest of the conferences anymore. Real or fake, Clint?
I think it's fake.
Okay.
I think the SEC is still the best conference in college football.
Yeah,
absolutely, without a doubt for me. And nothing changed it this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna go real here. It feels like it feels like to me damn sure the Big Ten is every bit of what the from top to bottom the SEC is. Now the ACC and the Big 12 they're a cut below those other ones, but a lot closer now than you would look at it, man. And we'll talk about this a little bit more because I know you want to talk about one of your favorite players in college football. We'll do that coming up next. But what Alabama looked like this weekend, and again, Tyler, this is why for me it isn't just this weekend. This week, Alabama has not looked like Alabama for. I think you could even say it at the tail end of Nick, right? Texas, that didn't look great. At all going in Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State. Those teams have started to really come on. Notre Dame looks like they could play with the top of the SEC, and that was never the case to me, even their good teams, we saw what Brian Kelly said. I got to get the hell up out of here because I'm not going to be able to compete with those teams. So I don't know, man. I think the gap has, especially with the Big Ten, has completely closed to where it's not just the SEC and then everybody else. I think because it used to be at the top, but now, man, that Alabama one that was a
doozy. Now that was tough to watch, and that is a hell of a story, by the way. I mean, not only did Alabama get absolutely skull drugged, there's a stat out there, there's a loafing stat out there, and a lack of physicality. And I mean, to think that a Saban coached football team, one of the most physical, one of the most disciplined, one of the most play one play at a time, full speed teams you've ever seen play the game for damn near 20 years. Turn around and in 1 year, all of a sudden, be a team that is. I think they got loafed 23 times. Somebody said. I think that was the phrasing they were using. Unbelievable, no question. I got to see the Big Ten play somebody though. I mean, outside Ohio State and Texas, they didn't play a damn soul this weekend. So I got to see what they're. about this a little more this year before I can make that call.
All right, yeah, it's been getting tight for a couple of years now. It's been getting tight. All right. Coming up, we will look at who may be getting up here to be Clint's favorite player in college football, and kind of build on more of what we saw. Boy, it may have been, and it's maybe not talked about as much. It may have been the most surprising thing we saw over the weekend. That's coming up next.
All right, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, this should not surprise.
or tags sold separately.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. It's amazing how it all took. All it took for the rest of the pack to catch up to the SEC was players getting paid legally.
I wouldn't say the SEC. I'd say the top. I believe Ohio State and Michigan and Florida State. And I believe they USC. I believe there's been plenty of them out there paying folks now. I mean, Phil Knight didn't just jump on the scene in Oregon. I mean, hell, he's been on the damn sideline for a minute now.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
Look, I mean, there's no doubt. To me, that's why I'm so disappointed at Arkansas right now. I mean,
They had a good win.
Oh, it was a good win. Quarterback played well too. It's all about him. I loved watching. I'm talking about the program.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to right now, man. You can take everybody else's 4 and 5 stars that they bench. You can take them suckers. You can pay them. Come to your place, man. You can get them Tysons and Walmarts and JB Hunts and Stevens Inc. Man, get all that money in there. You can pay just as much as anybody in the damn country.
Yeah,
we're over here jacking around.
Yeah, no, I know especially it's tough because to me, the biggest surprise of the weekend, we talked about it a little bit there at the end, but the biggest surprise of the weekend to me was it's all of it. Not just that Florida State beat them, but they beat the hell out of them. And it was clear from the jump. Like, it was a little bit like, oh, okay, they're going to be able to play with them. Then it's like, oh, no, like they're going to dominate this thing. And that's where it really is. When you talk about you can get players anywhere, like what Florida State had last year at the quarterback position, it should never happen to them or any schools like it. Should never happen to them. And it was clear right off the bat, Clint, Florida State had a huge advantage of the quarterback position in this game. And the kid from Alabama played hard and played tough late. But it was clear that dude was much better than what Alabama had to run out there. He played like Texas would have beat Ohio State if they had that kid playing. That kid was at, what was he, at BC last year?
He was at BC last year, and him and Bill O'Brien got sideways. And Bill benched him. You know, he was playing well. I can't remember exactly all the details, but for some reason he got sideways with Bill, ended up quitting. He was done, and transfers to Florida State. And the best part about this, I love what Florida State is doing. And look, it's personal. I like Mike Norvell. I like him. He's an Arkansas guy. I played at Central Arkansas. I know him. So I want to see him do well. Damn sure don't want to see him have the worst year.
You don't mind his coordinator, do you either?
My man Gus Malzahn, another Arkansas guy, man, and I'm a big fan of his. And then this Thomas Castellanos kid comes up from BC, runs from Bill O'Brien, the old square peg round hole king of them all, Bill O'Brien.
Talk trash before the game.
Talk trash and said that Nick Saban ain't here to save them. And then that Florida State team goes out there and manhandles an Alabama team. I ain't never seen an Alabama team, man. Look, the Tyler let me know, my first big college game my sophomore year, we went down to Tuscaloosa and we beat Alabama. And they weren't Nick Saban's Alabama, but they weren't no pushover. They weren't soft. They did not – like that Alabama we watched Saturday was a rough – I cannot believe that's a Crimson Tide. I mean, Kalen DeBoer's got to be on the hot seat right now. Got to
So you think it's that bad?
Yes. You can't – I mean, he better be lucky he's got a
Greg McElroy said he shouldn't be on the hot seat.
You're crazier than hell, Greg. I mean, look, like getting beat, no problem. I ain't got a problem with you getting beat. You got the biggest shoes in college football, maybe history, to try to fill. I don't have a problem when you get beat. When your team quits, when your team lacks physicality, when your team doesn't hustle, and they were known for setting they were the gold standard for all of those different things. That program is going to hell in a handbasket with him, and they're softer than hot butter. They quit. They weren't physical, and Florida State fed it to them.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna tell you. Look, I mean this seriously, heart attack, and I do like Gus. No Gus Malzahn, like him. what that dude's been able to do, like you want to talk about in today's world of creating a physical offensive line, like think about what he did with like Darren McFadden and Felix Jones and Peyton Hillis at Arkansas. Then he goes with Cam Newton at Auburn and Nick Johnson?
Golly. I can't remember. Yeah, the quarterback.
Yes. I mean, just his ability to go places, and in today's game where you don't do a lot of hitting in camp or whatever, to create an offensive line when he's given equal to or greater than talent, he goes out there. He's put more offensive lines on the field that will just absolutely road grade you than a lot of people. Definitely at places like Arkansas and Auburn, and now the Florida States of the world. Man, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, that was wild. Like it was just like
Florida State's for real.
Yeah, in that conference. Yeah, I mean they got. I think Florida State, Clemson, and Miami. I think Clemson they'll be fine.
Yeah,
and
SMU
over there. I think all of them look pretty good.
Yeah,
that ACC looks a lot different than.
That's really the winner of Week 1, right?
Yes.
I mean, as you talk about, Carson Beck looks to be the real deal and even better at Miami than he was at Georgia, which that was between his girlfriend leaving him, his Lamborghini getting stolen, and him looking like he's.
Well, it just never made sense that Florida State and Miami just didn't have.
Oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you.
But they went and found quarterbacks, which should be easier to do now in this day and age. Like I don't know how. That's my big thing with the board. How is that your quarterback situation?
Which one's that?
The Alabama. How is
that? Ty Simpson?
Like how is that your at least coming in to compete, your quarterback situation? You're at Alabama. We saw what he did with Michael Penix Jr. and what he was able to do over there in Washington. He's won everywhere he's been, but it feels like he has been there 2 years and not had quarterbacks that allow him to do exactly what he wants to do with his offense. None of that offense in 2 years looks like anything they did at Washington.
Yeah, well, he definitely doesn't have Michael Penix Jr., but he is. I mean, look, I think Ty Simpson's probably a better fit to do what Kalen DeBoer wants to do, just technically, mechanically passing the football, better passer of the football. But I mean, he just got his guys let him down. I mean, that was I was shocked. Yeah. I was shocked watching that game, and I like Florida State. I was shocked that Florida State was manhandling them boys the way they were.
I would like to say to the Florida State, it was a big day there for them in Tallahassee. Their fans should be ashamed of themselves. Now, they're getting a stupid little fine for what they did, but Florida State should not be storming the field. All right, listen, the three of us, and I know Tyler may disagree, but the three of us are all fans of universities of you beat a top 10 opponent, damn it, you're the type of university where your kids get to go and run on the field.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I've told you I don't love the storming the courts or the fields, the safety thing, but you Arkansas, Kansas, and A&M, you go beat a top 10 team, you get to storm that bad boy. I know Florida State went 2-10 last year. Florida State is not a storm the field program. I'm sorry. Bobby Bowden is rolling over in his grave somewhere.
And they say,
what about Jimbo? What about Jimbo, man?
No, they're storming you beat the number 8 team in the country. You manhandled them. They had time to think about the storm. I'm sorry. There's just certain universities aren't.
You ever watch Bobby?
I know. Texas, you go to Texas, you don't get to storm the field. That's taken away from you. You go to Baylor, storm it. You go to LSU, you don't get to storm the field. You don't. You've beaten Alabama a bunch of times. You don't storm the field. You don't.
I think it's fair.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Look, I think you make a great point.
There are certain universities.
What if I told you?
that don't get to do it.
I mean, you wait till you win it all?
You win it all. I mean, you're probably at a neutral site.
Yeah, so you can't do it?
Yeah, you if you are a blue blood or blue blood adjacent, you know, where you regularly beat top 10 teams, game day comes to your place a lot. Oklahoma, you don't get to storm.
Fair.
ridiculous.
I think it's fair.
Well,
Well played.
mean, that is, I couldn't believe they were out on that field like that. It ain't been that damn long. Hell, you were just 14-0, 13-0 a year ago.
And didn't make it.
2 years ago. You're Florida damn State. Deion somewhere pissed.
They came back with that old.
Oh, God, man. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Tell you, man, Kansas beats West Virginia. Storm it. I don't even care what they're ranked. Storm the damn thing.
Be the top 25. Let's ride, boys.
I tell you what.
Who's going first? Don't hurt yourself going over the wall.
If Houston walks into Lawrence next year in the basketball in the basketball arena, and they walk in Allen Fieldhouse, and they beat Houston, and any of them bastards decide to try to get into an aisle, they ought to be stopped. They ought to be beat down and taken away. No, yeah, you don't storm at certain schools.
That's right.
UCLA, storm the Rose Bowl. USC, sit your asses down and cheer in them stands at the Coliseum. You gotta be kidding. I can't believe they ran on that field like that. Are you kidding me? Peter Warwick is somewhere rolling around. Peter Boulware has just lost it. What you got coming up?
Game time Tuesday, baby. Look, it's game week. The Texans were opening the regular season. Texans at Rams Sunday at 3:25. What's going on out there on the West Coast, baby, that we need as Texans fans, we need to keep an eye on? They got a couple little issues that may flare up out there that may help us significantly. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 60. And before we do that, though, you know what's going on right here, Helen, right here in Houston, as well as all the cities across this.
or out, at every fill-up, or when you store. Start with Stable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, but easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Appreciate everybody out there for listening. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. If you are listening on that AM, FM dial, we greatly appreciate you as well. I'd like to ask all of you out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. We got big-time giveaways on there from time to time, like $20,000 in a trip for Ford to Vegas. We've done that before. Yes, sir, we have. Yes, ma'am, we have. But you can also get all the podcasts. All of our segments are podcasted by the great Tyler Milner back there on a daily basis, individually, so you can sift through all the trash you don't want to hear us talk about and find exactly the topic that you want to hear. You can also find the Big Orange Wagon. That is Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton, their podcast, All Things Astros. You can find that on there as well, along with all the other Odyssey podcasts. So download that Odyssey app. Take us everywhere you go and keep us right there at your fingertips. AUDACY. Download that sucker and stay plugged in to Sports Radio 610. All right, the Texans, they kicked the season off, y'all. It's time. It's not a reaction Monday. It's a reaction Tuesday. We'll be reacting to college football when it was a hell of a slate. Big time games. And the college football season is off and running. I guess it's been off and running because we had week 0, didn't we, Ryan? This isn't the first week of college football, but damn,
but
it was
all
good.
came together, yeah.
But the Texans, the NFL kicks off this coming weekend. Kicks off Thursday night, actually. Yep. The Eagles, Cowboys. That's must-see TV. It was must-see TV before Eagles, Cowboys, but now with Micah Parsons, what happens with the Cowboys with no Micah Parsons? Although reports are that Micah Parsons is dealing with a back issue and may have some issues getting on the field this week for Green Bay. But we'll see. But that's going to kick the season off. And then we got Texans at Rams Sunday at 3:25. A little afternoon kick here. We ain't had many of those, boys, which typically that'll noon them.
Yeah, a little late.
Yeah, you can go to church. You can eat a little lunch with the family before you get out there and do a little tailgating and a little hang right there. But Texans Rams Sunday at 3:25. And here's what we got for the Texans fans that are just starting to plug in because the real season is here. You're not a preseason level fan. You like to pick, nothing wrong with that. You like to tune in and dial in when the regular season starts. Here's what we've got this weekend that we've got to keep our eyes and ears on going out on the West Coast, right? We've got the Rams and Matthew Stafford, their quarterback, going on year 17 in the league. Getting a little long in the tooth here, boys. He's apparently dealing with some back issues and missed training camp. There were several reports where he was going to come in and start on Saturday, and that Saturday would come and go, and there'd be another week, and he wasn't out there. He is back at practice. Matthew Stafford is practicing. I think he's got about a week under his belt before this week started. He is back. Apparently, he is dealing with a back issue.
Yep.
Kind of similar to what I've heard, kind of similar to what Romo dealt with when Dak actually ended up taking Romo's spot. And this is something that has to be monitored on the daily. And to me, Ron, this is something we've got to keep our eyes and ears on because the reality of it is Matthew Stafford is the kind of quarterback that he likes to leave the pocket. He likes to hold the football. He's not afraid to really put some pressure on his offensive line. He's not afraid to take a hit and hold the ball as long as he can to drive it down the field. So this isn't a guy that plays the style of football that I'm asking C.J. Stroud to play and Tom Brady played and Peyton Manning played where it was, man, I'm going to stay upright. I'm going to beat you with my mind. I'm going to stay upright. He gets hit. He gets hit a lot, and he's dealing with this back issue. Here is Sean McVay, the head coach of the L.A. Rams, with an update on Matthew Stafford's back.
Do you expect Matthew to start against Texans?
I do. Yeah, he'll be good.
Will he participate in the full week of practice?
Yep.
And then did Alaric practice today?
He did. He looked good, and everybody was out there and accounted for. And so I'll have the full injury report for you guys on Wednesday, but expect to be everybody ready to go.
Matthew Stafford did practice 17 years in the game. I think obviously he knows his body as well as anybody out there, Ron. But with this kind of back issue and that style of play at the quarterback matched up with these two defensive ends coming off the edge, this could be real advantage Texans here. I mean, look, I'm not saying D'Amico is trying to do this, but I'm saying D'Amico is smart if he would attempt to do this. This is there's an added bonus on the table if you can hit Matthew Stafford in the first quarter of this game. There's an added bonus, added incentive for D'Amico Ryans to dial up pressures early and often, because if you can get Matthew Stafford, this is a deal that'll limit his rotation, right? He's throwing a football is a rotational skill. It's a rotational ability. If you can get him at all, Ron, feeling this back issue early in this game, then you can take a lot of the air out of the sails of this offense. And I know they're going to be high flying. I know they want to be high flying. But damn it, this is what D'Amico Ryans does, and does as good as anybody in the league, is apply pressure. Matthew Stafford's back could end up being advantage Texans. I almost said advantage Astros. Advantage Texans.
Well, I really want to see, and I'm sure D'Amico and the gang kind of want to see early, because Stafford, anytime he's talked about it, has really kind of downplayed it, right? Like, I'm dealing with it like I deal with, any other things that I've dealt with over the years. But, Clint, you'll know if it's something that it's on his mind or he's favoring at all. Maybe we do come in here and there's nothing really wrong with him and he feels as close to normal. But maybe if you see it, you hit him early, if that's something he's thinking about or favoring, and now you may have something, because that's one of kind of the unknowns is Clint, how bad is this? How bad is this injury? And if he gets hit right, or is he really avoiding to stay in the pocket? Is he wanting to get out to avoid getting hits, and that changed the way they play or the way he plays?
Well, this is where the Texans defense, look, they're going to be nasty, and they're going to be a bear for any quarterback, any opposing quarterback and play caller, no doubt about it. But ideally, like what you would like to do is, if you have a quarterback that's old, long in the tooth, he processes at a high level. He'll see all the different pressures before they happen. You'd like to say, man, I'm gonna scheme you up some little quick throws here or there. I'm gonna get you some picks. I'm gonna get you some easy throw in the ocean type stuff. And Sean McVay will do his damnedest to get that. But my point being is, you're not dealing with just a really good pass rush. You're dealing with guys on the other side of the football that can flat ass cover. That can disguise, that can cause absolute problems. And so it's not going to be a walk in the park for Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford in the effort to protect him from that back hurting him even more. And look, it gets even better for all of us Texans fans. Worse for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay and with the Rams, but better for us. Rams left tackle Alaric Jackson is practicing for the first time. He missed all of training camp with blood clots in his lower leg. Now, I don't know the details beyond that, but I know that they're having to closely monitor this thing with doctors. And boy, you start talking about blood clots and then getting out there and skyrocketing your heart rate and playing like that, that could get awfully scary as well. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen with their starting left tackle as far as these blood clots go. Right now, he did practice today, and the plan is for him to practice all week long. Here's Sean McVay on having Alaric Jackson back.
Yeah, it was great. We didn't have pads on, so it was a bonus Monday, but he's taking great care of himself, and he's put himself in a rare position that I do believe to step in and, play at a good clip. So, he's been able to do a lot of stuff above the neck. He's taking great care of himself, tried to simulate a lot of these types of things. There's nothing like actually playing real football, as we all know, but today was a great step in the right direction, and more importantly, it was awesome for him, just with the work that he's put in to be in this position.
Ron, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, take your pick. They've been rocking and rolling for a month plus now.
Ooh.
Alaric Jackson has been on the shelf, and he's fixing to practice. I'd call it a half-ass practice this week. That's just what the NFL week prep is like. There ain't a lot going on, if you know what I mean. And he's going to step out there with them two cats coming off the edge. Again, this could be advantage Houston in a big, big way. And look, Alaric Jackson's a good player. I'm not studying him. He may be able to just get off the shelf and go hard and be that. Maybe he's that good. But with them two horses that Houston's got coming off the edge, this could be a major problem for Matthew Stafford with the back injury and Sean McVay, the offensive play caller.
Yeah, this is the real potential advantage for the Texans. Real potential advantage. Hell, we watched Cam and Titus and Ursary. We watched them guys struggle, and they was out there every day almost, except for Cam, running up against these guys. And it's not like this is, Lane Johnson or this is Penei Sewell. This isn't one of the premier, tackles. Pro Football Focus, I looked up today, they had him coming into the season as the 19th best tackle in football. Right, not bad. Right. The 19th best tackle in football. The 19th best tackle in football with blood clot issues. Hopefully he is good and not getting a lot of work, maybe not in game shape, game speed. What's he look like in the third quarter? What's he look like in the fourth quarter with these guys rushing, two of the best in the game? There is no relief. And if you think you're getting a big relief if Barnett comes behind him, that's not a big relief. So that is a potential real advantage that they may have with him as the left tackle. Well,
you just think about it in the simplest form, Ron, of scheming, right? I mean, you clearly, when you're playing Daniil and Will Anderson, you're going to, game plan wise, you're going to, with the tailback and the tight ends, you're going to plan on chipping a lot. Now all of a sudden you've got a left tackle out there, to your point. Let's just say he's healthy, but he's just not in game shape after not doing much, right? Now you even got to give him more attention with either the tailback or the tight end. And now DeMeco Ryans has all of those pieces in the secondary, all of these pieces at the linebacker position that he can now either choose to play coverage and double receivers, or he can bring and add pressure to put those guys on an island. Those are the two things, Houston, to keep an eye on. What's going on the West Coast right now is Matthew Stafford, the back issues, hit his ass early, make him move, and see if you can't put a little bit of pressure on him.
At least figure out how bad it is.
Yeah. How much he can handle, right? And then that left tackle, man, can he, can you take advantage of him just not practicing and not being in? There ain't no way in hell he's in game shape. I don't give a damn what he's doing off the field. There's no way he's in game shape. So there's nothing you can do to simulate 260, 265 coming off the edge and leaning on you while you're backpedaling. There's nothing you can do to simulate that and get ready in a real game week. So those are the two things to watch out on the West Coast. We'll keep an eye on those as the weekend unfolds here. I'm sorry, as the week unfolds. I'm still in Labor Day weekend, baby. I'm still on that golf course. I'm still at that pool, y'all. My bad. I still got that cold Coors Light in my hand, if you know what I mean.
Both the golf course.
Oh, I did. I played me 36 holes. Played little 9 holes in the evening, 2 different days, and then got up one morning and went and played a little 18 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Struck it well. Can't score worth a damn, but I strike it well. I'm telling you, man. I can tuck my shirt in, walk to the pro shop, and strike it well off the first tee box. I can fool your ass in a hurry now. Don't look at my scorecard when it's all said and done, though. Those are the two things to watch out on the West Coast. The one bit of news that we have here in Houston is big news, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, safety, nickel defender, hybrid safety, whatever the hell you want to call him. He was brought in here to take this defense to the next level, to be a weapon that DeMeco Ryans can deploy, if you will, whether it's from a game plan perspective or from an adjustment perspective. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had what was thought to be a killer injury, maybe even season-ending injury in training camp, and here we sit, and DeMeco Ryans is announcing this with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, C.J. is doing really well, progressing fine. We expect him to be ready for week 1.
We expect him to be ready for week 1. Is it me, or did it sound like it was painful for DeMeco Ryans? It sounded like that really hurt him to put that out there.
Yeah, that update.
He wanted to keep it to himself.
Oh, man, let me just let it out of the bag, man. I'm getting beat up for telling y'all that you're handling the Joe Mixon deal wrong. Let me just tell you about C.J. Gardner-Johnson real quick. Hey, here you go. Sorry about that, DJ Bieniemy. Sorry about that, bud. I got you. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Ron, on a serious note, him being available with this football team, this defense, again, I think they would have been fine. I think they would have survived and been a top defense, and they'd have been hell for Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford to deal with on Sunday. Any way you slice it. But this piece to the puzzle here on the defense, assuming he's full go, and D'Amico is telling the truth that he's ready to rock and roll and he's full go, he has got every piece that they signed in the offseason, whether they signed it or drafted it, he's got every piece available to run one of the most exotic, sophisticated, defenses that we've seen in a long time. He can do as much as anybody in the NFL schematically with this crew. When you got Kalen Bullock, and you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you got Petrie, you got Lassiter, you got Stingley. You got speed, and Christian Harris is even healthy at this point with Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o. You can move and shake from a personnel standpoint and just give the offenses completely different looks from one drive to the next, definitely from the first half to the second half, man. And the CJ, and then on the flip side of that, Ron, the C.J. Gardner-Johnson aspect of just what I think is probably more talked about in terms of how he brings a certain level of intensity to the game, man. That's a big get back for the Texans.
Yeah, listen, as we said, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not going to just completely change the way you run your defense. Like, there are some other guys over there that would change things. But you can survive with just running your stuff against the Jags, against the Titans, probably the Seahawks, the Colts on your schedule, the Raiders maybe. But against some of these good teams that have really good quarterbacks, weapons, play callers, those are the teams you really want to be able to mix things up and do a bunch of different things and have all of your horses out there. And I would think the Rams would count as one of those teams when you look at the weapons that they bring out there, the play caller, Sean McVay, and Sean McVay has had a long time, months to prepare for you and what you're doing.
Yep.
And you need, and I think D'Amico and Matt Burke need all of their guys to be able to do what they want to do against a team like that.
Ron, D'Amico and the Texans, they've got all their pieces on the defensive side of the football to create chaos and havoc around the quarterback and for the play caller. You got a left tackle that hadn't practiced in all of training camp, and you got a quarterback that's got back issues. If the defense for the Houston Texans take care of business this weekend, the pressure should be completely taken off of Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. If they take care of business the way that we've watched them take care of business all of training camp, guys off the edges are unblockable. The defense is exotic, and they're disguising coverages all over the damn field. They're causing problems for everybody. This should be a defensive dominated football game, right? And there's a chance that the Texans could rough up a quarterback and a left tackle and make it a long Sunday afternoon for the Rams.
God, I can't wait to see
Come on.
this. Can't wait for this.
Come on, Tyler.
Back,
turn
baby.
you on, Tyler. Turn you on right
Back,
there, too.
baby.
Well, my trick is I'm always ready. But yes, it does. It does a lot.
I just don't think you're always ready. Coming up, the lineups are out. We'll let you know what the Astros.
There was a day.
We'll let you know what the Astros are going to do in this game. Somebody has already texted pissed off at Joe about the lineup and a missing piece in it. We'll let you know the latest on that. And did the AP get it wrong? They got the wrong new number one team in the country. It is not Texas anymore. Did they get it wrong? We'll discuss that next.
Football is back, y'all, on Underdog.
promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the lineups are out, and there is no Yordan Alvarez. I want to go ahead and just break that off for you just right now. There's no Yordan. I've had multiple people text in just, why the hell is Yordan not playing today? Why does he need off? According to Joe Espada, it is a scheduled day off for Yordan. Alvarez is available off the bench.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
That's all right, man. We know you are.
Got to ramp him back up, man. We can't kill him.
Got to ramp him up, man. Got to ramp him up slowly. Get him here.
Take it easy on them hands.
Right. I'd like to have seen him go against Max Fried, the lefty. Maybe just get some good at bats against some really good lefties that you may run into in the postseason. But the lineup is out. Payne is leading off at shortstop. Correa is at third base. Altuve in left field. Clint, this is the first time that Jose Altuve has had a start in left field since July 28th. Okay, so he is in left field. Christian Walker at first base. Yainer Diaz is the DH. Urias is at second base tonight. Cam Smith in right field. Dubon is catching with Salazar. I'm sorry, Dubon's in center field with Salazar catching, trying to get Dubon. And
trying to get him in that spot too, huh?
See if we can get him in all 9 positions played in his career. I gotta believe catcher and pitcher is the only two.
You don't think he's been on that mound once or twice?
I don't remember. Maybe he has. I don't remember.
I don't think he's done it with an Astro as an Astro. But has he always been an Astro? No, he got him from somebody else.
Where did he come from? I don't recall it, but I know he's played the other 7.
I'd like to see Dubon's Lanier ass back there behind home plate.
I know he's played the other 7. See if we can get him to catch and pitch. But that's the lineup: Pena, Correa, Altuve, Walker, Diaz, Urias, Smith, Dubon, and Salazar. With Framber Valdez seeing if he can string together another good start. And obviously this is against a quality opponent, not the Rockies. We'll see what he is able to do tonight.
Well, I read a little earlier. The Astros record is significantly better with Altuve in left field than when he's in the other 2 spots, second or DHing.
That's it then. Play him there.
Get him out there in left field, man. Just
field him.
Look here. Y'all see old boy try to eat the scoreboard out there this weekend?
I certainly don't think he tried. I know his teammates right there sitting there thinking, nobody thought about that with that metal joint right there.
I mean,
it's tough.
I mean, my man come off that wall, and I rewound it and showed my wife, and like he got on his knees and he knew.
I mean, it was the perfect.
He was waving everybody out there. He said, "Come on, man, I'm hurt. Hell with that play. Y'all get on out here. I'm busted wide open."
What did he get? 28 stitches, something like that. It was the perfect. I mean, he hit it square. It's a corner. It's a metal corner.
When that old Burley pitcher come out of that deal, he saw it from a distance. He came out of that deal with that towel wadded up. He knew what time it was.
Yeah.
How quick they gonna change that over there, boys?
I don't know, man. Hell, they may just say. I mean, baseball is real cool with it. Like,
oh, you got to change it. You got to fix it.
You can't. I don't know, man.
I mean that. Chief, that. I mean, he was busted wide open.
How long did it take for him to get that heel out of there?
A while. Tal's Hill was there
how long did it take him to get that heel?
They did have a flagpole and stuff.
They took him a while.
Many years.
I mean, there was complaints, right? I wonder how many walls people got to run into in Wrigley, that brick wall that's covered with ivy, that before they think about anything with that. So
well, it's hard for me. It's hard for me to get real passionate about it. Like you said, I immediately they were talking when the old buddy for the Angels was talking about it. I was like, there is a brick wall in the league out there.
Oh, they're probably going to say, that's only happened once. And how long's Enron / Minute Maid / the Daikin, how long has it been open? 20 plus years, right? Only one time somebody has run into that metal fence that has a corner in it. Only one time.
Yeah, it opened with the new millennium in the year 2000.
Yeah, by the way, Isak Paredes and Josh Hader are getting their follow-up imaging done today for their injuries, according to Joe Espada. So, see what that means. So, all right. Yankees here tonight. She'll be. I know you're going to one of these games, aren't you, Tyler?
I might try to slide into the old Daikin, yeah.
I got to give it another shot, man, Tyler. I got to give it another shot.
Well, that was, I don't know why you would quit. I don't even understand why you wouldn't give it another shot.
Well,
you've gone there and had a fantastic time every time except for when you got those seats.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
I made a pissy poor decision, and Dubin didn't help me none. To be honest with you. I made a piss
don't worry,
poor decision.
he's gone.
I spent more money,
no longer
bought what
on
I
the
thought
team.
was better tickets. They were not better tickets. My legs were throbbing the whole time. I could have been standing up out there in that plaza around one of them bar top tables and just ordering some cold beer right there.
Is that what Linda would have wanted?
I could, what? Bar top table and cold bear? Absolutely.
She'd have done that?
Oh.
I thought she wanted to get
Luckily, she doesn't know about it, or she'd be trying to go all the time. I'd
Really?
be forking that deal over.
She seemed like she enjoyed this. By the way, top 25 is out, Clint, and Ohio State, not a real surprise. They jump up to number 1 in the polls, Clint. Texas drops from 1 to 7 with their loss. They are getting crushed, really Arch getting crushed for that, but it was just 14 to 7 on the road. They lost by 7 with a chance to really what they had. They got stopped on the goal line. They got stopped inside the 10 multiple times where they didn't come away with any points. So it wasn't like they got housed, right? This wasn't Florida State, Alabama. Alabama dropped from 8 to 21 in the poll, and then Florida State moves up to 14 in it. Miami goes up into the top 5. LSU gets up into the top 3. They get to 3, move up 6 spots there. So,
I'm with you, Ron. I think once again the Arch Manning thing is being weighted too heavily, right? It was weighted too heavily in the positive direction early on. Now it's in the negative direction. I mean, you went on the road in the shoe against what they believe is the new number 1 team in the country.
Although I think LSU should be, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's fair argument, fair conversation. But you went up there with a first-time quarterback, and you played them to a 14-7 game. You turned the ball over on downs twice inside the 5. And I'm not minimizing how ugly that game was, but if you can go down there and your quarterback play that poorly, your offense appear to be out of sync the way that one was, and your defense is good enough to play to a 14-7, then you're probably a better overall football team than to fall 7 spots in the rankings. So I think they're swinging from the hype was out of control early on in a positive way to me after one ball game, a 14-7 ball game at number 1 in the country. To fall 7 spots seems a little bit aggressive to me.
Yeah. Text line coming through. ESPN was pushing for LSU to be number 1 after beating overrated as Clemson. I don't think Clemson's overrated, and I think going on the road at night at Clemson, and I think Clemson's going to be a really good team. Yeah. I would still, even with what Miami and Florida State did, I still probably think most people put them in the driver's seat to win the conference. They're a good football team, and LSU's a good football. I remember a couple of years ago we thought that Perkins cat was maybe the best player in college football. He got hurt. He closed on Cade, boy. I mean, I didn't know
he was shot out of a cannon. Wasn't he?
He closed on him. I mean, he took every angle of Cade. Was like, what the hell?
Oh, man.
And that was over.
They're good, man.
Yeah,
LSU's good.
Because their defense hasn't been worth the damn. And you could tell their offense will get the kinks out. Like there was, like that one play. I still wonder, was that a touchdown down? Where they called it and said he didn't complete the catch. Where it could have been worse.
Yeah, Nussmeier, in terms of like top quarterbacks in the country, I like Thomas Castellanos. I've already said that, a kid out of Florida State. But when you're talking about like top quarterbacks in the country, I think Nussmeier won week 1. I mean, it wasn't pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but watching him play, there is a like a game-changing quarterback in there, even when things are moving fast, even when, he's not seeing things clearly and the game plan's not perfect. And then on the flip side of that, Ron, you mentioned one play that got overturned, the jump ball versus one of the top corners in the league to a damn tight end. I mean, let him hang, and the kid goes up and makes a play. I mean, they once again.
Hey, that dude's a weapon.
Yeah,
14 is nice.
And I don't know how old he is. I didn't do the digging, but he looks like he's just jumping on the scene.
Yeah.
They've got dudes offensively that I think are, that we don't even know of yet. Once again, so yeah, man, Nussmeier for me from a quarterback perspective. There were some guys that had good. Beck had a good at least finish in Miami. Yep. But yeah, he won it for me, man. Nussmeier's the winner of week 1.
Yeah, Miami defense looked good, but they went up against C.J. Carr, a young quarterback making his first start. And then obviously Ohio State went up against a young Arch Manning, making kind of getting the reins for the first time. But LSU went against a veteran quarterback that might be a top 10 pick coming into the game. And they shut him down. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans, he's made it very clear already, saying this is what's keeping him up. This is what the game is going to be about on Sunday. We'll let you hear what he has to say and what that is coming up next.
Take the drive. The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just a week away. H-Town. Are you ready?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your
The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, baby, it is game week. The NFL is back, baby. Yes! They get started on Thursday, Cowboys, Eagles, Friday, Chiefs, Chargers, and then the full slate Sunday, Texans, Rams. In the 3 o'clock window, we will be able to finally see what these guys look like in a regular season game. And we know D'Amico has been, and his coaching staff, they have been getting ready for this game. They have been preparing for this game, and this is him already. Yesterday, speaking to the media, this is what he is saying the game is about and what will eventually show us to be the winner in this game.
This game, I think ultimately, it as right now as I continue to go through it in my mind, I think it really hinges upon both offensive lines blocking two really talented defensive lines. The Rams have one of the best young defensive lines in the NFL, Verse, Fisk, Turner, Young. It was a young group, and those guys they get after it. They play relentless. They're tough. They're going to be a really, really good group to challenge our offensive line, and the same for their offensive line versus our defensive line. We have a really good group up front under the strengths of our team, and we have to, it's going to be a challenge to see how that shapes up. But both offensive lines are going to have to play well, and whoever wins that battle, I think, will ultimately decide the game.
All right, there it is, Clint. He says that's what he's been thinking about as it goes over as he goes over this game in his mind. I just don't know anyone out there who could look at this differently, especially from the Texans' perspective, Clint, because let's just be honest. We don't really – now, some of you may believe that you believe you know, but honestly, we don't really know what we're going to get up front from the Texans' offensive line. It's the biggest question coming into the year, and I think it still remains the biggest question. As we've got through training camp, they have what appears to us shifted in what the original plan was, and now it is a different plan with Titus on the outside and Ursery winning the job at left tackle. That is still the biggest thing, Clint, is we just don't have a real good idea. We got a hell of an idea of what the hell's going to happen on the other side of the ball. We don't have a real good idea of what this offensive line is going to look like against an opponent that's game planning for them and in a regular season type of a ball.
No clue what the offensive line is going to look like. No clue what Nick Caley's going to be able to do or not do. No clue what the C.J. Stroud having more command at the line of scrimmage of this offense. No idea what any of that looks like. I can give you a feel. I feel really good about C.J. Stroud. I'm not real sure about Nick Caley. I got my doubts, but I've seen some positive. I want to see more. The offensive line, I'll be honest, I'm not real confident in. So I think we got different levels of confidence here. But that's the 2025 Texans until rubber meets the road and we see what they're made out of. To me, this is a really, really good test. D'Amico Ryans talking about what this game is going to come down to, and I think he's ultimately spot on, right? There's two talented defensive lines in this game. Now, as he mentioned, he goes directly to how well is the offensive line for the Texans going to play? Are they going to be able to protect C.J. Stroud? Are they going to allow Nick Caley to go out there and call a game and get a feel for what they can and can't do? Are they going to allow that to happen? Are they going to allow the Texans to be able to run the football? We'll see, right? But for me, it goes beyond just the O-line. To me, I can't say the O-line without also saying Nick Caley, who I've mentioned multiple times in this spiel here. But to me, it's this offensive line and our offensive coordinator against a really good, solid defensive front versus one of the best offensive minds in the game in Sean McVay, a veteran offensive line, although it's been banged up, a veteran offensive line in L.A., and an absolute dominant defensive front in Houston. Who can handle that better, right? But it's O-line and OC, not just the O-line for me. And D'Amico's right. It's about the trenches.
Because that's kind of the feel of it is. When you go to the other side, you feel pretty good about Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Barnett, Badakasi, Setley. You feel like you got to feel a good feeling of what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
And if
absolutely.
the Rams got to throw the football, especially if the Texans know they got to throw the football, you got a real understanding. Because I don't have a real understanding of what they're going to be, Clint. But if I'm gonna be honest, just based off what we know and what we've seen, I would lean towards that. This offensive line is probably going to be helped big time early if they dictate what they're able to do and Nick dictates what he's able to run. Like, let's be honest, the Lions and the Eagles are able to dictate a lot of what they want to do. But if they weren't, if they had to throw, if the game dictated they had to throw the ball, I think they feel pretty good about being able to protect their passers.
Sure.
I don't know that I think it's ever going to be a good recipe for this Texans offensive line that, all right, Rams know they got to throw it. And they're going to be able to hold up consistently. I think they are going to have to be able to be the ones more consistently to dictate what it is that they're calling and what they're running.
Well,
and they got to be able to run the football. And they got to be able to have it to where they can do their short, quick game and all of that stuff and not be dictated the other way.
Well, look, I hope it never happens, but the reality of it is it's going to happen this season with the Texans, and I think the real test is going to come when you get down 14. It's in the second half.
Yeah.
You hadn't ran it well. You know the defense has played a good game, but they gave up a couple touchdowns. Offensively, you haven't been able to run the football. And all right, now you got to put it in your soon-to-be $60+ million a year quarterback's hands, and one of your best players on the team, Nico Collins, got to go make some plays. What is the offensive line going to look like when that's the case? What is Nick Caley going to look like when that's the case? If they can chew up, hell, I don't even care if it's 2 or 3 yards. If they can chew up 2 or 3 yards in a run game with Nick Chubb and stay in 3rd and 4,
yeah,
stay in 3rd and 5, I think they'll be fine. But when they get in a point in a situation 3rd and long, if we're talking one play at a time, or you get down in a game in the second half and you got to throw the football, that's when the real test for this offensive line is going to come. I think they're geared more towards being able to run the football and stay ahead of the chains. We'll see if that's real. It's the talk, right? It's been the talk all year long. We'll see if it's real.
It's the talk, and to be honest with you, that first drive, I know it was Davis Mills, but that first drive with the ones against the Vikings, they were able to be in control of what it is that they wanted to do because they could dictate it. They ran the football well. The play action worked. Like they were the one dictating to the Vikings, and really even early against the Panthers, like they were doing it as well, and were able to run it when they wanted to pass because they had success. There wasn't, a bunch of 3rd and 11s, 3rd and 9s. That was good to see, but can they sustain that over? A full game.
I fully expect a run-heavy, protect the football, play great defense approach to every game until the game dictates you do something else. Yep. And when the game, as long as they can stay right there, which they're good enough defensively to do that. If they can stay right there, they can win a lot of football games and really let other teams beat themselves. But there's going to be 4, 5, 6 games where, hey man, things are getting a little out of hand here, and we got to lean into that franchise quarterback and see if the offensive line can protect him. And that's when we're going to find out what this team's made out of relative to making a run in the playoffs. Because against Baltimore, you're going to throw it. Against Kansas City, they're going to force you to throw it. You know what I mean? Against Buffalo, they're probably going to force you to throw it. The better defenses in this league are going to make you win left-handed, which means the Texans are going to have to drop back more than they're comfortable with. Can the O-line hold up in those situations?
Yeah, I don't think the Rams have a good offense. I don't think that we're going to be looking at no 21-7 type of game in the first half. I don't think the Texans defense will allow them to do that. But still, even if the Texans defense is playing well and keeping them down, like, it's a bad recipe to me. 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 7s. You wonder how much they're going to be able to convert. I think they're going to have to run the football and do well early in downs to keep, as you said, the 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 2s, to do those things. All right, little 5 o'clock fire coming up. We'll get you ready for the Astros and the Yankees. The Yankees come to town as they try to expand on their AL West lead. We'll get you all caught up with the lineups and everything you need to know from the Astros, and some news with Davis Mills, and you'll get to hear D'Amico Ryans talk about a very important player. All of that as we continue coming up next.
All right, who doesn't love a good dip, y'all? Huh? How about Daisy Dip? They done dropped that Daisy Ranch dip.
KILT.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place. Tyler Milner's in the building, by the way, 5:45-ish, a little early with Best Bets. So make sure you stay tuned with us as we will make you a little cash. He had a good day yesterday now. Good day. Yeah, good day of college football, too.
Yeah.
As well. Only missed Notre Dame, I believe. So stay tuned for that coming up in just a bit. The Astros invited, I should say invite. They allow the New York Yankees to come in, and they will be bringing their best pitcher, Max Fried, the lefty, 14-5, ERA just over 3. He is coming in a matchup of really good lefties. Framber Valdez is getting the ball for the Astros here at the Daikin coming up a little bit later on today. Here is the lineup. Pena, Correa, Altuve, Walker. Diaz is the DH tonight. Urias is at second. Smith, Dubon, Salazar is catching. No Yordan Alvarez. It's a scheduled day off against the Yankees. Yes, a scheduled day off. He is not in the lineup, but they're going to look to try to build on this lead. It's to 3 right now over the Mariners after splitting the series against the Angels over the weekend. But Clint, now it is to see if they can continue to score runs, but also to see how Framber Valdez fares against a good playoff-level team. All right, he has struggled a bit here the last month. He did have a really good start in his last one, but that was against the Rockies. Let's see what he does against a team they may see in the postseason. To me, that's the big story of tonight.
Yeah, this is one of those games where Framber Valdez steps up and his lights out, and you remember why you love the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those deals where it's not a monster game because it's regular season, but it is an opponent that's going to move the needle a bit for the fan base. It's in your own backyard, and this is one of those games. To me, it feels like one of those games where Framber goes out there and reminds everybody of what he's capable of doing, and what really, I mean, on average, season to season, he's done a lot more times than not. So,
yeah, like right now, at times you feel. Like right now, fellas, you feel a negative feel like the fan base has towards Framber right now?
I don't feel anything. I think it's Framber,
maybe a hint.
Framber's always, and Tyler's a good gauge for this. Framber may be the one Astro right now that can draw the immediate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like the what do you call it? The emotional. Like immediate response, good or bad, right? I mean, it's when he goes out there and he's lights out. It's ace this, ace that, ace this. When he goes out there and has a little bit of a stumble, all of a sudden it's boy, he mentally just can't handle it. What the hell is he doing? Kind of deal. He's getting frazzled. So he's the one guy that can draw some pretty immediate emotion on this team, I think.
Yep, he is 12-7. With a 3.18 ERA, top 10 in strikeouts, top 10 in ERA in the American League. So, as you said, more times than not, a lot more times than not, you know, he is the guy that is a ace type front of the rotation. But I'm with you, Tyler. I think there's at least a tint of a. Hey, when you say Framber Valdez, what do you think? Good thoughts? Or gearing towards the negative thoughts?
Smidge of annoyance. I think
that's fair.
Because Tyler, two starts ago, Tyler was out.
Tyler, are you confident? As an Astros fan right now, you feel good going into this game? With
yes.
Framber on the bump?
I do.
I'm with you on that.
Yes, sir.
I'm with you on that. That no matter what goes down with Framber,
that's very fluid with Tyler. Yeah, that's very fluid with some fans. I don't think he would have felt that way.
Tell me if I'm wrong on this, T. Like, to me, even with Tyler, Like, it's the immediate annoyance is a great term to use. It's the immediate annoyance, the immediate emotional reaction to get it together, man. By the time the guy, 5 days later, 6 days later, he goes to his next start, it's like, all right, I'm back in the saddle. I'm confident in him, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
That's the kind of response I'm guilty. I'm guilty of it. In the moment, I'm like, damn it, man, settle down, man. Come on, what are we doing? What the hell happened? How'd that happen? He's supposed to be the ace.
Yeah.
And then by the next time his next start, I'm like, hell, I'm all in. Let's bet on it.
It just feels like the ebbs and flows for Framber and starts on the bump for the Astros. It's becoming more obvious every start. This guy is just a streaky dude, and it's all about the mentals, if you ask me.
But that's what gets me is nothing about his numbers say streaky.
But didn't he string together like a couple of starts in a row where we were all like, "What the hell, man?" Recently,
he did not have a great month.
Overall, he's great.
I'm just saying, overall, he is pretty damn. Every year you can pinpoint it.
Right.
He's going to give you damn near 200 innings. He's going to have an ERA in the mid threes to the low twos. He's going to be within the top 5 to 10 in strikeouts. Like every year, he's pretty. Then he had that one dominant run where he went 26 straight, quality starts. Like he's generally, it's not. It feels streaky, but his numbers are not really that streaky. So it's an interesting thing. But let's see if he can continue this run. Now he started this, Clint, of the Astros having, I believe, what do they have? 5 straight quality starts? 6 straight quality starts they've had thus far. Hunter Brown, him, and then Christian Javier, Spencer Getty, and then Luis Garcia. Let's see if they can continue this streak where they have gotten great starting pitching about 6 or 7 straight games. If you look at it, they've lost some of them. A lot of that is having to do with the plate, but they've gotten quality start after quality start over their last 6 or 7 games. Let's see if Framber can continue that, because that is the big advantage that they have. Will Warren against Jason Alexander, who has been one of those guys giving quality starts here of late. Thank you. Christian Javier coming off of his 6 innings, no hits. He will get the ball against another really good lefty, Carlos Rodon, Thursday in the finale. So big series coming up against 2 playoff teams in the American League here at the Dyke.
Who's your daddy now?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of news and notes from the Texans as they prepare to face the LA Rams coming up on Sunday. Contract-wise, sources tell Adam Schefter, who reported this, Texans are signing backup quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year, fully guaranteed $7 million contract extension. Mills is now contractually tied to the Texans through the 2026 season. So he is a backup. I saw something prior to the season of, like, they had him as like the 30th best backup quarterback in football. This was before, right around training camp starting. I have had my feelings and thoughts that has been clearly documented over the years about him as a starter. But I think Davis Mills is a really, really good backup quarterback. I think he's in a great situation. I think at times you could argue that he seemed to run the offense as well as CJ, if not better at times during training camp. I think they're in a really good position here with Davis Mills. If for any terrible reason he'd have to come into play.
I think he's in a great position. I think the team's in a great position. He is an ideal backup. You're talking about a guy that's got about 4 years on C.J. Stroud in the league, that's been through absolute hell when it comes to being asked to play the most difficult position in sports in the middle in the midst of dysfunction and chaos. And now that guy has no problem settling into a backup role to a young quarterback that's durable, very little is asked of Davis Mills. He is more of a sounding board, if you will, and a resource for, you could say for Gardner-Johnson and C.J. Stroud at this point in time. So, look, I think the dynamic in that room is absolutely tremendous. A bunch of great dudes that know their role. and you get paid $7 million to do it. And it's I mean, Davis Mills can be in this league for 20 years. Because, look, there's no wear and tear on the body. All the wear and tear took place in his first 2 years.
And he's gotten in from a backup perspective.
Yeah.
He has gotten in and played well enough to where you look at it and you're like, all right, yeah, hopefully he doesn't get screwed again with the Case Keenum situation like he did a couple of years ago where he But I think he's gotten in and played well enough that teams will trust that he is somebody that can come in. I don't know if they buy his jersey like Tyler, but they at least trust they can come in and hold him afloat.
I hope Tyler never has a chance to wear that jersey, but if he does, I think the Texans. I think in this division, with this defense, I think the Texans are a playoff team with Davis Mills at quarterback. Like, I think Davis Mills can come in, and as a fan base, if anything were to happen, knock on wood, hope it never does, but if anything were to happen, I don't think all of a sudden as a Texans fan you go, man, we can't win this division. Like, I don't. I think he is a solid backup in every sense of the phrase, whether he's got to play or we're all the way to just being a sounding board for a young quarterback. I believe that. I believe this team, the supporting cast of the quarterback, is good enough. It is really good, actually. It's great. I think to allow Davis Mills to go to a playoff game if need be. We'll never find out. Hopefully we never find out. Hopefully C.J. Stroud is the one doing it. But I think he's that good. To sign him up through 2026 and have that quality backup on the roster, I think it's money.
Speaking of a support system to the quarterback, this was great news coming from DeMeco Ryans in regards to his new safety, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, C.J. is doing really well, progressing fine. We expect him to be ready for Week 1.
And I think you said something earlier. You should feel really confident that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be the regular version of C.J. Gardner-Johnson that coming in on a Monday. That DeMeco Ryans will let the cat out of the bag that, hell, he's ready to go. He's ready to go. And when you look at what they did with their roster, it kind of showed that he was going to be in the plans and in the fit. How big is this to you, for the people just rolling here at 5 o'clock? How big is this that they're going to have what sounds like a fully healthy, no pitch count, no injury that may prevent him from doing more, C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah, look, I think it's big. If he's full go, which I don't know what to think. Did he have 2 weeks to ramp up here, or is this kind of is this mind tricks with DeMeco? But if he is ready to go, and he is a guy that is like ramped all the way up, and there's no limitations on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think it takes his defense to another level. He's a guy that his personality, his juice, his leadership, it's contagious. I think he demands that the rest of these guys, not that they all need it, but it's nice to have these kind of guys around, that they raise their level of play to his play, and if he don't, he'll tell you about it. Right? The mouthpiece of that defense, something that I think this team probably lacks, is that guy that'll tell you about it. Not only are they lights out defensively, but you got to get up and then listen to him tell you about it. Not to mention he's a hybrid safety, nickel defender type of player that can do a million different things on the field. He's a veteran that can handle mentally all the different exotics and all the different disguises that you hope DeMeco Ryans can bring to the table. And so he's just a critical piece, whether you look at him as a game plan piece that, hey, you're going to play safety and this is what I'm going to ask you to do, or you look at it as you're going to play safety in the first half, and then if a quarterback and a wide receiver, if they're starting to have a little bit of success, then in the second half we're going to adjust and we're going to use C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a different way. He allows you to do all those things. And so I definitely think, for multiple reasons, Ron, he takes this defense, allows DeMeco to take this defense to the next level, where if you have to play a backup or if you have to rearrange your nickels and your outside corners and your safeties to try to get your best guys on the field, you lose that. You miss that. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, if he's fully healthy, is a real weapon that I just don't think anybody else brings to the table what he brings to the table.
All right, there he is. He'll be back, and looks like he's ready to go, and they will have their full crew in that secondary that feels like it could be the best in football.
Bad MFer. 5 o'clock. o'clock fire.
Last night, Monday Night Football, Bill Belichick made his debut in Chapel Hill at home. They were up 7-0, drove it right down their throats, ran the football. The place was going crazy. Juice, Michael Jordan, Roy Williams, Lawrence Taylor was sober. Randy Moss was out there. Mia Hamm was out there. Nomar was out there. It was a party. Then I believe they went for about 40 unanswered. Ended up being 48 to 14.
Oh, my God.
You surprised it was that bad?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Kendall Briles and Sonny Dykes went out there. And
we know TCU. This is a good program. They were in the national championship game
a couple years
ago. They beat them like Georgia beat them.
Yeah, man. That was a real ass whooping. And that the truth of the matter is, Sonny Dykes is an offensive-minded coach as well, I believe. But Kendall Briles, I know him from his Arkansas days. I wish we'd have never got him up out of there, but he's in TCU now, and I love what he brought to the table. I love him. I think highly of him. I did not expect them. They could have hung 70. If they wanted to, they could have hung 70 fairly easy in that ball game. I think they were at 41 with 7 or 8 minutes left in the third quarter. I mean, it was impressive by TCU, and it was, I would say, embarrassing for Bill Belichick. I mean, the entire college football community, the country, all eyes were on North Carolina, Chapel Hill, baby, and Bill Belichick and his rebuilt team. And not only do you get embarrassed, but you get embarrassed because your defense can't slow nothing down. Your defense is getting ran through like, huh?
Yeah, that was the part that was surprising. I think, was there 2 pick sixes in there? I think there were a couple of pick sixes in there.
There was a pick six.
But I mean,
there was one.
The one that was big to me that's the part for me is that his defense just got ran through.
Yeah.
Like so poorly. Him and his son over there running that defense, they've got obvious. Hell, it's Bill. All right, we've watched him shut down the best quarterbacks in football. We've watched rookies come up and struggle with him, and he ain't always had, the greatest defensive players in the world. He's been able to find ways to stop people. And this Hoover fella just came in here, and Josh Hoover just rolled through their asses.
They lit him up, man. That was a hell of a job. It was a great college slate, Ron. I mean, the Ohio State-Texas game, although it wasn't real exciting with fireworks, it was a top-ranked 1 versus 3 nail-biter. LSU Clemson did not disappoint at all. Garrett Nussmeier in that game, to me, is the quarterback winner of week 1. The Alabama-Florida State game was must-see TV simply because Alabama was getting absolutely skull-drugged by Florida State. The Thomas Castellano kid that left Boston College mid-year last year transferred down to Florida State and told Alabama, you ain't got Nick Saban to save your ass. You got to answer for something. And then his team, Florida State, went out there and did work. I mean, you look up and down. Obviously, the Aggies won, beat up on UTSA. Good little start to their season. But there was a handful of big games. Notre Dame, Miami came down to the wire. Carson Beck, the transfer from Georgia to Miami, was able to put it together late, and late field goal wins that game 27-24. Virginia Tech, South Carolina. South Carolina did not disappoint. I saw a report this morning where folks are already hot taking that they may have the best offensive and best defensive player in the country on that South Carolina. Them ass-kicking chickens over there may have the best player on both sides of the team, of the ball.
Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs. That switched quick.
May have something to say about that, huh?
that switched quick. All right, coming up, we've got our quarterback here who, as you just heard him roll through, he is passionate about college football and passionate about quarterbacks. And the number one story in all of sports for the last several days is what in the hell happened to what many people thought was the next big thing in college football. What happened to Arch Manning on Saturday? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Longhorn Nation, we're back!
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster was announced.
Things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can, but we feel really good about 53 men that
more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, trying to figure out the biggest story of the weekend and into the week is not just that college football is back, but in particular, Arch Manning. Everyone was looking forward to his debut as officially being QB1 with the Texas Longhorns, seeing what it would look like as I think, Clint, personally, a big reason why they were preseason number one was because of how people felt about Arch. And just to be kind, I understand what Ohio State did with their talent and what Matt Patricia did with his NFL background as an offensive and defensive coordinator. But there were several quarterbacks that just looked more comfortable, that looked more confident than Arch did in the first game of the year. And I'm trying to figure out what was. A lot of people are talking about it. Clint, I know you cover college football, quarterbacks, and understand the same thing. We've heard a lot. How about this thought? Was this more Sark than Arch that caused this to look in a way that I think most people didn't think it was going to look like that performance?
I think it's hard to separate the two. But if I had to, I think it's more Arch than Sark. Because any way you slice it, the reason that people are down on Arch right now compared to where they were on Friday afternoon is because there were open receivers that were missed. There were opportunities to score touchdowns that ended up in turning the ball over on downs. There were moments in that game where you needed a quarterback, like a generational talent quarterback, to take over and, damn it, make it happen, man. I don't care if Matt Patricia's over there, you're in the shoe, it's the biggest moment. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the guys that we were that Arch was being compared to, their moments when they came, the reason they are going down in history, the Tim Tebow's, the Deshaun Watsons, the Tua's, who am I missing here, Ryan? I mean, the great
Trevor
quarterback,
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence's, the Cam Newton's. I mean, the reason
the guys in college that you thought were going to be.
The reason when they we still talk about them as the greatest, fair or unfair, it's up to you to decide. The reality of it is that Arch Manning was being put. The expectations for Arch Manning were in line with those types of players, not the Clint Stoerners of the world, right? I mean, this was expected to be a generational talent. This was expected to be a guy that jumped on the scene and took over the reins on a team that was a national championship caliber team and keep this thing moving. I think the team played well enough to still be a top 10 team, to be a national championship contender. I think the quarterback, Arch Manning, I think he missed a big-time opportunity. Now, as you dig into what we saw from Arch Manning, I think the reality of it is, right, the athletic ability, the legs, the scrambling ability, the ability to impact the game with your legs was severely overrated with Arch Manning. His legs, can he buy some time? Can he improvise? Sure.
They could probably chill on that quarterback power.
Well, we've seen quarterback, right? We've seen Arch Manning against a Georgia defense. We've seen him twice, I believe, against Ohio State defense, and the legs are just a non-factor. Right? Now, we were talking about the quarterback powers and things like you saw Sam Ehlinger do and stuff back in the days. Like, if your offensive line is dominating the line of scrimmage and moving folks, then sure, run the quarterback power. I don't care. But in a moment where you're reaching for straws to find offense, like, you don't. That's not a time to lean on Arch Manning's legs. So I think the ability. Let's be honest with you. The ability of Arch Manning, the tangible physical ability, whether you're talking about his legs or his arm talent, I think was severely overrated, severely overhyped. And the reality of it is with Arch Manning, this isn't I still think Arch Manning is going to be a great college quarterback. I think Arch Manning has a chance to go on and be a good quarterback at the NFL level. Maybe great, I don't know. But the reality of it is he's not going to be able to do it in the way that we see these exotic, off-schedule, off-script, athletic types of quarterbacks typically jump on the scene. This is going to be a guy that is going to have to find ways to win football games from in the pocket, on time, on schedule, get the football out. The running around and making plays with your legs and this big arm that rips balls into coverage down the field, that's not who he is. And I think that's the takeaway. It's not about to me, it's not about, Ron, with Arch, is it like, the blame or, what was it that Dan and them were talking about? The Sark failed him, or this guy failed him, or that guy failed him, or Matt Patricia was good. All those things can be true, but to me, the way you look at it is I did not see a guy win, lose, or draw. I did not see a talent at the quarterback position that should have been talked about before he ever started a game against anybody not named UTSA and Mississippi State in the Heisman Trophy conversation. I did not see a talent that should be talked about being the number one overall draft pick. I think he can be fine. I think he can still be all of those things, but I didn't see the expectations that everybody set for him. Yeah. Fair or foul, I just didn't see it.
Listen, and I see Champ Slice. I agree that Arch didn't have the best game, but I also believe Sark was his biggest downfall. When he took the kitty wheels off Arch, he was able to go downfield and score. I completely disagree with that. Listen, I am not a huge Sark fan. Some of it is probably things that I need to get over myself, but I'm not a big Sark fan. But I think he's getting way too much on this thing. He created easy throws. Now, maybe he could have ran a couple more screens. There were easy throws. I mean, throughout the first play of the game, the first pass play of the game, there was nobody with it. I mean, he created a great play action rollout, got him on the run. There's nobody within 10 yards of the receiver. I mean, he one-hopped him like he was an outfielder trying to throw it to the plate. There were multiple crossing routes. He's throwing at people's calves.
Yep.
Like and when you say take the kitty wheels off, nah, man, he just threw the ball outside the numbers when he got to see some one-on-ones. When Ohio State and Patricia backed off a bit, there was no reason for Sark to trust him throwing the ball in the middle of the field or really in any type of coverage. And I can't blame Sark for that. It was just what it was apparent. Yeah. He should have thrown multiple picks. He didn't see anything. Yeah. Now, again, I'm just telling you what we saw out there.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
I'm not saying he can't play dead in a horror movie. That is not me. I'm not saying it is over for Arch. I'm not. I'm just saying out there, Sark is getting hit. Well, there could have been some more creative. Man, if you go look at the last drive where here's 14-7. Here we go. They run a route. There's an outside. There is an out wide open. He gave you full 5 yards of sideline to use. He airmails him right out of bounds. The next one, a crosser, throws at the tight end shins behind him. The next one, another crosser with Wingo, his big play guy, throws it behind him. He almost made a one-handed catch. He's got 20 yards of field. I can't put that. Hell, I don't know how many crossing routes wide open did he miss? He threw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball on a 5-yard crossing route.
Yeah, enough to piss the receiver off. In a 14-7 ball game where you've turned it over on downs twice inside the 10, there were enough opportunities outside of that for your quarterback to make one or two throws and have a huge impact on the outcome.
And they were there, though.
They were there. Yeah. And Sark could have been better, but to your point, there were definitely – here's the thing. Sark, there's some concerns, right? Obviously, the quarterback did not play up to expectations anywhere remotely close. Fair or foul, it didn't happen, right? Number two, when you look at the Texas Longhorns, I look at that, and I believe that there's a speed issue. There was one time in that game
they weren't separating. I'll give them both.
There was one time in that game when Wingo caught that little misdirect speed. I don't remember if it was a speed sweep or a reverse. That I was like, damn, that's different level speed right there. So you may have a speed problem in Texas as well. And then you got Sark, inside the 10-yard line. The way last season ended, the way that this season began, I think those are real problems.
Yeah, he's got to have a better plan than that. Yeah, he's got a better plan than that. Now, so Sark wasn't perfect, but he sure as hell could have looked a lot better if his quarterback completed some of the wide open balls. Like there was a point in the second half, Clint. He was like, I can't throw it in the middle of the field with you.
Yeah, I think there's something there too of this vertical attack, and I don't even know if that's what they refer to it. The guys that know the Texas offense, when I look at it, it seems like there's just a consistent attempt to stretch the field vertically in creative ways and throw like. Quinn Ewers was really good at anticipating. He threw the ball like Romo. I can't help but compare him. He was really good at anticipating and getting the ball out of his hand and throwing the floaters to spots and letting guys run to it. I don't know that is Arch Manning's forte. I don't know that offense fits him.
Yeah, I think he could have had a bad day and the pressure got to him, but that like. There was stuff there. There was stuff there, and that game could have looked a lot different. All right, coming up, C Mill's best bets will get you locked and loaded, and the biggest story that happened last week still has legs on it. Wait till you hear what David Molageta had to say. That's coming up next.
WebNow1.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
But I did see a video of him working out receivers, like in a practice. All right, welcome back in. Yeah, we're talking about Michael Irvin working out receivers at Miami as he's on the screen with that bad hair going off. As Miami, big win as well.
I don't see the bad hair, man.
Oh, it's
got to be two Americas deal, right?
I guess.
I just
don't go, man.
I don't look up there and see Mike. Now I see he may be going off the deep end a bit. I mean, he clearly.
Those dreads or whatever. Those dreads that he's trying to roll with.
Those are twists. Are those
white?
Twists? Are they tweeners?
They're I think he's got them locked. I think them are locked up. He's got them locked up. I mean, Stephen A. again rode his ass the other day. You got to cut that off, man.
Oh, did Stephen A. tell him?
Oh, to his face. Repeatedly. You got to cut that off. Coming up behind us, we've got Texans All Access, and it is now, the season has started. Texans All Access is now 2 hours, 6 to 8. 6 to 8. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will give you a review, a preseason review, and Texans 5 in top 5, or top 100, excuse me. I think the Texans, they got a 6th in there. But
they did. They're 6.
Yeah, I think it was 6. But they'll talk about the Texans in the top 100 as well as look over what happened in the preseason. So Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, now 2 hours. And then following those guys, Area 45, 8 to midnight. No, I ain't getting shrunk an hour. They're going to midnight, baby. They'll have the post-game show for the Astros and Yankees tonight. So stay tuned. Right here live in local Sports Radio 610. And coming up here in just a bit, we will get T-Mill's best bets as he had a good weekend of college football. We'll see if we can get this thing started off well. All right, Clint, you weren't really here when the Micah Parsons thing jumped off. Broke in the middle of the show, still became one of the biggest things, and it still is being talked about. He's been at practice now. And he's expected potentially. They're saying this back thing isn't just a fake thing. Talking about he may get a shot or something potentially. But David Mulugeta, who represents Micah Parsons and was able to get this record-breaking deal to the backers, when he was on First Take with Stephen A., said this in terms of his thoughts with Micah Parsons. To expect someone like Micah Parsons to be one of the greatest defenders in the NFL and also a great lawyer when it comes to contracts, I think it's a bit unfair. His job is to go out there and chase quarterbacks. Our job is to go out there and chase commas for him. I'm not sure exactly why it went this way, but we were always prepared and open to negotiating a contract with the Jones family. That was David Mulugeta. Your overall thoughts with things now. It's a few days removed. Micah Parsons was traded away from the Cowboys, one of the first stars Jerry didn't sign. And now not only is he traded, he is traded away to the Packers for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, it doesn't surprise. No, it doesn't. I mean, I don't. I still look at it like, what the hell? I mean, you traded arguably the best defensive player in the league to another NFC power that's really hell ranked ahead of you at this point.
That's your number. They've knocked you out.
So I don't think, from a 30,000-foot view, obviously you traded one of the best players in the game, and he's going to catch a ton of hell for that. But I just don't know how good the Cowboys, like in terms of Cowboys championship probability. I know folks are going to talk about there's no way now with no Micah Parsons, but let's be honest, that defense sucked with Micah Parsons. Obviously, he's a great pass rusher. I don't know from a leader perspective what he brought to the table. I don't know how much of that was real with Jerry, but ultimately, I think this probably, like other things, started out as just drama. Started out as let me build this thing up, and it got to a point where it got personal, and they split ways. But I don't think any more, any less of the Cowboys, because they do or don't have Micah Parsons, and I don't think any more or less of the Cowboys because Jerry Jones pulled what most believe is a bonehead move and traded one of the best players in the game.
Well, listen, I've said this. I don't think you want to make a habit of, hey, went out our scouting department, did a lot of things. You had a chance to get a guy like a Jalen Carter or whoever, and you decided to move up to go get a Will Anderson. You bring him in, you develop a Will Anderson, and you don't usually do that to trade him, right? You don't usually do that to trade 25, 26-year-old pass rushers that, especially Mike, only Reggie White, him and Reggie White are the only two players in the first 4 years of their careers to have 12-plus sacks in the history of the sport. You don't want to make a habit of trading it. But if you're in the Cowboys situation, Clint, it's not the dumbest thing in the world to say, hey, I don't know if this is a team right now that is going to win the ultimate prize, and let's try to use our biggest asset to really get, maybe 4 or 5 players in one. I could see that and get big-time assets, right? Like, you look at a Russell Wilson, brought back 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a third-round pick. There are other examples of what teams were able to do when they've traded. Hell, if you go look at the team that the Texans are playing Saturday, the Rams and the Lions had their deal. Clinton, the trade got the Lions Jared Goff, and then the way they used those picks got them Jahmyr Gibbs, Jameson Williams, and Sam Laporta. Like you can do that. But the thing with the Cowboys is they could have gotten a much bigger haul if they did this around the draft and instead of right now, before the season started, and they could have really opened this up to more teams. It feels very much like Nico Harrison is running both of these organizations. Very, very weird when they did it, how they did Luka, and how it seemed like it was only the Lakers, and of all teams, that's who you would trade him to. So to me, this was not thought out or planned. Because trading Micah Parsons is not the worst thing. As you said earlier, they got the worst defense with him. They had a bad defense with him. But it's when you did it, and I just don't think they got anywhere near what they could have gotten if they actually planned this and did this around the draft. Look,
the way it was executed, the timing of it all was clearly reactionary. It clearly got personal. So, there's no defending that. The Cowboys with or without Micah Parsons, it doesn't change much for me. You mentioned Will Anderson. Like I think if Micah had a little bit more Will Anderson in him, from not obviously they're both great players, but a little bit more pillar of an organization, build around type guy leadership, I would imagine that Jerry would have paid him before he paid the other two guys. So I don't know. It doesn't change much for me with the Cowboys. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't change much. I think they're still going to be a good team. I think they're going to win some games, but again, I don't think they're going to even flirt with a championship.
No, I don't either. All right. T-Mill's best bets coming up. He's going to try to make a little cash for you tonight, so stay up and stay tuned for this. What's your best bets, T-Mill?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had a good first slate of college football to end our week last week on Friday. Went 3 for 4. Hope y'all were tailing. Freaking Irish. I need to talk to Pendergast about that. But back to baseball on a Tuesday, and I got 3 of them for your best bets. The last one is regarding this Astros-Yankees game going on at Dyken Park tonight. First off, I got the Twins money line tonight as they are hosting the White Sox in Minnesota. Got it at minus 140. Got another money line next, the St. Louis Cardinals. Better odds, probably a closer game, minus 105 for the Cardinals tonight. I have them winning against the Athletics as they host them in St. Louis. And then your last best bet for Tuesday,